bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end.
Tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of death, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the lock you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end.
she's the heat that leaves me cold inside. And she's the reason I can't find another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my eyes. I never realized she's passed me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected wind, but let the breeze blow. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. September 3rd, and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer, she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. October 3rd and she hasn't yet called. It seems after all we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. End of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her. But I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. Alright, what's going on, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, and everybody in between those binaries? My name is Cole, this is Collateral TV, and we are here to broadcast the truth and other such things, possibly lies occasionally, but mostly just video game content focused around Diablo 3 for the evening. I sincerely hope that you enjoy. Let's get this cranking, and let's get art any.
Like that, with the great moderation and everything. I think that the one caveat to that I can consider is that because
Check.
of COVID stimulus expiring, I can see some people, whether they realize it or not, kind of not liking that, obviously, because their sort of real discretionary incomes go down. And this is the point that people like Matt Brunig have made, where he's like, well, if you look at, I think he uses disposable income. He's like, well, if you look at real disposable income per capita, and you look at that over time, well, that's actually gone down significantly for a lot of people because all of these COVID era stimulus benefits expired. And I think that that could definitely lead to
That's what I'm talking about,
some
bro.
sort of
Hell
dissatisfaction,
yeah.
whether people would link it or not, because
Can I ask real quick?
What'd you end up doing?
When,
Yeah.
when you talk about that COVID era stimulus, does unemployment
throw the
insurance,
kitchen
does that
sink
show
at 'em?
up in like median real wages or anything, or is that like not counted at all? You know?
it's a good question. I don't think it would show up in wage data, but if we're talking about consumption data, or I think disposable income should happen. So the graph that Matt Bruning will trot out is, I want to say it's percent of people who experienced a drop in their disposable income over time, right? Which is kind of a real wonky way of saying that there was a lot of people who had a
That's good,
momentary
man.
drop in their disposable income because of
It's
the
always good
expiration
when
of
you just
sort of
manage to
pandemic-era
actually just
assistance.
clear the air
And
and
the only reason I mention that is because the U.S. really did
sort
so
of
much stimulus.
meet in the
that-
middle, have a little
I mean,
meeting
we
of
did
the
so much
minds.
stimulus that I think inequality was at like a 40-year low. Like that's how much government welfare we were giving out, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, and it's also not necessarily a bad thing that it expired. It's just that outside of basically people behaviorally just hating price increases, I just really can't think of anything else that would explain all of the negative sort of consumer sentiment
Did you
that
ever
people are
read?
facing.
There was a super interesting article, and I don't know how much of this is like recentism bias, but I think it was the Noah.
It's pretty
I think it
chill.
was the Noah opinion.
We
Guide. He wrote an
we went
article that,
and
companies have gotten
did
really
couple
good
hours
at
at the
extracting maximum value out of
gym.
customers in ways that they didn't before.
I wore
using
that
mobile
little
apps
sweatshirt
like
that I was
AI,
wearing
and that
before
that
we
might
went down
contribute
there,
to
so I
something.
got
So for instance, somebody
extra
might have spent
sweaty.
$100 10 years
And
ago on fast food,
then we
and
came
today
back
with,
and made
real wage,
a
with real dollars, so adjusted for inflation,
vegan
they might spend, like,
lasagna and
$110, and you're like, okay, well, this
plant-based
tracks, like, you know, they're spending a little bit more than they used to, but it should be fine.
chicken.
But that $100,
So we had,
you know,
like,
10 years ago,
lasagna,
would have been,
chicken
like, people are
parmesan
buying
kinda thing.
cheeseburgers, they're buying $5 value meals,
And
et
we
cetera, et
watched
cetera. But
Canada's
$100
drag
this year
race,
is just like 2 orders on
just
DoorDash,
like
and you're
I
buying,
told
like, the
you we
triple
do.
deluxe ultra uber cheeseburger with the added $9
And,
milkshake and
yeah, I
$15
just
of
Yeah.
extra fees. So even though people are spending more,
Took
the
the old
spending is
lady
increasing
in
because
and
companies got so good at
back to the
extracting
grind.
more value out of people.
Good to see you
Yeah.
back so
Do you think
soon,
there's
my
any-
friend.
Yeah,
Yeah, a lot of these arguments are like, oh, this is probably a thing, but then you wonder, like, is this affecting like 0.5% of the
magnitude,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. What's the effect? Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say, right? I think that, so maybe this is just a function of my getting older and becoming more mature or something. But I think there's probably something to be said about the role of technology in society and how part of the reason why income effects are real is that technology is just so good
Yeah.
that you want to make more money and get more technology, and the technology allows you to consume more and more
To spend more,
productively, and
yeah.
you're kind of in this like vicious cycle where technology
Damn
provides huge
right.
convenience, but also you have to work
I just
more.
started
and
back
longer to
working
get
a couple
that
days a week
technology.
at Papa
Did we ever
John's,
talk,
But-
did we
and
ever
I'm
talk a long time
already
ago about, like,
weakening on the.
trade like feeless trading
the no
on apps
meat.
like Robinhood.
I don't think we ever had a conversation about that.
Gotcha. I think there is a good argument to be made that frictionless buying and selling of stock is probably not a good thing. That sometimes introducing a little bit of friction for these transactions might be okay. I feel like when it comes to stuff like DoorDash and Uber Eats, this is something where I legitimately, it is mind-blowing to me. If you make less than like 70K a year or something, and you've ever bought something off of a mobile app, like a delivery app, that's insane. I think I spend about $30 every morning on my Einstein Bagel delivery. It's like 1 hot chocolate, 1 cookie, and 1 orange juice. And I think that costs me like $25-30. I live in a more expensive area, but it's like, it is insane how much money people can spend, and like not people that shouldn't be wasting that much money. Like that's wild to me.
Yeah, it is pretty wild. I think it. I guess.
Yeah, we're
I'm not sure if
pescatarian,
it's a
so I mean we
generational
do
thing in
shrimp
part,
and
'cause we're
stuff,
just-
but
Because I don't think
we've
I don't think, like,
gravitated a
more
lot more
boomers or Gen
towards
Xers
like
are doing this,
doing
right?
taco
At
night
least
with
not that I-
Beyond
you know,
Burger
there's a lot
meat,
of poor Gen
stuff like
Xers
that.
and boomers in my family. Like none of them are using all this,
And
you know, sort of
it
social media.
it's
like
just
DoorDash,
sort of
like,
natural
Uber type shit.
when
It's all millennials and Gen Zers, right?
when I lost
So
my
that might be,
music
like a
job
disproportionate amount of where
at
dissatisfaction comes
the
from.
beginning of
And I
COVID,
don't know. The problem is that
and her job blew up,
it's like it's really not.
we
Like,
just
if the problem
started
is that
cooking at home more.
like psychologically
and
speaking, technology and
I
sort of
started
the
just
increased
like
costs thereof,
cooking
like the
for
cost of
her
convenience,
dietary
but the role of technology in creating that convenience is increasing over time.
requests.
But that's also
and
bad for our mental
joined
health.
her.
It's like, well, what?
I've always
I
been
don't
a
know what to
huge
do about
seafood
that problem,
fan,
right? 'Cause
so
it seems like that probably is a
it
problem.
wasn't really that
but
difficult.
Technology is also good, but you don't want to like stop technology, right? Right. So
Well,
I'm not sure.
it's just I think that the only scary thing is like when we say like stop technology, right? Like there is a stronger feeling sitting at a poker table or a blackjack table, like getting up, going to the
Yeah.
ATM, putting your
I
card in,
fucking love
cutting
Thai
your
food,
things,
dude.
seeing your balance. paying
Actually,
the
that's one of the
$10
things that I
fucking
miss the
ATM fee
most
because
is
you
I used to
taking money,
love
Right.
going back,
chicken,
asking for chips.
like basil
That whole
chicken or
process probably
red
introduces
curry
a lot
chicken
more
from
discrimination
Thai restaurants,
than,
but
like, being in
you
a
can either
mobile
do
online,
shrimp.
yeah, and you push
Yeah.
the button and your wallet is really
As far as I'm concerned, you can usually get
yeah,
away
I
with
wonder
just
if
I
doing
don't
like
know.
a red
I mean,
curry
at this
shrimp
point, like honestly,
or
with all the
even,
problems associated with social media and stuff like
a
that, like,
tofu.
the only thing I can think of is like
I'm not too huge
you
on
just
like
need to regulate
tofu and
access
like
to that
the
kind of stuff. Like it has
Yeah,
to
but
just
realistically,
be
like
older
the
for
Eastern
people.
meat
that
substitute
that's
kind
never
of
gonna
things.
happen. I agree with you, but like that
But-
seems like that seems intractable right now. That we're gonna make social media
know.
some of these
But I'll
only
eat 'em.
available to 25 and older.
Not necessarily 25. I mean, I don't know. Like I've seen like Haley got a lot of shit because she said what was it, like all people on the internet shouldn't be anonymous or something. Like that was her proposal. I think that's probably never gonna happen. I don't know. I mean, the idea that like a lot of social media, I think it's technically 13 up already. I mean, the idea of maybe saying, maybe it should be 16 and up or something like sort of incremental thing like that, I think could make some sense. It's always a matter of enforcement. I mean, there's people younger than 13 on Facebook, obviously, so
no thanks.
I'm not sure. But
Or,
with
sorry, go.
yeah, so it's a hard issue
Yeah,
to solve. I mean,
absolutely.
yeah, those are but in terms of the vibe session, I think those are the two big things. I think that you're seeing consumer sentiment
I mean,
tick
we-
up a little bit. I think
We
that
wouldn't be able to live
a lot
without
of that
cheese,
is
but
just that
I mean, if
it
there's
seems like
a
the data has
fuck,
shown
hold on,
that
Shit, I'm so sorry. I'm interrupting. It's super weird. Hold on.
no worries, but
if almond milk is on buy one get one at Publix, we'll go with almond milk or oat milk, some shit like that, you know.
Sorry, there was like green on my waffles. I don't know if it was mold or not, but they're jalapeno waffles. Okay, I'm so sorry. Repeat what you were saying.
jalapeno
What
waffles.
the fuck?
Goodness. Interesting. Now I think there's some good data to show that the consumer sentiment that's tied to this
what's the
inflation
next
stuff, where people kind of see prices going up and they just sort of intuitively hate that. I think there's decent evidence to show that that's a little bit sticky, and so that's why we're in this weird transitionary period where it's like, man, like inflation's pretty much like it's not taken care of, but it's like 90% solved at this point, and real wages are like really ticking up, and unemployment's still low.
Work
like, why are
out
people still
together,
so pissed
sort
off?
of putting
Seems
it
like
too
some of the answers that
strongly.
it just takes a while for people to kind of get
She
over.
like comes and
prices
goes.
and
She
the
walks around the
lag
neighborhood.
between
We
consumer
live in a
sentiment and
neighborhood
actual
that's
economic
like
state, yeah.
around a lake,
Right, especially because
and
it's not like 8 months was that long ago, right? When we were
so
having
I hit the
these
treadmill.
rapid increases
I
in
like
prices, and
to.
so, it'll just take. I've
I
seen
started
about
out by
6,
reading,
7
and
months.
listening
That's
to
why some people
classical
say, well,
music,
that's why consumer sentiment
but
is
I've
recently
graduated
increasing. It's been
to
about
doing
6 months
Sudoku
since,
puzzles and
we got
other
these
sort of
crazy
like
months of inflation,
mindless
it's only,
elimination
3 or
sort of
4%
puzzles,
since then or whatever,
and
on an
listening
annualized
to
basis. And so
podcasts and
that's why you're seeing people
streams.
kind of realize, okay, prices have kind of stabilized. You know, gas isn't so expensive.
Sometimes I do one or the other, but
kind of going
lately
back
it's
to normal.
mostly
And, it
been
turns out full employment is pretty
Sudoku
good for
and
us in a number
streams.
of ways. I link you a bunch of stuff about real wages as
And
well.
so
'cause
she
that was
sort
one
of
thing.
comes and
It was
goes,
like,
and
man, this is fucking completely
yeah.
unexplainable. Like real wages are
yeah,
kind of
the only
seemingly
working
just
out I
entirely
really do
going
is
up.
with like
the kind
a
of
couple
people
of
who
20-pound weights and
people complain
do
about,
some
you know, like
push-ups and
Republicans who will say,
have an ab
you know,
roller.
inflation's the worst for the poor. You know, those are the worst people who are
I've always
affected
sort
by
of
inflation.
had like
It's like, well, throughout the pandemic, lower income people,
like
their
middling
wages
skinny
were the only ones
nerd,
that
but
did increase in real terms.
a little
right?
bit
Because
jacked
of
physique.
so many people in those markets
Like,
leaving and
My
going
mom's whole
into
family is
generous
like
assistance
really
programs.
stout
But even as they come
and
back,
thick,
right, those wages have maintained pace.
so
it
I think I
seems.
just got it in the genes.
And so, it's
So
like,
as long
man, it
as
seems
I,
like
yeah, as
almost
long as
everyone
I
is
stay
better off in a
low-
real sense today. I saw a Twitter thread
low
even
body fat,
today. I tried to find it and send it to you.
I tend to
but
have a pretty
I
good,
couldn't,
like,
find
decent
it. I scrolled past it at some
physique.
point.
I'm never gonna be called skinny.
That's my thought. I think that really, there's a good argument that the people in general will, assuming that everything kind of stays course. I mean, anything, obviously COVID happened. I mean, anything could happen, right? But assuming that things stay the course, I think that economic sentiment will probably continue to improve over the next sort of
Yeah, that's what I'm
6 to 8.
assuming. As long as nothing happens, it should continue to rise. So we're on like a good track for the election.
Yeah, I think so. It's not really clear that I'm not really sure what. Well, I guess you're never sure what could cause a recession until it happens, but there's not really any clear
Yeah.
reason why we would have a recession.
One of my friends was
So,
like that. He said he went to
hopefully
the
we don't
doctor and
head into
they
the 2024 election in a
they
recession.
got him on
there is a
testosterone because
recession,
he was just
Biden will
naturally
almost certainly
low
lose,
as fuck
yeah,
on
because presidents just
testosterone.
don't win with
He
those
said
recessions.
he
But-
basically met his body goals within
I would agree with you in general.
like
but
half a year.
Everything about this election is still wacky.
I don't know if that's something that
Because presidents
I mean,
also
that's
generally
true.
don't
even
win from prison,
possible
right?
or
Because
feasible
that
for
could be
you,
Trump,
but
who the fuck knows, you know? Right? Or don't win when they're
some
you know,
dudes just don't
That's
like
fair. I mean, I think that Trump.
have their
Yeah, Trump's
naturally
a pretty unique
their
candidate in
hormones
a number of
right.
ways. So who knows how that'll shake out. It seemed like I don't know, I thought the Iowa results were kind of interesting. It seemed like the Iowa results showed that
Not that I'm like
essentially
peddling
ultra-conservative
roids
members of
out
the
here or
party
anything, but
just really love Trump, right? And the party
Yeah.
itself seems to have become more ultra-conservative over
You can
time
just-
as Republican primary voters have gotten older, and
yeah, like
which is interesting because like I saw an
I thought
interesting
I'm
change
pretty
in
sure
polling
that
which showed that
any sort of
at least at very least Iowa Republican
like
Iowa
skinniness,
Republicans
like
had gotten older, but they'd also
testosterone
become less evangelical.
can alter
they were
your
still
bone density,
much more in
your
favor of
bone
Trump.
density,
Yeah, I was gonna say, it
like
depends on what you mean when you say ultra conservative.
the amount of
I don't think Trump
testosterone
is,
you
like,
have
a
as
conservative,
you
barely
go
he's got
through
a couple of conservative
puberty
things, but, like, he's very much like a
can
post-Tea
determine how
Party-ish
tall you
candidate.
get,
And I don't think
stuff
there's
like that.
much, like in relationship to the psyche
So,
of a Trump voter as there was to like a
yeah, you
Bush
might get
voter. Like, I think
you might get that
something
checked
really
out.
different.
That's
I'm
true.
pretty sure it's as
Well,
easy
it's
as a
just about
blood test to
self-ID,
just
like,
get your
ultra-conservative change
your
in
T
genes over time.
tested.
So it seems like when you poll people who would say like, if somebody says on a poll,
I've never
I'm
done
very
it. I've
conservative,
never
they're
felt like
very much more likely to
I
be
mean-
supportive of Trump,
Mhm.
whatever that
Yeah,
means.
Mhm.
Right. Obviously, like
I'm losing my
I'm
hair
old
by
school sort of.
my mid 30s.
I was
I'm
gonna
pretty
understand
sure
what
I've
you're
always
saying, but
been like
I feel like
well
it's
within
different with
the
Trump voters because they can be ultra-conservative. They're
standard
not switching to
deviation
another-
on
they're not switching
testosterone.
to another ultra-conservative candidate that shows up. Like they're very much like all in on Trump, like the celebrity.
Oh no, that's what's interesting though, is that it seems like for I don't know, like even in this it seems like the media is very desperate to paint this primary as competitive when by all accounts it just doesn't seem like it is. And in 2016 people said the same thing where like people said, oh, these super conservative voters, they're going to realize that Trump isn't really conservative and they're going to vote for someone else. And it's like, bro, that just hasn't Trump's been the leader of the Republicans for a decade now. Right? Like
Well,
people aren't
Keeps-
waking up. You
Well,
that a
no,
brand?
I think that did happen. I think people.
I have like
I think that
knockoff
statement was actually exactly true,
fucking
when something happens, people
Rogaine.
realize. I think
What
a lot
is
of people
the
wake up and they realize Trump isn't really
minoxidil?
that conservative. But what I think the truth is that all the really conservative people weren't that conservative. That's something we've kind of known about conservatives for a long time, right? That if they like if a
Yeah.
conservative has like a secret abortion or something,
I've sort of like
people, or if ultra conservatives found out that Trump is like.
I know I
pro-abortion,
mentioned
they're
it,
fucking
but
wrong,
I've
so
sort
they're
of
not
like gotten
So I
Oh,
think
you mean
people.
personally?
I'm
speaking.
resigned to it,
Personally,
I
think
guess.
that they,
Yeah,
you know,
well-
yeah, they realize like Trump.
Like,
probably
I have
doesn't
a pretty-
they themselves
My
don't really
girlfriend tells me I have like a
values,
pretty
right?
normal,
Like, if you
not
obviously, yeah.
unfortunate
Yeah,
shaped
if you're like
head,
a religious person and, you
and
really
if it
like
ever
Donald
gets
Trump,
like really
compared to,
bad to where I get
that's
like
a no-brainer.
the
Between Trump
Kevin
and Biden, if you
Spacey
care about,
fucking
like, moral
Vegeta
family values and blah blah blah, like it's not even close,
widow's peak
right?
then
Trump
I
is
can
like
just
he's
buzz
actually
it.
like a despicable human being.
And
like,
she'll
evil
still
from, like,
love
a
me.
religious point of view based on how he treats his wife and family and everything. But like they don't really give a
So-
fuck about that, you know.
No, yeah, I wasn't.
not
I
that
wasn't
worried
thinking
about it.
from a personal basis. Like, obviously, there is like no moral.
Sort of like to do
consistency
the
that I can
Eminem
find
thing and
of,
say,
like, you know, a conservative
tell these people
Mormon,
something they don't know
like,
about me,
father of
and,
8
and just
voting for Trump. Like, it makes no sense. on a
self-deprecate myself
personal
before
moral
anybody
basis, but
tries to
obviously,
say, oh, you're
You know, a
molding,
really
bro.
conservative Mormon guy, for example, you know, he might just say,
It's not that
well, I'm
big of a
pro-life,
deal, though.
and Biden's anti-life, so I'm just going to vote for whoever the fuck isn't Biden and has the best chance of winning, right? And
Yeah,
so,
that's fair. That's possible. Yeah.
You know, it's obviously that's kind of. I mean, a lot of the bases of the parties are very idiosyncratic, I guess would be the word, right? Like,
Yeah, she's,
you see a lot of people are just single or like
Pretty fucking.
handfuls
It's
of
crazy
issue
how
voters where you know some people are super pro
how much
guns,
better
that's
of a
why they vote
human being
Republicans,
she
but
is
on
than
economic
almost any
issues,
of the
they
other girls
align
I've
more
ever
with
dated.
Democrats or
Yeah, but I don't
you know,
think
somebody.
I don't think that's
Yeah.
the case for Trump though. Like I don't think that they are voting for him because of those. Like, well, you know, at least he supports like.
We've been
pro-life.
together for
Because
going on
if
9
Trump
years
drops
now,
off, I don't
and
think
we've
that these
net
same
like
voters are going to enthusiastically
a lot of
support
people are
pro-life
like, yeah,
candidate.
people
I think a lot
fight.
of them are gonna disconnect from
That's
politics
just
for
like
a
how
little bit.
relationships are.
At least for
No,
adults, like,
Do you
let's say.
think-
we've never
Well, I
fought,
don't know, but
and
I mean, by
I'm
that
a
logic, Trump's the
contentious
most-
motherfucker.
You wouldn't say Trump's the most
Like,
electable.
I
politician,
fought with
right?
almost every
Like,
girlfriend
polling
I ever
records,
When you say
had.
electable, like wins the general.
That's what you're saying.
Yes,
like,
I
if
think
Trump
so.
wasn't on the ballot,
I think Trump
Really?
is.
You
I
think so?
I don't think Trump can beat Biden, but I think Trump would be the only one that could beat Biden. Yeah. Do you really think that like the
Interesting, I guess
people, if you look at 100% of Trump voters, do you see 80% of them happily voting for Haley?
the issue is that there's a lot more moderate independents who would vote for Haley than there are people voting in the Republican primary that overwhelmingly support Trump. So I would agree. Obviously, there's going to be some marginally, call it like marginally attached people who say, if Trump's not the candidate, I'm just going to bow out of this. But, and I don't know, I still trust the polling even after all these years, I guess. The polls show that if Haley was the candidate, there's like an overwhelming swing in favor of her versus Trump because there's just so many more moderates and independents who are like,
When
I'm
they,
just not going to vote for Trump because he's crazy.
when they conduct those polls, are they taking on the people that wouldn't vote, or are they just asking, like, who would you vote? Because I think if you asked a Trump voter, who would you vote between Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, like 95% of them would say Nikki Haley. But if you find out like how many of them are you even going to bother voting, I think a lot would drop off.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Maybe. I
that's,
think it depends on the poll. A lot of times polls will have like a I wouldn't vote option or like I would just sit it out. I'd have to look into the swings.
that's not
but
fighting.
That's what I saw was that if you look into
I'm
the
talking,
aggregate
like-
polling, whatever the methodologies
Yeah, I mean,
are, it
we
seems like
poke
it's
fun
clear
at each
that
other and
it's not
shit
true
like
with
that,
DeSantis. So
like-
I think like by the polling, Trump is
But-
more electable than DeSantis.
and
Mm-hmm.
me,
for
like,
various
as
reasons,
a
I guess.
person,
But,
I fucking have snarky
Haley
little shit to say,
seems
but
to be particularly electable
like,
within the Republican Party. I mean, obviously for various reasons, but
she just
I would disagree with that. I
is
think
one
that
of the
Trump
most, like,
is definitely a
doesn't
hindrance
rise to the bait
like optimal
kind of people
Republican electoral
I've ever met in
performance.
my
I wouldn't
entire
say he's
life.
the person to-
Well, he's like he's like destructive. He's not a party person.
Yeah, for sure. I think, and I don't know. Some polls
And if you asked me when I was younger if that would
some polls
be
have
the
shown
kind
that
of like
obviously with economic sentiment getting better,
woman
we
I would
expect
go
that
for, I'd
Biden
be
would
like,
better,
no, I
which is
love
good
to
news for
argue and
Democrats, obviously,
talk
but
trash and
there've been some
fucking
pretty crazy polls
have
that I've
drama
seen of,
and shit.
you know, hey, how would you vote? And then how would you
Hell
vote if
no.
Trump is convicted? Like, not actually thrown in prison, but like he's found guilty of just a thing. And the swing on that is like
It's
10
so
points.
fucking
It's
chill,
like
just
Biden
like-
is like plus 10 points, whatever
Yeah,
the
dude.
results are. Just add 10 to Biden's numbers and subtract
pretty much unbeatable.
you know, the same, I guess, from Trump. And that seems almost fantastical. I have a hard time, perhaps I'm too like partisan brained, I have a hard time believing people would be so motivated by a conviction in that case. But
Wait, you're
maybe
saying that
that's
it would
true.
swing in favor of Biden or in favor of Trump?
Significantly in favor of Biden
Oh.
by the polling. Yeah, I'm very surprised. It's not that I'm surprised that there's some movement. Obviously, I'm just I'm surprised that the movement that I saw, because it was literally like, oh, Trump is +3. What if Trump's convicted? It goes to Biden +10. And I'm like, man, I'm kind of a little surprised that there's so many people that respect our institutions at this point in the country.
I mean, conviction
I would
would
have
be
thought
maybe
a conviction
good,
wouldn't matter.
I'm gonna go wash my hands and brush my teeth real quick. Hold on, 'cause I gotta put these things back on. One sec. Or you can
Washing his hands. and brushing his teeth.
Well, I did because I learned this Invisalign shit, so every time I do that, put everything.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, BGG, just you and me temporarily.
So how long you been with your man, Hollow Man?
Oh, shit. Can't go to the big screen. Big screen, sorry. Talk to us. Biden needs to go full dark Brandon. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Honestly, I'd be pretty surprised if he's not even brushing his teeth. He's lying. Wow, unbelievable, Destiny. Just sitting there eating your pancakes or your waffles, ignoring chat. Jesus.
Nice.
If you're on Invisalign, why don't you just drink shakes instead of eating solid food? Dumb fuck.
13 years is a long ass time,
Exactly.
man.
If you're on Invisalign, you should just drink all of your calories for
Congrats on that.
18 months or however long you have to be on Invisalign. Kind of, do you agree that inflation steals productivity gains from common folks? I'm not really sure what you mean by productivity gains.
Hell yeah.
In that regard, I'm
Of
not
course,
really.
dude.
I'm not sure how like prices increasing faster than normal would just like cause workers to become less productive. Maybe there's some motivational effects, like you see prices going up and you're just like, man, what's the point of even working anymore? But I don't know. That doesn't sound. Maybe that is true, but I don't know. Anyway. I think she's just best in a really weak field because no competitive Republican wants to run against Trump. I don't know. I mean, is Nikki Haley a particularly like weak candidate? I mean, on paper, it seems like she would be quite a strong candidate, right? You know, former governor of a state, obviously, you know, South Carolina. You know, has the foreign policy experience, ambassador to the United Nations. So, I mean, on paper, it seems like she would be quite a strong candidate. I mean, obviously, you never really know how somebody's going to poll when they actually get into the general election, or frankly, when they just start running nationally. And that's why I never.
Honestly, I have a feeling that tonight I'm gonna break and
beat Trump in the primary or even
play a
come close.
fucking
He just seems
few-
like, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those
few
things.
runs
I don't
of
have a
Hades.
study or a chart to show it, but Ron DeSantis to me always seemed like
I
the kind
really,
of guy who
I'm trying to
just
get.
didn't really have the legs for a national
I
audience.
want to hit the
It probably
leaderboards
wouldn't appeal to a
on
national audience,
Diablo,
especially
but
relative to Trump. So
the fact that I had to work on
turned out to be right.
the night that it opened sort of
DeSantis with a
cucked
bit
me
more
out of
charisma
that.
beats Trump. Well, yeah, but that's like saying if DeSantis was a different person, he would beat Trump. Like, well, yeah, of
So-
course I would agree, but
Such
come
is
on, let's
life.
be real. So
I need more discipline.
stop nominating these old fucks. Well, hey, listen, dude Manzer, you got to get you and your young friends to go out and vote. Otherwise, you know, naturally there's going to be a lot of oldies. So the question with the announcements is, what does the average person think that doesn't pay attention to this stuff? If they think it's politically motivated, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I get what you're saying. I think that's fair. I mean, the independent voter is not really particularly well informed. I mean, to be fair, the average partisan voter isn't particularly well informed, right? And so if people kind of just passively see on the news, oh shit, like Donald Trump's been found guilty of a crime, a lot of them are going to switch sides. I'm just saying, the thing that surprised me was that there were so many people that made that choice. I honestly would
Hell
have
yeah,
thought it
dude.
wouldn't move the polls very much, because you
What
know,
do
I
you
kind
play
of just
that we could
figured
play together?
45% of the country would vote for Trump, quite literally, no matter what. It turns out the number wasn't 40%, or wasn't 45%. It turns out the number was just 40%. So, I slightly overestimated, but the swing in votes was crazy. I mean, obviously, if Trump got 40% of the vote in a general election, that would be like Biden would win like 40 states if that was the case. It would be an incredible landslide. So, naturally, that's still a pretty big deal. I don't know. I'm surprised. So. Immigrants are bad because they come here with lots of money and only spend it on rent is a really weird Canadian talking point. Dude, Canadians are so upset with immigrants. I don't know if this is a coordinated campaign or who's responsible for this, but like there has to be someone or some group of people or you know, some media conglomerate. I don't know much about the Canadian media landscape that has like poisoned you guys' water into thinking that immigration is the reason your housing is so expensive. You guys' housing market is and I've said this before on my stream, the Canadian housing market is worse than the American healthcare market, and I will die on that hill. Y'all's housing market is untenably terrible, and it's not because of immigrants, for God's sakes. I mean, it's obviously just because of all your zoning and building restrictions. So Kind of white out
You
2024
gonna let him
will have
talk
the
to
same
you
turnout
like
as
that,
2020,
Hollow Man?
which I don't think works in Biden's favor. I mean, honestly, that's very difficult to say, right? Because it seems like both candidates ran a turnout race in 2020, and Biden just happened to finish at the front of the line in that race
I have
versus
never
Trump.
played Fall
And
Guys.
so
Isn't that sort of like
I personally speaking,
a 3D
it's not clear to me necessarily if
like
turnout goes down, if
Mario
that necessarily favors
platforming
Trump over
type
Biden
kinda
or
game?
vice versa. Naturally, I mean, I think the typical assumption is that a higher turnout race tends to benefit the Democrats, but you got to keep in mind that Trump and his
Jesus
base
Christ,
is
Twitch,
not
eat
exactly as
my
traditional as the
fucking
normal Republican
ass.
base. So obviously, voter suppression stuff like that probably still helps Trump because his base still isn't quite as diverse, obviously, and disproportionately impacted by stuff like that as the Democratic base. But to be fair, I think that Trump could definitely still lose in a lower turnout environment. So, let's see. Because of mail-in voting, which were 60% Democrats, Trump had 30%. I mean, I don't know if mail-in voting is the reason why Biden won. I mean, certainly it probably increased turnout, but I don't know. I think that when you're talking about Biden getting 81 million votes, you know, breaking a record, and then Trump getting the second most votes of all time, it seems like
Okay.
probably it wasn't.
It's probably
that
just
people could
something
mail in
that
their ballots,
I
but-
have like seen in passing and told myself
Pierre
I
P
would
is a
never
grifter,
play,
too. Like, I don't know much about Pierre.
but
okay,
if I ever
you
did,
guys are nominating. I don't know.
it
We'll
would be
see how
probably
Canadian
fucking
politics turns.
amazing.
For those that don't know, the Canadian Conservative Party, it's currently being run by someone who looks and acts very much like Ron DeSantis. It's kind of uncanny. So they have a Canadian Ron DeSantis who's attempting to take things over.
You don't have Diablo 4, do you?
Let's see. Boy, did you see that? Did you see that happen?
Do you have a
to
PlayStation? I
Argentina's
think you
housing
mentioned
market
you have a
after Malay
PlayStation.
gutted rent control? I did not. Heat death. What did happen? Boy, what's your plug? I'm just a Boy in everything. U-Day. I started a Three Wonks podcast. You can look that up as well. That's just a little side thing. Boy, thoughts on Kelly? You know, honestly, I was very passively listening to the drama. You know, I feel like intra-orbiter drama, it's it's almost like listening to just some random playlist on YouTube, right? It's not really something that I actively listen to while I'm at work. It's just kind of noise in the background. So I
Oh,
didn't
okay.
entirely follow what was going on.
No PS
Boy, you
Plus.
seem
Who
lost
has
on
a
Canadian
PS5
politics. How
but
dare
no
you, sir? I
PS
follow
Plus?
Canadian and British politics.
Do they bother?
relatively closely.
They piss
Come
you
on.
off or something?
What is Boy reading? YouTube chat. I'm reading the Kick chat. Aren't we supposed to read the Kick chat? Because all you YouTube DGG plebs, apparently, you're not supporting the Destiny Kick deal. You know, that's why you put the Kick chat on the screen. I'll try to pay attention. Taiwan #1 says, Boy, stop ignoring this article. Shows the economy is very bad still. Yeah? Is that right?
Yeah. I can
Kick
feel
chat
you
is
on that.
better. Look, it's not that I hate YouTube chat or anything like that. It's, I'm a YouTube streamer myself, so.
I feel like there's a few games that I've gotten just for free from PS Plus that were
Oh, Taiwan
Kinda
#1
made it
being
worth it
unironic.
for
Blue
the
Wages at
year.
2015 levels. Well, I definitely don't agree with that. At least based
I
on
almost
the,
always buy it
the
on Black
cursory
Friday
Google
for the
search of,
year, so
real
it's like
median
60
wages
bucks for a year and you get like
in the Fred data
20
base.
games
I
out of
think
it.
You'll find some interesting data. So.
Days
Making
Gone
games
was
for
a
rent
dope
instantly
ass
doubled in
game
price
that I
went down
got for
20%.
free
Things
for
are still
PS
progressing.
Plus.
Yeah, we had a podcast on Three Wonks about Malaysia, Argentina, and there's an interesting case to be made that even though Malay is like a completely insane person, he's doing shock therapy in a bit of a different way than is traditionally prescribed, and so I would never advocate for voting for Malay, and I don't think
You can
Malay
buy it
ultimately
a year at
is
a time for
even
like
close to an
half
optimal
off.
way to solve Argentina's economic problems, but there is a chance that
Like
Malay
I feel
sufficiently
like I paid
rebalances enough stuff in the Argentinian
for
economy that it's
like
net good.
2 years.
It's just that obviously an anarcho-capitalist
like
being in
I'm
charge
paid
of
up
anything
till
is probably
April
not a good idea.
2024, and I think
You
it
know,
was like
it's a
last
serious
Black
risk.
Friday that I paid that.
serious risk if you ask me. Boy, what do you think about Brexit? Honestly, Brexit's old news at this point, friend. I mean, that was 2016. Fuck, that was 8 years ago. 8 years ago when the Brits decided they were done with the European Union. Obviously, I think it's bad. I think in general, the European Union is a good project for mankind. We should expand things like that and not really try to limit them or close ourselves off. So let's see. Anyway, what do you think about the Jewish tunnel in New York, where the Hasidic Jews were digging tunnels or whatever? I never got the actual story. There's like a million stories for why that's happening, but I haven't really looked into what is up with that. Kind of, I disagree with you about Canadian immigration not affecting the housing market. So obviously, I would never say that immigration doesn't affect the housing market. Obviously, it's the case that if if America had 30 million people all of a sudden in America, more so than it had before, obviously it would be the case that things like housing would become more expensive. You might have, longer waits for healthcare and things like that. Obviously, that could happen in immigration shocks, but as far as I'm understanding with Canada, I mean, Canada's not really facing an immigration shock. You guys are just letting in a decent number of immigrants. And at the end of the day, immigrants are not the reason for housing becoming unaffordable in an entire country, right? Especially if you wanted to say, oh, like, New York City had 1 million immigrants all of a sudden. Like, yeah, I could see New York City obviously having more expensive housing, but if an entire country has had housing prices increase by like 500-600% over the course of a decade and a half, that is not because you let in a bunch of immigrants, right? It's obviously because your housing market is built to prevent building. So
Really?
Dustin, there you go. I've been talking econ with your fan base, but what do you think?
Truly
about
ridiculous, bro.
It's gonna come down to building more units, and they just don't seem to be able to do it.
I want to know whose
It does seem
fucking
like they have
fault it
particular
was.
territories where it seems
Like,
the majority of the population
why
growth is through
in the middle
immigration,
of
so I
like
don't understand why they asked about
2021,
that.
2022,
They can try to like cut
they
down
just
on the immigration, but
was
they
it the
can't
insurance
afford-
companies? Was it the
It's always like the dumb-
HOAs?
it's like
Like,
everything except
who
for building
fucking
more shit,
decided
right? Like it's always anything. It's
all
like,
of a
we need to have
sudden
a vacancy
that
tax.
rent needed to go up
I thought I read an article
50%?
before that they put a hardcore vacancy tax, I think in Vancouver, and they brought like 52 units online
It
afterwards.
was like a
because
conspiracy.
people have this idea that like Chinese people buy units and they just never go inside them and they just like appreciate a value and that's how they make their money. But like how could that be competitive when you could also be turning these into like cash flow, right? You'd want to like rent these. Like it's just dumb. Yeah, everything housing is dumb.
It's 100%
Yeah, NIMBYs are.
crazy.
I think NIMBYs are the group of political activists that trigger me the most of like any group of people. And I think the reason
Not
like a
in
NIMBY
my
triggers me more than like a white
backyard.
nationalist, not because a NIMBY's ideas are worse than a white nationalist, but NIMBYs actually have real power to enact their sort of ideas, right? And the result is always just that basically housing just becomes really, really expensive and unaffordable for
Yeah.
people. So
You know, it was interesting. I didn't even consider this because sometimes you get like so into the numbers that you don't realize. Like sometimes you forget what you're actually looking at. It like, do you know what the change is on like the average? How do you phrase this? Like, do you know what the change is for the average homeowner's like housing price or whatever, or the average American's cost on rent, like the average change, or like what the average person's change is over the past like 5 years or something? Have you ever seen it phrased this way before? You know what I'm getting at?
just like how much has rent increased in price?
Yeah,
over
or
time?
it might. I don't
Hey,
know if it's
man,
restricted to
that's
just
really
homes or
kind of
not,
you.
But like people will
Get
like,
some
go through, like,
sleep.
the increase in housing, the increase
Hope
in
I
housing,
see you
blah, blah,
later,
blah,
but
blah.
not too
But at the end
soon,
of the
brother.
day,
Get some good
the
sleep.
actual answer is zero. Doesn't change.
It's been fun
People
hanging
are
out
always
today.
Buying new houses. And then if you looked at like the actual like average rate that people were paying on their mortgage, and you look at all the people that refinanced during the low interest period, and you look at the fact that just because housing prices go up doesn't mean homeowners are paying more, because most people already own their home or are paying a mortgage on a home that's not like
Right.
it's not responsive to rate changes, right? These are 30-year fixed mortgages now. That even when these mortgage rates bump, and then everybody's like, "Oh, look, you're destroying that. All the homeowners are fucked now." I was like, "No, they're not. Most of them haven't changed anything at all. They just own their homes and they sit in them, you know." Yeah, and I read that there's a whole Twitter thread like breaking down like home. And I was like, "Oh shit, that's true." I didn't even consider that, I guess. But
Yeah.
a lot of those gains you don't see, because if you're sitting in a house and you're paying like on a 3.75% interest mortgage, and then all the rates are going up, and you're in like a way better position. It doesn't feel that way. You're just paying the same mortgage, you know.
Right. I mean, especially it's fun when you have a guy who lives in $1 million house who says, oh, I'm paying $500 a month more because my property taxes went up. And it's like, dude, you live in $1 million house. Like, you're gonna pay a lot in property taxes. Like, what did
Yeah.
what did you
And it's
expect
hard
when
because
you bought
like
this house?
taxes are an immediate like realized loss, but you're not really realizing any of the capital gains in the house unless you're either actively borrowing against it or selling it at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the story for some of the conflating graphs that you see, like if you look at I don't know, like fucking percentage of income dedicated towards a housing expense, or if you look at the ratio between like housing price and median income or something, it's like, oh man, what's up with this? Like, it seems like on average, houses aren't really significantly less affordable than they were in the 90s. But I think the explanation for a lot of that is that I think urbanization's increased quite a bit since then, and so there's more people living in densely packed areas. And because of NIMBY policies preventing building in so many urban areas, these pocketed examples of housing becoming a lot more expensive, which is like all these major cities essentially, coupled with the fact that income inequality has increased over time, which is to say that like lower income people have an especially hard time buying a house than they used to,
Well,
especially given where they live.
I don't
right?
know
That's
if
kind of
this
what-
is figuring out all of that is so hard. So one of the things I started changing on my stream
Yeah.
like a year or two ago was that like I try not to repeat anything anymore without looking it up, because I found that there's a lot of stuff that I took for granted that that I've repeated like very adamantly sometimes in arguments that I repeated. That's actually just not. There's no basis in reality at all. I don't think there's any basis in reality for saying that people could easily afford homes in like the 40s and 50s. I don't know if there's ever been a basis for that in all of U.S. history. Have you ever looked at that before? Like old home ownership rates, or that idea that like, oh, boomers or these generations could so easily just like work a minimum wage job and buy a house, support a whole family of four. I don't know if that's ever had a basis in reality at any of
Oh,
those
no,
ever.
yeah.
Yeah, but I thought
I
it
don't
was. I
think-
just assumed.
yeah.
I would assume like, oh, home ownership rates in the 50s. I don't know. They're probably like 80% or 90% or something. But that's not true at all. I think home ownership rates. I think today they might be the highest they've ever been, or maybe in 2020 or right before. Maybe then they were the highest they've ever been in like all of U.S. history.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think. I think there's decent evidence that housing has become less affordable for like a number of groups of people. Right. That's a thing. Right. The sort of population-wide statistics are not necessarily as useful in
Worthless.
answering that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because obviously in the U.S. you've got like entire regions of fucking Montana that have houses that are listed at low prices, but nobody wants to live there. But obviously those are included in averages, right? And they bring down, although medians aren't skewed by extremes. Obviously, like having hundreds of thousands, millions of units of homes in like rural or suburban areas that are lower priced, but also in less demand areas are
True, but you can
gonna skew
also
those statistics.
But
right?
you can just look at like home ownership rates. So like Gen Z and Millennial, I think, are both on track or have surpassed the home ownership rates of Boomers and Gen Xers when adjusted for age. When you looked at their home ownership rates at those time periods, is my understanding.
That's true. I think I've seen the same thing, but
Mhm.
I think one of the issues with that, I don't know. It's confounding because there are also statistics that show that like millennials and Gen Zers are like so much more likely to live with their parents for a very long time compared to younger generations not older generations, not younger generations. And again, I think that the reason for part of that is that inequality has gone up over time, right? So again, I think
really
that you're
think
just
so?
what you're. Yeah, I think so because I think that's why you get both stories.
I think
right?
there's
That you-
something else that's interesting that could describe both stories. I'm making this story up right now, and you can tell me. Maybe we can go look and try to find this.
Okay.
Right? I think that both things can be true. That people live with their parents for longer, and the home ownership rates go up. But I wonder if the reason why is because you're tanking more initial financial fuckery by going to school more, right? That if I go back and I look at the 1950s when college attainment was probably way lower, I bet those people moved out from their parents a lot sooner. But what they could afford, probably not that great if they've just got like GED high school jobs. Whereas today, you might have to live with your parents, for 5, 10 longer years, maybe 23, 24, 25, 26, maybe late 20s till you move out. But once you move out, you've got a college degree, you've got a degree job, and now your median earnings are high enough that you can afford a house like way quicker than you could in the past. Maybe? I don't know if that's true or not, but
I mean, maybe. I think part of it's also that the requirements to get really good jobs, like education inflation or degree inflation, is real as well, right? That people, like you said, like people are spending, or at least there's a huge chunk of people who spend longer in school than they otherwise would if they were, living in the 1950s or something like that. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, more people getting educated or anything. But I think that to me, at least, that's the piece that explains to me why you see these confounding stories. And I don't know, I'm looking at least it seems like when homeownership rates by age for generation, I just Googled this real quick, and it seems like there's definitely like a structural difference between millennials and Gen Xers and baby boomers and stuff on
What do you mean by link
their
me?
home ownership rates. Yeah, sure. I'll send it to you. I just Googled this real quick. I haven't reviewed this article. It's just a graph, but it looks like millennials, like the oldest millennials, are a little over 40, and by this same time, it looks like there was maybe 65% of baby boomers owned a home, but about maybe 55% of millennials own a home at the same age. So
Okay, you're looking at millennials and home ownership rates. Okay, so like for this, I agree that millennials definitely got fucked a little bit. But why? Do you know why? You know why?
I'm sorry, you're well, I assume you're going to say what the housing crisis or
Exactly,
something.
yeah, because a lot of us, I'm 35, I think I graduated in 2007. I think a lot of millennials came into that market in literally the housing crisis. So I think you'd expect to see it be pretty fucked initially. But then, once we've moved through the housing crisis and the recoveries have happened, it seems like the rates are about on track, or at least they're bumping like Gen X's. Yeah, and then who knows, like in 5 to 10 years, if that would continue. Also, millennials are probably front-loading debt a bit more as well versus boomers, because millennials need more education. So I would expect to see this like continue to approach. It looks like it's on track to approach, if not Gen X, hopefully like boomers as well.
I wonder how temporary housing affordability is as a problem in the first place. And what I mean by that is that, like, there's going to come a time when boomers are going to be like mostly dead. Right?
Oh, yes.
And
This is fuck you.
Like-
No. Stop talking to you. This is my
You're gonna
secret
take
theory.
my take?
No, this is my take, and I haven't heard anybody talk about it. Okay, the ghost take is that housing actually doesn't matter because once all the old people die and we have that huge demographic shift downwards, all of their old fucking homes are gonna come online and all the problems are gonna fix themselves.
right. That's kind of. I mean, like, genuinely speaking, with birth rates being, it's hard to say because, like, there's also going to be a lot less people who are able to work on and maintain those homes. So, like, maybe the housing stock quality will go down significantly. So who's to say, like, how affordable housing will be in such an environment? But I think it's fair to say that certainly when we, 30 years in the future, when most boomers are dead and like birth rates have like completely collapsed because there seems to be, people just don't want to have kids as much as they used to. There's just going to be, decreasing populations pretty much across the world. I mean, the only differences would be in maybe countries like America where we let in a lot of immigrants, but are we really going to let in like so many immigrants that it completely replaces the boomer population? Like, probably not. And so I'd imagine there will be sort of structurally a decrease in home ownership prices just because of that. And not only that, but obviously all those boomers are going to, a lot of people are going to inherit houses from their boomers and, Gen X parents and stuff. And so,
Yeah, but there can't be that many to inherit, right? Just like mathematically, right? There are so many fucking boomers, and there isn't as many of the younger generations, right? And even if they do inherit houses, that's downward pressure on demand for future housing stock, right?
well, I guess a lot of them would go to the state, right? Like, I don't know what happens to your assets if you die without heirs. I guess the state just like takes it, as far as I'm aware. I don't know what actually happens, but
Probably. But if the state takes it, at the very least, at least the land is still zoned for housing.
right, it would go to the market. Like, the state wouldn't just own an empty house; they'd probably just liquidate it and sell it to someone. And so, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's my take is that I think the reason why a lot of people in these major cities complain about housing being unaffordable is because obviously they don't want to live in like a rural area where there's not really any work or things to do, and also inequality's gone up over time. And so, relatively speaking, like lower income people aren't as able to afford what we might be able to consider like a normal sort of lifestyle that they would want. So, because that's one thing. Like, I watched a video. This guy normally makes pretty good videos. I never pronounce his name right.
no.
It's like History Civilis or something like that.
Okay.
He makes videos typically about ancient Greece and Rome. For some reason, he decided to make a video about the history of work, and he talked about how, you know, he basically said capitalism is the reason why work has become so terrible. And he said, you know, oh, back in the 1200s, you know, people would they would work really hard for a couple days, and then they would have like a couple days off, and we would have you know, Saint Mondays off. Like Monday was a day when people just kind of fucked off and didn't really work very hard, and you know, they would typically go home to their house and, you know, have their little subsistence farm or whatever. And it's like, dude, the reason why a fucking like corn picker's wage from the 1200s could afford the 1200s year, you know, level of lifestyle,
Yeah.
is because there
That
wasn't
lifestyle
shit
sucked.
to buy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there was no, you know, the reason why, like, in a relative, like our, what we would consider a nice life, that standard has gone up over time as technology's gotten better. And so, obviously, in theory, you could work at McDonald's and, like, live in a mud hut in the woods and not really pay a lot of bills, and you'd have a decent amount of discretionary income, even if you just worked at McDonald's. But if you want to have, like, electricity and heat and, you know, the internet and, you know, all these other things, though, you know, a car, right? You know, those things are going to be, that's where you're going to need that $20-$30 an hour job or something to be comfortable. So,
Yeah.
all right, anything else you want to talk about, Destiny? About to head to the gym.
Nothing. Wait, where do you live again?
I live in Texas,
You said what city?
the only affordable city in the whole country, Houston.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey, it is the most affordable major city. So, if you want to, no income tax. So, you want a affordable. You see, in Florida, you get no income tax, but you got the expensive cities. It's expensive as shit to live where you live. Okay,
Bro.
but in Houston, you can buy a mansion for whatever, $500,000 if you want. So,
I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
there you go, bud. All right, well, I'll talk to you later. Good talking.
All right. I love you. Be careful. Somebody said, Destiny, you're wrong. There's not going to be any houses on the market when the boomers die. Their estates will just sell their houses to BlackRock Street, State Street, or Vanguard. Yeah, that was a myth. That was a rumor. That's never been a thing. That everybody that tells you that the major investment firms or whatever are buying up all the houses, they all lie to you. None of that is true. It's fucking weird. Hi, what's up? I don't know who Bob Lazar is, but who is Bob Lazar? Is that like a meme from my chat or something? Somebody tell you to say that?
It's aliens.
Oh boy. Oh, I don't do alien research. That's the one thing I don't fucking care about. Oh my god.
What about 9/11?
How we did all that research. Official story is almost certainly true.
We should do one little conspiracy before I leave.
I'll think about it, but probably not. Because I still have to do the Houthi thing. Sana's interviewing a Houthi private. Anna's supposed to talk to Belarama. Line camera. Bob Lazar is the UFO alien guy. Is that the guy that I bet $1,000 to? Or is it somebody different?
Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
Yep,
Hi.
loud and clear. What's up, buddy?
Hi, buddy. How's it going?
It's going great.
It's going great. How was your New Year's?
Very new, very much another year. Yeah.
Did you do anything fun?
I don't think so. I think I just ate dinner and streamed. Did I stream on New Year's? Was I out of town, guys? I don't know. It's not, I probably just streamed, I think.
Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you did something that you really, really enjoy and love.
Thank you. Me too.
Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
what do you want? I got important politics stuff. And I scheduled this talk. What do you need?
This is nothing political. This is just a conversation.
I know, but I want to know what it
Okay.
was. Yeah, what was it?
Okay, yeah. So, I listened to your conversation with Abba, and I thought it was a very, very interesting conversation that you guys had. And some of the takes that I took from it was that you kind of like value sex and the mechanics behind sex and just the intention behind every sex move um, to like the highest level. And what it seemed to me, from my point of view, you kind of like assume that that's what a lot of other people also value as the highest thing, as the highest priority.
Not the highest priority, but I assume that men cared a little bit more about like the fun of sex than they actually do. Yeah.
Yeah, see, this is where I actually kind of disagree. I feel like
Wait, disagree with what? With most men, or with my incorrect assumption, or what are we disagreeing with?
I disagree with your take that most men actually care about the mechanics of sex and stuff like that, and I don't think the majority of people, men and women included, actually do care about that. So
Well,
I
yeah, I mean, the
agree that,
polling data in my chat seemed to show as much, and all the red pill people I talk to seem to think the same thing. So, yeah, that seems to be the case.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it seems like majority of the people actually agreed with Abba compared to you.
What was Abba's argument?
Abba's
People have sex for a whole bunch of weird, like, emotional or whatever, some philosophical reasons, and they don't actually care as much about, like, the sex itself, which I thought was kind of strange. But,
hmm
yeah.
Yeah. So the reason why I brought this up is because, I talk to a lot of people, and as you know, like, I'm kind of like a booba streamer on Twitch, and I have OnlyFans and stuff, and I have a lot of guy friends, and I have conversations with guys, and I've noticed that a lot of them, as they kind of like grow up and stuff and have a lot more experience and, in a sense, like mature, a lot of them do start prioritizing more things than just mechanics in sex and stuff like that. When it comes to
Sure.
like
Hold on. Wait,
role
real quick. Can we not do the autism assessment of my position that is clearly not what I believe, and I don't think you believe that I believe that. So more honestly, right? My position is
Okay.
that I assume that people like have a high value in the good mechanics of sex. Much the same that I'm not going to tell you that a woman is okay with you shoving 5 dry fingers into her pussy as long as you love her. I would never summarize your position that way because that would be fucking retarded. It's equally fucking retarded to assume that my position is people only care about the cold, robotic, mechanical enjoyment of sex. Obviously, I don't believe that. Obviously, that'd be fucking retarded. But go ahead.
Then what do you believe in?
What do I think? I think that
Mhm.
it seems to be the case that for a lot of actually, I don't know for men. I'm not sure actually. I would have to start digging a lot around to figure that out.
So you don't actually have a stance on it. You
I
seem
have
to be
feelings. I think
very.
that a lot of people. I think a lot of people view sex as like an emotional relationship builder thing. I think for a lot of
Mhm.
guys, for the casual sex part, I would assume that was a mechanical thing, but I think it's just a bed notch thing. Like they just want more people to fuck. Um, and then yeah, I'm not entirely sure. And then other guys don't seem to care that much about the actual sex at all. But it's more like saying that they're able to have sex is important or something. I'm not sure.
Do you agree that a lot of guys actually care about who they have sex with, or like the person that they have sex with?
That's a kind of a interesting question. What do you mean by that?
Like, for example, when speaking to a lot of my friends and, a lot of my viewers and stuff like that, they cared a lot about, like, the person that they had sex with. And typically, majority of them they kind of have a, like, high standard when it comes to their looks, the attraction and stuff like that. So they want to be able to have sex with, like, the hottest person and stuff. So,
For
from
guys,
what,
I don't necessarily think that
yes.
matters as much now.
You don't think for guys, when it comes to like low partnership, you don't think it matters the attractiveness level of the girl? Because I feel like a lot of the guys would rather have sex with like a girl who's like 9 or 10 out of 10 instead of a girl who's like maybe average or below average, but might be excellent with sex.
Here's a,
Like
like
when it comes,
Then why do guys cheat on their 10 out of 10 girlfriends with like 5 out of 10 girls?
sometimes yeah. Or I think that sometimes like if a guy could choose between like a 9 out of 10 girl and a 5 out of 10 girl, he would really want to choose a 9 out of 10 girl. But I feel like
Mhm.
it could be the case that if a guy wants to cheat or not cheat, if a guy was given the option of fucking 10 out of 10 girl 10
Mhm.
times or fucking 10 6 out of 10 girls one time, I think a lot of guys might gravitate towards the latter option, I think. But it probably depends on where in your life you're at too, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I feel like when you're saying like a guy would actually choose to fuck like 10 girls instead of one girl who's 10 out of 10, you're typically referring to like a much, much younger age
Sure.
where they actually kind of similar to you, value sex as like one of the highest things instead of actually, perceiving like partnership and loyalty and etc. as the
Sure. So
highest
to be
value.
clear, those guys aren't valuing sex as a higher thing. They're just valuing body count or number of partners. I don't think that has anything. That's not congruent with my position at all. But those are people that are just looking for a lot of partners.
Do you value body count?
No.
You don't?
No.
Then why do you have sex with so many people?
I think it's a function of there. It would be nice to have long-term partners, but when you fall into a rhythm with somebody that is a lot of fun and clicks in a lot of ways for a long-term partner, usually that person ends up in another relationship, and then they're monogamous and you kind of lose access to them sexually. So you have the pencil.
So this is where your open relationship versus monogamy comes in. Okay, gotcha. So in regards to, I'm sorry, what was your name? I want to answer your question in regards to cheating.
Anna.
Anna, yeah, Anna, I feel like in regards to cheating, the reason why a lot of guys actually cheat, especially like, they might have 10 out of 10 girls, but they typically cheat with like, average looking girls or girls like a little bit less, whatever, is I don't even think it has to do anything with the girl. It more has to do with their own insecurity. They want to get validation and they believe that getting validation from like fucking multiple women is like, that kind of increases their self-ego. So I don't think it necessarily has to do with their attractiveness level. I think it has more to do with just their own insecurity, with their ego boost, and etc.
I bet
Yeah.
my guess is going to be if I don't have any stats on this. If you look up numbers, if you're probably saying right or wrong, I'd be curious. My guess is going to be that the vast majority of cheating, probably for men and women in like real relationships. When I say cheating, I mean real cheating. So you've been dating for like a year, not like you're BFGF for 2 months and the guy cheats. Like in an actual relationship.
Yeah.
My guess is going to be that most cheating is probably opportunistic on both sides, meaning that when you're around somebody enough, the likelihood of the cheating increases. So for a guy, it's probably going to be a coworker or a member of the friend group that they see a lot, and it's not going to be like this intentional, like, I'm going to run to the club and look for people to try and fuck or anything like that. It's probably going to be opportunistic. That's my guess. It could be wrong. I don't know the numbers on that, but...
Do you think that guys and girls cheat for the same reason?
I think there is a healthy amount of overlap, but I think that both genders can lean towards different types of cheating. But like the idea that like women cheat emotionally and men cheat physically, that is a massive retard cope. I don't believe in that at all. I think that
Why
people,
not?
because I think men can absolutely cheat emotionally, and that can be a huge component, especially of like a friend or somebody that you see pretty commonly at a workplace for sure. And I think that women could absolutely cheat physically because they see a guy who's just like super hot, you're messing around at work, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I think that can happen. I think that they lend themselves differently, especially lifestyle wise. So, for instance, if you have a world where all of the men are working and all of the women are at home, that might lend itself towards women being like, I might get more emotionally attached to somebody else because they talk to me more, blah, 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 versus men just like, well, I've got somebody who's an opportunity, fuck it. But I think that both styles can cheat very, very, very similarly. I don't think there's a huge difference.
I kind of disagree with you because I feel like in when it comes to like sexual experiences, women tend to be more emotionally involved. So even if we're talking about like career-oriented women who's not at home and who's talking to her coworker and stuff like that, I feel like typically she's gonna see him from a different perspective. Or a different point of view and potentially consider cheating on him if she's not actually getting something outside of her, if she's not getting something within her own relationship. So if there is no like emotional intimacy or lack of emotional intimacy within her relationship, she's gonna be like, oh, this person that I'm hanging out with at work a lot more is giving me this attention, talking to me, spending more time with me. And so I still feel like for women it's still gonna be mostly emotional.
What about the guy that the girl...
Women are more likely to cheat if they feel like they're not being satisfied emotionally, and men are more likely to cheat if they feel like they're not being satisfied sexually.
I feel like I kind of agree with Destiny in a sense where if a guy sees an opportunity to cheat and not be caught, he probably will take up on that opportunity. I don't think it applies to most. I don't think it applies to all, but probably a lot of guys.
So here's like an easy
Because I
question.
know girls that like will stay inside.
Here's like an easy question, right? When we say that like women need to be more emotionally involved to cheat than men, who are men cheating with when they cheat on their wives?
With
Women
typically
they have easy access to.
Well, yeah, but with women, right? So, and don't they have to
Well,
have
unless
some level of
they're-
emotional access there, or?
well,
Yeah,
what do you
but
mean?
if a man is like not sexually satisfied in a relationship, I feel like he's more likely to cheat versus I know there's women who are very not sexually satisfied in their relationship, but as long as they're emotionally satisfied, they'll stay in. And that's not like always the case, but I feel like a lot of the time it is.
I'm not sure.
I
I'm not sure
actually
if I believe that.
disagree. I disagree. I feel like if even if a guy is sexually satisfied, he will still. Some of the guys will still cheat, even just simply because the opportunity presents itself.
I also think that
I don't think it has to do anything with sexual satisfaction.
yeah, and I also think that like because relationships are so complicated, I feel like evaluating sexual satisfaction I think is really hard. I think it's a really complicated question. Not even just because of like the sex itself, but like for instance, let's say that man and a husband, wife and a husband are not a man, but wife and a husband are married to each other, and let's say that like the sex is like really bad, and then as a result of that, like somebody goes to cheat. I think the question is, and I try not to get to the infinite like merry-go-round of this, but the question is like, why is the sex really bad? Like, if the sex is really bad because one of the partners is like super neglecting parts of the relationship, and then the other partner's just not as motivated to fuck, or they just don't have sex as often, then you can say that like, well, let's say husband never does the dishes, never does his chores in the house, never does anything in the household. Wife is losing attraction to husband because she feels like she's taking care of an overgrown child. Wife isn't giving as much sex to the husband. Husband eventually cheats on the wife. Well, why did the husband cheat? Well, the husband cheated because they weren't having sex. So it was because he was physically unsatisfied, but why weren't they having sex? Well, it's because he was failing in the household in some way, right? I feel like it's hard to draw like one reason for why sexual dissatisfaction might happen. I feel like it's a really difficult, not to say it can never be measured, but I feel like it's hard to measure.
I agree. No,
Okay.
yeah. No, I agree that sexual satisfaction is hard to measure, but I feel like typically you can actually still pinpoint to a root cause and stuff like that. And typically you see a lot of cheating occur when like a wife is pregnant or she's taking care of the children and stuff like that. When the attention goes away from the husband to something outside of him, like children and pregnancy, whatever. I feel like that's where the cheating occurs the most.
That might be true. When are husbands most commonly cheating on wives? Let's see. Women are most likely to cheat on their spouse in years 6 through 10 of their marriage, while men are more likely to cheat after year 11 of their marriage. There's even a day of the week when someone is more likely to cheat. The factors that played the largest roles in cheating were gender, religiosity, and marriage length. I wonder if there's anything relating to infidelity and pregnancy.
So they're saying just getting tired of the same pussy. Is that the claim?
Yeah, but again, like, what does that mean, getting tired of the same pussy? Is it that you're actually getting tired fucking the same person, or is it you're getting bored of the person or bored of the relationship, or is it that, like, conflict is, like, mounting and not being resolved, or I feel like that's, like, yeah, I don't know what the actual answer is, but, like, studying into this is really difficult. This says, pregnancies are very common in affairs. Oh, this is people who fuck getting pregnant. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I have one thing. This gets brought up a lot, and it's just hard for me to. I'm going anecdotally, and it's hard. It's so hard to study this stuff. There's not like good studies or data here, but like people will say things like women cheat emotionally and men cheat physically. I hear that over and over and over and over again. But like men absolutely get obsessed with women at work. Men absolutely like fall in love with women that they're just supposed to be friends with benefits with. Like that emotional connection, I feel like is super prone to happen if anybody's having sex, whether it's on the male or female side. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't disagree with you because, you know, one thing I've noticed, especially when it comes to my friends and stuff like that, and through the conversation with a lot of my viewers, is that guys seem to actually fall in love quicker, but the issue becomes is that as the relationship progresses, they fall out of love quicker as well. While it might take girls a little bit more time to actually like feel the love for the guy, but then once they do, it lasts longer. But for guys, it starts fast and ends fast. So maybe that's why you're saying like, of course, for the gentleman, it's also going to be like emotionally involved, but just like you said, it's gonna be like maybe 3 months into that affair relationship, and then they're gonna be like, I kind of miss my wife. You know what I mean?
I just super disagree, but I don't even know how I would quantify that in terms of like falling in love like quicker or not. I feel like that could. First of all, what do you mean? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is worth arguing over.
Oh, say it. Go ahead.
Well, I guess the first question would be like, what do you mean by falling in love? Like you've decided like I want to do a long-term investment in this person.
So you don't have to be in love with someone to cheat with them.
Well, sure, but I'm just saying like, what do you mean to even fall in love? When you say like men fall in love quicker than women.
Like for example, when it comes to a lot of my guy friends and stuff, again this is anecdotal and stuff. Whenever I talk to them about their like new partner they're dating, all of them are like, I am in love with her. And I'm like, whoa, you've been literally talking to her for a month and maybe going out with her, and yeah, you had sex with her, but it's only been like technically a month and you're already in love with her. And they're like, yeah, but it doesn't seem like typically they end up committing and trying to progress into the relationship, like into a long-term relationship with them, because they're just like, oh, this happened, it doesn't seem like we're working out, and they get very easily dissatisfied and they just fall off.
I feel like this can happen. So here's like three reasons why I'd wondered if this happened. So falling in love with a new partner immediately. So one is obviously there's an infatuation period, and I feel like that men and women can be super prone to that.
Like a honeymoon phase.
Yeah. I feel like experience and emotional maturity are two big factors here, and I'm curious for the guys you're talking to. Like, are these guys that are in their like first relationship, or that have very little relationship, and they just say like, oh, I love this person after knowing them for 1 or 2 months?
Correct. They
And-
don't
but-
say
but
it
then
to the
what is
girl
the-
specifically, but they are comfortable sharing that with me and stuff like that.
But
I'm
then,
like,
and then
"Whoa."
what? The girls are there with the guy, and they're like, oh, I don't know if I love this guy.
Typically, whenever I talk to the girl, she might not necessarily phrase it as in a sense of like I'm in love with him, but she does invest more emotionally. That's from my experience. Like she might actually try to work for that relationship. She might try to connect with the guy more. So she actually puts more effort, while the guy might say I'm in love with her.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like all of it is so generalized. I could totally see this going so many different ways. Like for instance, I've heard of a lot of things of like putting in a lot of effort early. So one of the memes, for instance, is that like when you first start dating a girl, she's giving you anal and blowing you like every fucking 2 hours, and she's like so blah blah. And then like, oh god, now that you're married, no more blowjobs. Your wife sucks, right? And then I've also heard the flip side of like I met this dude, he was like super shredded, I like loved him so much, and now like 12 months into our relationship, like he doesn't know how to wipe his ass anymore, and he's like a fat fuck who hasn't been to the gym in 6 months. So like I hear stereotypes both ways. I don't know which one is like more true or not true in terms of like who puts less effort into the relationship or themselves as a relationship goes on. That's just hard. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the. I've heard so many stories both ways. I don't actually know like who's worse in terms of investing in terms of like long relationship. Yeah.
I feel like, when it comes to relationships, both individuals try to invest a lot in order to kind of like get their foot into the dating world, right? Like for example, after the breakup, the guy and the girl actually go to the gym and get shredded, and the girl gets an ass and the guy gets the abs and stuff like that. They put so much effort. They get a whole makeover and stuff. But once they settle down in a relationship, a lot of them, as people say, let themselves go. So it seems like a lot of times it's just everybody puts an effort to kind of like get the mate, but then after they get it, they just like, whatever.
Potentially, yeah.
Like, I already got it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't see
Yeah.
that being like hardcore gendered, I guess.
What I have noticed is typically what happens is from the gentleman's from the girl's perspective, a lot of gentlemen, like for example, woo the girl in a sense of like, oh, let me bring you flowers, let me bring you coffee, let me take you out to a nice restaurant and stuff like that. So they put in a lot of effort into like trying to get the girl, like try to impress her. But then once they get into a relationship, a lot of girls complain about how they don't go on the dates anymore, how he doesn't bring her flowers, how they don't have the pillow talks and stuff like that. So while the girl, it typically has to do with her looks, while in regards to a guy, it typically has to do with his actions.
I mean, like typically, yeah, I guess this is going to depend on the guy again. I don't know any guys that are in long-term successful relationships that are bragging about just how good their partner looks.
You think like it's a given that your partner's gonna look like shit?
No, I think that
After-
like to have a relationship, you need more than just like good looks. Good looks is a good reason to fuck somebody. I don't know if it's a good reason to have like a relationship with somebody. Unless you're like in a very like tradcon type like family style where you're gonna have kids soon, and like she's like a housewife, she's supposed to take care of kids or whatever. But even at that, she's gonna need more than just good looks.
kind of disagree because one thing I've noticed that a lot of people actually break up after their partner like gains weight or doesn't take care of themselves.
Well,
A
physical
lot of people
attraction
are
is
like,
a
I'm
big
no longer actually attracted to you, and I don't want to have like sex with you. I don't want to be intimate with you because you let yourself go and you don't look like the same. Like I don't have the sexual attraction towards you. So I feel like the looks are still important.
I didn't say that the looks aren't important, and there's going to be a threshold how much weight you can get from your partner not wanting to be with you anymore. But I think that like but I don't think that's you need more than that. It's like necessary but not sufficient. Like that might be an important thing, but that's not like the only thing that's going to get somebody into a long-term relationship with somebody. I think.
No, I agree, but it's something that could actually break up the long-term relationship.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Yeah, so that seems like a sufficient for a successful long-term relationship. Because
Necessary.
if
When I say sufficient, I mean like that's all you need. Sufficient. Necessary means it has to be a
Oh.
component of it, but sufficient means that's enough. Yeah, I don't think it's sufficient for a long-term relationship. It's necessary. You might you have to have some form of attraction to your partner, almost for sure. But
yeah,
yeah, not. But I think there has to be more than that for long-term relationships. I think, yeah, for on the guy or the girl side. I think.
okay. No, I agree with that sense. Okay. So to go back to the conversation you had with Alba, I have a point to bring to you. So, um, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you said when it comes to relationship, one of the things that you value the most is like the sexual chemistry and the mechanics of sex in your relationships. Am I right?
Yeah, I think that's a make or break for me.
It's a make or break for you. Okay. Um, so don't take this the wrong way. However, I have noticed that a lot of virgin guys, a lot of guys who actually haven't had a lot of sexual experience, no sexual experience at all, actually share that opinion with you, in a sense where, like, for example, a lot of the virgin guys that I've spoken with and stuff, they associate sex with like that ultimate kind of like the highest value in the relationship. You need to have that has to be like amazing in order for that relationship to work and stuff like that. That's why a lot of them actually consume a lot of porn. How do you feel about that?
I don't think anything you said mapped onto anything that I said there.
He never said it's the most important. He just said he values it a lot. And I think a lot of people value it a lot because if you don't have
But
good
I
sexual chemistry with someone, then how would
but doesn't he actually never confirm that he values anything about that?
Wait, valued anything about what?
About above just like the sex and the chemistry and the mechanics of it.
That I never that I never what? Valued anything else?
Valued anything above that.
Well, I just said it's a make or break for a relationship, right?
So isn't that technically speaking the highest value thing you put it in?
But then what's wrong with
Wait,
that? Like if
no,
you're-
wait, no, that's not that's not what that means, right? So like for instance, like hygiene is a make or break for me. That's not the most important thing. If a girl has bad hygiene, I can't. We won't be together. But that's
So what's the most important thing for you then?
I don't know if I have like the most important thing is probably romantic chemistry. That's another make or break, and that's probably one of the biggest defining factors of if I would be like in a relationship with somebody or not.
Can you elaborate on that?
Like,
What
do I
you mean
feel
by
like
romantic?
is this somebody that when I wake up with them in 4 years, do I still feel like a really strong desire to like cuddle with them and to be cute with them and to like use like cute pet names with them? And if I think about them, do I like miss them in like a romantic and fun and like physically and emotionally intimate sense? Do I feel like I can share things with them emotionally? Do I feel like they're pretty judge-free compared to anybody else? Like, do I feel comfortable like talking with them about anything? Do I feel like they support me in like the lifestyle I want to live, the endeavors that I'm trying in? Do I feel like they can help me? Like, all of these things are like big components of like romantic chemistry. Like, do I feel like I have a closer bond? Like, are you the most important person in my life that you would go out of your way for and that I would go out of my way for? These are like big components of like romantic chemistry.
So you actually do value like intimacy and the emotional kind of like
Oh.
attachment over the physical.
My bad.
Oh, I wouldn't say over. I don't know. I think.
Well, I
Hold on,
feel
wait,
like you're
wait.
trying
I'm
to
sorry.
avoid the question.
No. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Okay. You're asking me. Okay. You know what a car is, right? 4 wheels. It's like you're asking me like, do you think that the front left wheel is the most important wheel in the car? And I'm like, well, no. And like, but you need that one to drive. You said that if you don't have that wheel, you can't drive. I'm like, well, correct. It's like, okay, then that's the most. I'm like, well, no. The front right wheel is also really important. Like, well, can you drive without that? Well, no. Oh, so that's the most, like, I don't know how I could like what straw is the one that breaks the camel's back if you've got a billion pieces of straw. Like, I don't know. Like, there are tons of parts of a relationship that are important parts that have to be there, in my opinion. Sexual chemistry is one of them.
Sure.
Romantic chemistry is one of them. Yeah. So
No, no, I don't disagree, but I feel like it's first of all, it's a weird comparison comparing car to a more complex emotional attachment or human emotional attachment. I think it's a really weird comparison.
it's not weird at all.
And second, yeah, I think it's weird.
Okay,
And
it's
second of
not.
all, I also it is.
It's not.
And yeah, but it is.
Go ahead.
And second of all, and second of all, y- y- I think when it comes to a relationship, there's such a thing as a priority, right? And for some reason, you're having a hard time prioritizing one thing over another. You're saying you have to have all of it, but I feel like there's such a thing as a priority. So, what do you prioritize in a relationship?
I disagree. I think these are women tricks that they use to mind fuck guys. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the most common way that a woman will mind fuck you with this priorities argument is, it is in 3 weeks,
Yeah.
your best friend is going to graduate. Okay, with a degree in neuroscience, and all of your friends are supporting him, and they are happy that he's graduating. He defended his thesis, blah 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 blah. And then your girlfriend is like, "Oh, well, in 1 week, I just found out that my family's having like a special dinner." And you're like, "Okay, well, like our friend has been studying for like years for this. We all want to go support him." And the girl's like, "Oh, what are you're prioritizing your friend over me? Oh, I'm not your number one priority in life." No, I think that's bullshit. I think that priorities are fluid. I think that they shift in different periods of time, and I think that what you need at any particular point in time is going to change based like dynamically responding to a given environment, right? When if I had a wife and she was going through cancer, our sexual chemistry, the priority for that in the relationship would tank. It would be almost non-existent, because that's not what she needs at that given point in time. There's going to be way other things relating to like my housekeeping abilities, my consideration for her, my willingness to go out of my way. But like these things are going to be way more important. So I don't know how you can say, like, if I were to ask you to rate the priorities, like these are going to change dynamically based on what's going on in the lives.
Not necessarily true. You're talking about so there are certain priorities, certain, in a sense, values that actually build the foundation of your relationship, right? So in case of your wife having cancer, your priority always remained the same, in a sense where like my wife's health and well-being is a priority over our sexual life. That's what you're in a sense saying.
Yeah, but
And
like the
wouldn't
amount
that
of
always
sex.
be true?
Um,
How would that change? How will her well-being, her health will change at any time given?
Yeah, but if it changes, let's say that I was going to marry another girl and I found out she just doesn't have a vagina. It's just like an empty space there, right? Well, like her health and well-being or whatever involve her not having a vagina. We're not sexually compatible. I probably can't be with this person, right? Or something, I need somebody that has a vagina to fuck. I don't think that like just because my health or her health, like.
Wait, that's actually a really stupid example, because why would you even marry that person? She would never be your wife, right? Because
Yeah, I agree, because that would be a disqualifier, right? But does that mean
Yeah.
that if I chose not to marry a person because we're like sexually uncompatible, does that mean I'm prioritizing sexuality over like health? Or
in a sense, repeat that one more time.
like because I'm making a choice there where I love this person in every other sense and I want her to be happy and healthy and shit, but we don't have the sexual compatibility, does that mean that since I'm choosing her and I have all these other qualities I like, but she doesn't have the sexual compatibility, am I prioritizing the sexual compatibility then over everything else because me and her aren't sexually compatible?
Why does everything have to be ranked when in a real relationship it's just like a combination of all the traits that you like? And
Yeah, like what is the
Well,
ranking,
you're
I guess?
weighing-
Oh, I think there is such a thing as actually ranking, because, for example, in a lot of relationships, you might love someone, but let's just say one of the biggest disagreements a lot of people have is children. Let's just say a man doesn't want to have children, but a woman wants to have children, right? It's just incompatible, and for a lot of people, that's going to be a very high-ranked thing. So even
I don't
if they
think-
But
love
that's
each
an
other,
opinion.
Wait,
that's
real
not a
quick.
trait.
I don't think that is a highly ranked thing. I think that's a really, really lowly ranked thing. It's just a deal breaker.
Wait, what do you mean by low-ranked thing?
As
If it's
in-
a deal breaker, how is that a low rank?
Like hygiene is a very low rank. That's not like of all the quality. There's a lot of people on the planet with good hygiene. There's a lot of people on the planet that want to have kids. That's not going to be like a high-ranking thing for a relationship, but it is a deal breaker.
Again, how can something that is a deal breaker be like a low rank thing? I just don't understand. If it's a deal breaker, if it doesn't allow for your relationship to work, continue, how can that be a low ranker?
Because if like when you ask me what do I want in a relationship, like maybe the first thing I say isn't someone that brushes their teeth every day. Like that's not the first thing that comes to mind. But if I'm talking to a guy and I find out that he doesn't brush his teeth every day, that's going to be a deal breaker for me. And that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm placing hygiene above everything else, but it is going to be a deal breaker if a guy has bad hygiene.
Yeah, like I would never say that like one of the coolest things about my partner is that they brush their teeth every day. I would never say that. That's never gonna be like high ranking. But like if they didn't, that'd be a deal breaker. If you want, we could take a step back and like, what do you mean when you say like, when you say ranking? What does rank mean for you when you're ranking a thing?
Yeah, so in my opinion, when it comes to a relationship and when you decide who you want to be a long-term partners with, there are specific values you have to share. If you don't share those, the relationship is simply not going to work. It's going to fail, and you just won't be able to continue it.
Yep.
And in my opinion, one of those values involves whether or not you want to have children,
Wait,
whether
can I
or
ask
not
before you give examples? So, what's the difference between like what you just said there for rankings? These are values you need to share for a relationship. What's the difference in your mind between like a ranking high or low of a value versus just like a deal breaker? Because it sounds like what you're describing are deal breakers. We might be talking about the same thing, we're just using different words. But go ahead.
Fair enough. So, for example, when it comes to the hygiene thing that she brought up, like about a guy brushing his teeth or whatever, right? The hygiene thing. The hygiene thing is one of those things that I could actually tell the person, like, hey, I think you need to start brushing your teeth. It's something that I'm not finding attractive to, and you need to change that. And it's something that it can be easily changed. But I feel like there are certain things, such as kids or finances, that are just they're not so easily changed. It's either yes or no type of thing. So, like,
But
for
you
example,
can
when you talk,
compromise, and that's what relationships are. You come to like,
sure,
compromises
I
and
agree with you.
agreements.
A relationship is all about compromises, but I feel like in a lot of cases, what I have noticed talking to my friends just from experiences is when it comes to children, a lot of times it's not compromise. When it comes to finance,
Sure.
it's
Wait,
not
wait,
a
I
lot of
agree.
compromise.
Wait, I'm just trying to get just real quick. I'm sorry. What is the difference
Okay.
between a deal breaker and like a thing you prioritize with them? I forgot the difference.
So I guess when it comes to, for example, I'm gonna talk about hygiene. You could date a person, and once you start dating them, you might notice that they actually don't wash their ass. And whenever they're wearing underwear, there's a skid mark or whatever, right? And so once you start dating them, you could be like, hey, you don't fucking wash your asshole. So why don't you, I'm telling you as a girlfriend, go and wash your fucking asshole, right? And we can work on that and that can change. But I feel like when you're talking to two mature individuals, they already have set their values in regards to having children or not, and they typically will not change. They will not improve on that because there's nothing to improve. It's a yes or no. It's either yes, I want it, or no, I don't want to have kids. And those are the type of things that you can't necessarily compromise because, again, you already set because those are such a strong values. Those are like the highest priority.
Okay.
Some
We might
y-
we might have like some level of conceptual agreement maybe, but we're just like using different words. Do you think we have an actual disagreement? I can't tell. Or do you think we have a semantic disagreement here? Like we're using different like, words? Do you think we have like an actual like conceptual disagreement? Like we actually disagree on something?
So I think from your perspective, all values or whatever can be compromised. At least
no,
not
wait,
maybe
what?
from you, but from Anna's. Like a lot of things, just everything can be compromised. Everything can be worked through.
Well, that's
In
not.
my
Wait. That's not true. I don't. Obviously, I don't.
I
That,
can say that.
Okay.
well, like let's say for instance, like let's say that like I can think of like a ton of things. Like somebody might be paralyzed completely, unfortunately, which is sad.
Okay.
Some people might be like morbidly obese. You're like I can't. I'm not attracted to you. Some people
Yeah.
might be the wrong sex organs, right? You're a guy or you're a trans or whatever person. Like I can't do it. Some people there might be fundamental incompatibility around things like hygiene or wanting children or the country you want to live in or the hours you want to work or like delineation of house chores. Like these could all be like things that where there's no compromise. I don't think you can compromise on everything. Compromise is going to be a matter of like how far do both parties want to move in their comfort zone, for the sake of enjoying the positive traits of the other party, right? That's what compromise is, yeah.
I don't believe in like the whole ranking thing and having like one specific thing be most important over everything else, because if you
Do you think the conversation about children is going to be more important than the conversation about hygiene?
Yeah, I never said it wasn't, but you were
But
asking
so
him,
that's
but you were
actually
saying
highly
that
ranked.
he values sex more than like romantic stuff, and that's how this whole thing started. So, and back to the car analogy, like I think I agree with what he's saying. It's like a balance.
Yeah, I don't know. Even that question is like a hard one. Is the conversation about hygiene going to be more important than the conversation about, you said, having children?
Or finances. Like, for example, a lot of people would be like, hey, you have like $200,000 in student loan, and I don't have any student loan. And if we marry, like it's gonna be both of our, like in case they don't do prenup and whatever shit, right? It's gonna be both of our responsibility in a sense. And if I get divorced, I will probably have to pay like 50% of your student loan. So for a lot of people, or if you have like a bad financial habits or whatever, for a lot of people that's gonna be a complete deal breaker, right? So finance and let's be honest, finances, adultery, children, and stuff like that are some of the biggest causes of divorce and stuff.
But I feel like
So
I think like I would agree that those are deal breakers, but they're also like not that important to me. Like somebody having bad finances, that would be a deal breaker for me. But I don't like care if the person I'm dating makes a lot of money. That like doesn't matter that much. So it's like a deal breaker.
I
Like,
think that's a difference, right?
I know a lot of these
Not
just come.
making a lot of money versus having a financial, irresponsible financial habits are completely different things.
having really responsible financial habits gets you almost nowhere with me. Like, there's never been a girl where I'm like, she's like, oh, like I have an 850 credit score. I'm like, okay, like I don't care.
So
But
what
if
if
you were
she
like,
has like a $200,000 in student loan debt and stuff like that, and
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So like, it could
she
be like a
doesn't-
deal breaker, but that doesn't mean I'm prioritizing like their financial habits. Like, I don't, like you might be the most like you might use QuickBooks for your own fucking like your own job to manage your own
I feel
money.
like a lot of these things are things that
No,
come
no,
up
no.
like once you're already in a relationship with someone. Like I don't feel like a lot of people talk about children and like finances and stuff when you're just meeting a person and figuring out if you want to be in a relationship with them. I think people value like sexual compatibility and romantic compatibility over stuff like wanting children and finances.
I
and stuff.
disagree. I feel like I would not want to waste my time with someone who actually doesn't want to have kids, and I want to have kids and stuff like that. Like even if we're sexually compatible and stuff like that, right? Like if we're just not compatible in that value, I wouldn't want to waste my time spending time with them or like investing in them.
Yeah, but I agree, I understand that. But like, if you had like 10 guys, I don't know if like them wanting to have kids, that's not like boosting somebody a ton in your eyes. It's just making it so you'd be willing to date the guy because they want to have kids, right?
Correct, but if somebody who is not willing to have kids, I'm going to be completely dismissing them. It's
Yeah.
just simply, even though they might be like amazing, compatible sexually and intimately and stuff like that, I will completely dismiss them because our values just don't align, and I'm not willing to compromise in that sense.
Okay,
There's
I
certain
like. I
things we
think. I
just
think.
will
I
not
feel like we.
compromise on.
I feel like we agree on all of this. Could
Okay.
restate. Do you think we have any disagreements here? Clearly, I don't think everything can be compromised. I don't even know why you would think I would ever think that. That's absolutely retarded. There are going to be some non-compromisables.
Yeah, no. No, I don't think you disagree with me. I think Anna does.
No, I doubt. Do you think? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement over here. On this side of the aisle.
Again, I just think there is a ranking. I think there are certain things you will not compromise on, certain things you are willing to compromise on, and I
Can
feel
you
like
give me, wait,
people's
real quick, I'm curious. Can you give me a ranking of like top 3 or top 5 things for a relationship for you?
Yes. Willingness to have children, the financial aspect of it. You have to be aligned on the finances. You have to be aligned on potentially what will happen to your parents in case they age and in case of they depend on you and stuff like that. Um, in case of disability, stuff like that.
So when you
Though
think
the
of like
things
the
that will
partners,
drastically impact your life.
okay, okay. We just have
It
way
just sounds
different
like
views
you're
of,
looking for someone who has a similar like moral system to you.
or even just like none of
Similar
these
values,
things.
yeah,
Sure.
I
Okay.
agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
If what you're saying is true, then we view
Raise their children
relationships.
religiously or not religiously, etc.
Yep. Okay. If what
Yeah.
you're saying is true, that might be the case. We just view relationships way differently.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay. All right, the next question
Also, I would
have,
say one stronger statement. Also, I don't think you view relationships like this at all. I don't think this is true, but
okay, how do you think I view relationships?
because
Dustin?
nothing you listed is like really that exceptional. I don't know if none of these things are like that good. None of these things would make for like a really good relationship. You're giving like super fundamental basic things that like maybe one
Yeah,
third of.
those fundamental basic things can be actually the end of your relationship. If you don't actually agree with those aspects at the beginning of your relationship and those happen. So a lot of times, couples actually avoid these serious conversations, right? Because they're afraid that their significant other will leave or
Yeah, I don't
they
disagree.
they don't want a
You're
confrontation.
describing deal breakers. You're about to do a huge description of deal breakers. I agree with you, but like
Mm-hmm.
the pools of all the guys you're going to be choosing from,
Yeah.
all of them are going to have all of these like fundamental traits there, and you're not going to be choosing between these traits. Like this guy said that he would take care of my parents for 5 years, but this guy said he'd take care of my parents for 8 years. You're never going to be choosing between these traits. These are prerequisites just to get you in the door for considering a relationship. And then the other things that I think I mentioned before, things like romantic or sexual chemistry, or things like your lifestyle hobbies, or similarities for how you spend time together, or love languages, whatever. These are going to be the big things that are going to be the most important deciders between men in your life. Not like, are they willing to have children? Because that's like half the guys in the United States. Like, I don't think.
I completely disagree with you. That's why these examples are the reasons why a lot of people divorce. Adultery, financial
You're about to
issues,
describe deal
and
breakers
children.
again. You're describing deal breakers again. Yeah.
I think there's a difference between things that you find to be deal breakers and then just like basic compatibility.
Yeah. Like you're just describing deal breakers over and over again. But you're never choosing between people. I don't think there's ever going to be a time in your life where you're choosing between multiple guys and you're choosing on deal breakers. Like I don't think it would ever be like.
Definitely, I promise to tell you. I'm gonna promise you. If I had a choice between two guys and everything else was the same, except for whether one of them wanted to have children and not,
Yep.
I would choose the one that wanted to
That's
have
great,
kids.
but what I'm telling you is you're never going to have to make that choice because if the point where you're choosing between who you want to spend the rest of your life with, the guy that doesn't want to have kids never made it past the first date. You're never choosing on these grounds. You're choosing between the guy that makes you feel the happiest, that wants to spend the most of the kind of time you like to spend together, that shares the most hobbies, that tells you the words you like. These are the choices that you're making on because you're not thinking. By the time you've narrowed it down to two guys,
Talking about the honeymoon
even
phase.
then, once
You
you
literally
get to-
fucking talking about the honeymoon phase. No,
not
you're
talking about
the honeymoon
nothing.
phase where
Literally, hold
everything
on.
is good,
Literally
where everything is
nothing I
happy.
said. Literally nothing I said had to do with the
Once you
honeymoon
get
phase.
to the point where
Typically,
you're
you
having
don't
the
actually
serious,
start talking about these conversations until you are actually in the relationship and you actually considering committing or not, right?
Wait. You don't
So
have what
when-
conversation?
once you, yeah,
Wait. Or wait.
Serious conversations. What do you mean?
You have these conversations like in the early stages of dating, maybe before you even
Yeah,
are
like
dating
maybe
someone.
like 3 months or 6 months and stuff like that. You don't have it on the first or second date, right?
but to go on the first and second date with someone, you have to first of all have like physical attractiveness, and then you'll probably
I don't
figure out
dispute
if
that.
you'll probably
100%.
figure out if you have
Sure,
like
but-
sexual compatibility
100%,
before you
100%.
reach these.
Yeah. Or I'm just saying
I
that like
agree.
when it comes time for like choosing like guys to spend the rest of your life with, you've already gotten all these serious conversations out of the way. That'd be my guess.
No, typically what ends up happening is, I'm just speaking from my experience and from my friends' experience and stuff. Typically, the first few months, you actually just, have sex with them, just have the honeymoon phase, like, oh my god, this is so amazing, butterflies and candies and,
And if
stuff
that
like
stuff
that, right?
doesn't go well, would
But
you
then-
even have those conversations with these guys about
Or even
other
just-
stuff? Like about like the
No,
more
you
serious
don't.
stuff?
I agree with you.
So then
After the
how is
honeymoon
that-
phase,
So then how is
But,
the fundamental compatibility on like sexuality and personality and romantic interests not more important than these deal breakers? Because if you're
Because
not
I-
compatible with
because
these guys
I know
and
that
they
when it
won't
comes
make
to a
past-
relationship,
But
Yeah,
if they want,
because
if
I
you,
know
they
when it
won't-
comes to a serious relationship, hold on. When it comes to a serious relationship, I'm gonna be looking for just beyond amazing sex. I'm gonna be looking if I'm actually compatible with them on a value sense, if we share the same goals, if we're actually striving for the same things.
Well,
If
yeah,
not,
but if you're on like the second date with the guy and you realize we're just like not compatible sexually, we're not compatible romantically, you won't even make it to the point where you're having to have these conversations about.
I think you're
what
missing
would you
my point.
What
Yeah,
would
wait,
you do
no, no,
about?
no.
Or here, well,
You're
let's
missing
read
my
it.
point.
Wait, yeah,
You're
okay,
missing
wait,
my
wait,
point.
just refocusing. I'm sorry. So for these like huge deal breaker long-term relationship things, at what point after you're dating a person do you have these conversations?
Typically, it ends up happening after the honeymoon phase. So typically, honeymoon phases last what 3, 6, 1 year, or whatever, and that's when typically people start having these serious conversations because they start meeting the friends, they start meeting the family, a little bit more serious conversations come in, and that's when you actually decide, oh, is it time to break up?
Okay,
And
I think-
typically,
okay.
most of the relationships do break
I think
up.
I think I agree with you conceptually, but our time scale is dramatically different. I agree with you, but
Okay.
these conversations for me, these are happening. I would imagine like 1 to at the most 3 months. The idea that I would be with a girl for a year before I find out if she wants to have kids, if she wants to have even 3 months is pushing it. Before I find out if she wants to have kids, what her financial situation kind of looks like, whatever. Like these are really important things to me. These conversation topics are coming up like pretty early, I would imagine.
I mean, I agree with you. It's just there's a lot of retarded people out there. But yeah, no, I agree with you.
Okay.
Typically, for
'Cause the
me,
idea, like,
from
you-
my experience, it's been a month.
Okay, sure, that makes sense. So, so in a month, yeah, but then that I don't think that we disagree much. I don't know actually. I'm not sure.
But wasn't
I
the
think that
whole
like
point
the issue is that like you're never. I don't think that you're ever gonna have a point in your life where you're having to choose, making difficult choices between guys because of whether they want to have kids or not. Like, but like that's gonna be like
You
a,
are so fucking wrong at that. Like, I can't even believe you're saying that. You're so absolutely fundamentally wrong at that.
Okay.
For so many people, it is one of the highest values, whether or not they want to have children or not. And if the other person says no, why would they compromise? There are certain things that are just uncompromisable.
But we're talking about
misunderstanding what-
getting
wait,
into
sure.
a relationship.
Yeah,
with
wait,
people.
yeah,
Like,
wait.
once-
Hold on. I understand what you're saying, okay? If that's the approach that a person is taking, that person should buy razor blades and cut his own throat. That's the stupidest fucking
Wait,
thing.
wait,
in the
wait,
world.
wait.
If you are
Oh,
not
really?
finding out,
Well, you know
if
what,
you're
Destiny,
if you're
there's certain
investing,
things-
if you're
Uh-huh.
investing that much time in a person and you haven't hit any of the basic,
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Okay.
Typically,
'Cause
for
the idea,
me,
like,
from
you-
my experience, it's been a month.
okay, sure, that
Yeah.
makes sense. So,
Yeah.
so in a month, yeah, but then that I don't think that we disagree much. I don't know actually. I'm not sure.
But wasn't
I
the
think
whole
that like
point
the issue is that like you're never. I don't think that you're ever gonna have a point in your life where you're having to choose, making difficult choices between guys because of whether they want to have kids or not. Like, but
Oh, absolutely fundamentally wrong at that.
Okay.
For so many people, it is one of the highest values, whether or not they want to have children or not. And if the other person says no, why would they compromise? There are certain things that are just uncompromisable.
But we're talking about
misunderstanding what-
getting
wait,
into
sure.
a relationship
yeah,
with
wait,
people.
yeah,
Like,
wait.
once-
Hold on. I understand what you're saying. Okay, if that's the approach that a person is taking, that person should buy razor blades and cut their own kill themselves. That's the stupidest fucking
Wait,
thing in the
wait,
world.
wait, wait.
If you are
Oh,
not
really?
finding out,
Well, you know what,
if
Destiny,
you're
there's certain
investing,
things-
if you're
Uh-huh.
investing that much time in a person and you haven't hit any of the basic deal breakers yet, you are wasting your time, and more sadly, you're wasting their time. They deserve somebody better that's going to be more upfront and have those conversations earlier than spending a year with somebody and then the person drops on them. By the way, I need to have kids or else we're breaking up because that's not compatible with me. Like the person, I imagine that person be like, why the fuck would you?
That everybody is confrontational as you. Majority of people are not fucking confrontational. Majority of people are pussies. Okay.
Okay,
So
that's
they don't
fine. And those
actually
people shouldn't be
try to have
wasting
these
other people's
conversations.
times. That's fine. Or they can pair off
No,
with
I
themselves
agree.
and then they can
I
spend
agree with
3
you.
years in a relationship and they're like, oh shit, I just found out that my partner owes $500,000 in debt to a loan shark and we've been married for 3 years and now I'm having these serious conversations. Like, why wouldn't you not? I can understand if you're like 20 or you're like in college or if you're like in high school and you're dating, like, ah, fuck it, oh, you know, that makes sense, sure. But once you're like past like 25 or 30 or you got a few relationships about, these conversations about what do you want the rest of your life to look like, they should be coming up like pretty early. Otherwise, why the fuck are you wasting anybody's time?
I agree with you, Destiny, but the thing is, you fucking assume that everybody is at the same level of confrontation and same level of comfort as you are. I literally had a friend, again, I understand this is anecdotal, who literally brought up the conversation about kids after they got engaged, all right? She called me and like, hey, do you want to have kids? I'm like, oh, I want to have that possibility open. She's like, my fiance said that he doesn't want to have kids, and I don't know how to feel about it. She never brought that up, and they're getting married. Do you see my point?
Wait, so she didn't
people
know
are-
before she entered the relationship with him? So
Correct.
then it's not one of the fundamental things that you need to know before you enter a
Well,
relationship.
she's gonna say
with
it's
someone.
fundamental because then she's gonna say that she ended the relationship over it. I understand the
She
argument you're
didn't
making,
end
but
the
it's just like
relationship.
it's just
That's
such a.
not a trait that you need
Sure.
to get into a relationship with someone.
Right.
That's
She
like what the
didn't
whole thing
end the conversation. She didn't end the relationship. Instead, what she did is she actually just uh, she completely ignored her actual wants and just completely give in
Well,
to
wait.
the
If
guy.
you said if that was
needs
something
and
that she was,
desires.
if that was something that she was open to, and then she finds out that the guy says no, it sounds like she's not ignoring it. She's just like, oh well, that's the direction they went. Like for me, like
Is it-
if I'm with a girl, hold on, I'm open.
on.
I'm open to the possibility of having more kids. But if I end up dating, but that's not like a huge thing for me. But if I meet a girl and she's like, listen, I really want to have 2 kids, like a few years in the relationship, okay, fine, yeah, sure, I guess I really want to. If we're both able to do it. But if a girl's like, I don't think I ever want to have kids, like, okay, fine, that's not like a huge thing for me. Your friend could have been the same way, no? What's the difference?
Because she actually brought it up as a concern.
What do you mean as a
The
concern?
whole point of the conversation was like what
wait,
we
wait, hold on, let me
prioritize
drill-
when we're entering relationships with people. So if she
Sure.
didn't bring this up until after they were engaged, doesn't that completely negate the point that these are like fundamentals that you need to enter a relationship with someone? These are conversations that come up after.
Or we're not. The
you're-
argument isn't necessarily if they needed to enter the relationship, but just like what's required to like continue the relationship. But I'm just curious. I don't understand like.
But if it's that important, wouldn't it come up sooner?
Yeah, what it sounds like
You
she
would
was.
expect, right?
Well, but
I
it sounds
agree
like
with you would expect.
it sounds like she's
Go ahead.
okay. It sounds like she's okay, like not having kids. Why couldn't she just be flexible on that?
The reason why she couldn't be flexible at that is because when she brought up to me, she stated that she wants to have that option open, right? And then the next time I talked to her, she's like, like maybe he's right. Like, maybe I don't want to actually have kids. Maybe it's actually not gonna bring me, like.
Hold on, can I ask? Is it
emotional fulfillment and
possible?
stuff like that.
Is it
Go ahead.
possible that she genuinely felt that way? That she didn't have a strong position on that, or do you have to be binary one way or another on that?
I feel like at her age, she should have known. And she
Wait,
probably
how old
does
is she?
know. Similar age as me, Destiny.
Okay,
who
do you
knows
think? Wait,
my
do you think
age?
that should I have a firm position on it if I want to have kids again in the future or not?
I think you already have the firm position.
I don't.
For
I just
it's-
told you I could go either way. I'm 50-50 on it, 100%.
Yeah, so you're telling me that you could give a 0 rat's ass?
Correct.
It's going to depend on your partner. So you already made that decision. For her, she actually didn't make that decision. For her, she was like, I don't know what I want. I think I want to have that option, but she wasn't concrete. She was wishy-washy about it. And she just allowed her partner to make a decision for her.
What's-
I think those
May I
very
ask a
fundamentally
question?
do
Or
different
wait, hold on. Let me
things.
just drill down this. What's wrong with that? Like being the case that she just would let her partner choose because she doesn't care that much. Like, what if somebody said like, I don't know how I feel about where I live in the future. Like, if my partner has a strong decision on it, then I'll probably just go with my partner. What if somebody says that? Like, oh, and the partner's like, oh, I want to move to Washington. Like, okay, what's wrong with that?
Because I think it's an extremely retarded take because children can change and alter your life to such a
So can where
significant
you live.
degree
Who
that you
cares?
cannot be wishy-washy.
You absolutely can.
No,
be.
I
No offense,
don't
but like
disagree with you.
cockroaches have kids. Anybody can have kids. They're not that special. Sorry, they're not. Anybody can have kids. Like, yeah, they can change your life or whatever, sure. But like, you could have them or you couldn't. Like one way or another. Like,
fucking retarded take because talk about how much you invest into your kid. When it comes to human kids, you invest a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of resources and stuff like that.
sure,
And
that's true of where you
especially with
live. It's true of
everything
houses. It's true of
it's
businesses. It's true of
very
pets. It's
different.
true of dogs and cats. Like, you invest a lot in a lot of different things. That doesn't mean that you have to feel like you have to do one way or
There's
another.
a reason why a lot of people choose to have only one kid because they believe that's what they can afford, but they still want to have that one kid.
And there's a
You
reason why
cannot
some people
just
fuck with
fucking-
no birth control and they're like, if we have a kid, fuck it, we'll do it. Who cares? Like, some people might not have the strongest. Just because you have a strong position doesn't mean you have to have a strong position on that. I don't know why. Why would you think you have to have a strong position on that?
The world would be a better place if fucking people actually took a responsibility deciding what they technically want from life.
No,
instead of
hold
being
on. It is
victimized.
no. Hold on. It's not. The world wouldn't be a better place if somebody like made a resolute choice. It's whether or not they take responsibility for what happens afterwards. That's the important part. If somebody's open to it, and if it happens, they're fine, and they go down that path, then that's fine. But like, I don't think somebody has to be have a resolute 100% like concrete decision on do I want to have kids or not. Like, you can probably be open to it one way or another. I think that's fine. That's
I
totally.
disagree with
You know what I don't
I feel
get?
like you need to know or not because it's such a significant decision. It can alter not only your life, but it could also impact somebody else's life, aka your child. So I feel like it's a very irresponsible thing to say.
Okay, you're wrong. What was your question?
You're
If you-
wrong.
If like you started out by asking Steven, how
Mm-hmm.
come you place like sexual chemistry so high up,
Mm-hmm.
like you rank it so high, and then your other like rankings are willingness to have children, financial aspect, like all of this. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
saying, how would you ever get to the point where you're talking about your like financial beliefs and your willingness
Mm-hmm.
to have children if you're not sexually compatible or if you're not compatible in general? Like, I feel like these basic aspects are more important than these deal breakers, and that's what the difference is.
No, I don't disagree with you, and I think you're absolutely right. You need to have that initial attraction. I think you need to have that initial sexual compatibility and stuff like that. But I feel like in regards to the long-term partnership, those are just never enough. You need to have more than that. You need to have foundational values.
Yeah, but I
You
don't
need
think
to have-
anyone's disagreeing with that. I
Yeah, I agree.
think
We're
that
on the same page.
when you said, when you were asking him like, oh, you value this to get, I think the implication was like getting into a relationship. Like he values sexual compatibility when he's getting into a relationship. But now like we've kind of like shifted the goalpost to like wanting to have children and like this sort of stuff. Like
So
I think
to
they're
clarify,
two different conversations that we're having.
yeah, so to clarify, from my perspective, from the conversation I observed between Stephen and Abba, is that Stephen actually finds it as a sufficient, but he said that he doesn't. He finds it just as a necessary take on it. He doesn't find it sufficient. So from when I was listening to that conversation, to me it seemed like if that is if the mechanics of sex is not good, even if sex is mediocre, he's not going to be satisfied.
True. That's true. That is true.
There you go. Yeah, that's my point.
No, that wasn't your point. Earlier, you made it
That
seem
is
like
my
that was
point.
the only thing that I needed to sustain a relationship.
You literally wait. Didn't you just say that if you didn't have a good mechanics in the sex, you would actually completely dismiss the relationship?
Yeah, that's a deal breaker, but it's not enough. It's not enough to keep a whole relationship going.
Unless he's gonna keep the girl in the closet and just have her as a sex slave, like she's obviously gonna need more
No.
traits and like.
Hold on, Steven, but what if, okay, here's
Yeah.
an example.
Go
What if
ahead.
you actually have a girl that you're compatible with, but she's mediocre at sex? What will happen?
I don't know. I don't think I would maintain the relationship. I think that's an important quality for me.
That's my point. So, like,
Okay, but
you
if I
have
had a girl that
everything else,
wasn't,
but
if I had a girl that wasn't good at anything, but she was really good at sex, I wouldn't date her. I would need other things too. Like she'd have to be intelligent. She'd have to be.
who would you prioritize between the two? So a girl who's mediocre at sex, but 10 out of 10 or whatever, super attractive, shares the same values, or actually a girl who's very good mechanically, as you claim, but she doesn't share. Who would you actually choose?
He'd probably
Choose
just
for
pick
wait.
someone
Choose
who
for what?
fits
Choose for what?
he
Choose for a
needs.
friends with benefits or choose for a relationship partner?
Relationship partner.
I would choose the person that has like the greater levels of overlap with me for sure. So it'd probably be the person with the worst sexual mechanics.
Or you could just
Fair
look for
enough.
someone who like
But that- Sure.
meets all your requirements.
Yeah, but that's also going to be true of things like hygiene. Like I would choose a partner with bad hygiene that hits every single category, rather than somebody that just is really good with their hygiene but doesn't like overlap anything else.
Yeah, and just to push back on you, I feel like if people just like always try to find somebody that they're 100% compatible with, they're always gonna end up alone. To be
Sure, but I'm not
honest.
looking
No, I
for.
don't-
You're not
There's
looking.
things that need to be compromised.
Yeah, you don't look for things that you're 100% compatible with. You don't have to be 100% compatible with everything.
Yeah.
You're just making sure that you're not hitting any of your deal breakers. So
I
things
agree.
like being aligned on like children, finances, where you want to live, family values, probably religion. These are things that you have to be like aligned on. These are like deal breakers.
But if it's coming down to like two people who both have something that you really like and something that you really dislike, like I'm sure you could find someone else that has a bit more overlap and like a bit more of a compromise, if that makes sense.
Maybe, depending. The deal breakers are no compromise, but there are going to be other things that you can compromise on. Personally,
someone
I
who-
agree.
I would like to date somebody who is. What did you say? Or did you say you agreed? Yeah, like I think I would
I
probably
agree.
gravitate to somebody that's atheist. That's a pretty important thing. I'm pretty atheist, but somebody being religious, that wouldn't be a deal breaker for me. I would
What
probably,
about agnostic?
What a loser! I would never date an agnostic person.
What?
What?
Why is it a loser thing?
Because it's just a loser. Because that type of person probably has a ton of other incompatibilities with Mel. They probably, they lack compatibilities with me as well. They probably don't have confidence. They probably don't like commit to things very well. They probably don't take strong positions in conversations. They're probably a pushover, probably type B, probably a beta. Agnostic type personalities are people that are too afraid to commit to any particular position, and then they end up being like some fucking wishy-washy fucking loser that like doesn't want to make anybody mad but doesn't like actually commit to anything. Fuck agnostic.
Like,
people.
Have you
when I'm
ever
looking for-
considered that there's majority of the things are gray instead of black and white, Destiny?
Yeah, and if
There's a lot of gray
spirituality.
areas and things.
Oh yeah. Oh, but there couldn't be
Yeah,
a gray area
oh,
on whether or
yeah.
not we can have kids though.
No.
Well, then there you go. Well, looks like we're in agreement. Fuck agnostics.
Honestly,
okay?
If I was looking for a partner, one of
Yeah.
my main criteria isn't going to be someone that has good hygiene and someone that wants kids, because that's literally like half of the population. I'm going to look for someone, first of all, that I'm compatible with, and then those are deal breakers that come in later on.
yeah. Again, I think we agree on majority of the things. It's just I think the examples we're using, like for example, hygiene. Again, I'm gonna just reiterate, hygiene is something you can work on, but there are certain compromises you cannot work on. You cannot compromise. It's just a deal breaker. Oh,
Sure.
just like
Okay.
the
What? Okay. So what else do you
Sure,
think we
sure, sure.
disagree on, or is there any disagreement here, or do we disagree on anything?
No, I think this is good, but I have another question for you. So, in your opinion, just from your perspective, um, do you think guys value more the mechanics in sex, or do you think the guys value more the attractiveness of a person they're having sex with?
I think based on everything that I've seen and heard, at least in communities, I think it's probably the attractiveness.
I agree. Okay. I thought you were going to disagree on that. Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Most guys suck at sex. Seems like a lot of guys don't give a fuck about like the actual stuff happening in sex, and they just want the person they fuck to be really hot so they can brag to other people about it.
Mm-hmm. What's your stance on it? Like, if you were to choose between a very attractive girl who's 10 out of 10 versus a mechanics girl, like, who would you choose?
I mean, as long as the person's not fucking hideous, always the mechanics part. I fucked enough hot, boring people
Really?
to give a fuck about that anymore. I don't really care at all. It does nothing for me.
But no, that's fair. That's fair. But I guess my question is, if you were to pick a 10 out of 10 girl, a 9 out of 10 girl who's mediocre at sex, wouldn't you actually be able to think, oh, I can educate this girl. I could take
No.
my time.
No.
You don't think those girls could be educated?
It's possible in a long-term relationship, but like it's gonna super depend on the attitudes of the person. But like we're getting into more nuanced territory of like sexual like sexual dispositions and everything. Like you can technically have somebody that's like really bad at sex that gets a lot better at sex as a relationship like improves.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming that when you're talking about somebody that's like really bad mechanically at sex because they're not that interested in it or they don't care to learn. I mean, like if you're telling me like because you're changing it, stop making those stupid faces at me, okay? If you're here's what you've done.
No,
Listen.
shut the
If
fuck up.
if
You're
you
the
change
one who
if you
literally
change the
fucking-
question, if you
You're
change
the one who.
Go ahead, go ahead. If you change the because now this is what you've done. Here's what you're saying. Would you rather fuck a 5 out of 10 girl that's really amazing at sex, or would you rather fuck a 10 out of 10 girl that sucks at sex but could become really amazing at sex? Well, obviously I would choose the 10 out of 10 girl that can become really amazing at sex. Obviously, that's like not even a hard question.
You are literally the fucking person who, in a lot of his conversations about sex and stuff like that, said that a majority of the time, the sex improves in a long-term relationship. The sex is actually better when it comes to long-term partner because they learn about your body, they learn about your wants, their needs, and they actually able to make you more satisfied than like a hookup and stuff like that. So
Yeah, if they've got the, but there's also like a disposition towards sex that like enables that improvement, right? Like there are some people in long-term relationships that never get better at sex, so they don't care that much about it. And there are some one-night stands that are really good at it because they really care a lot about it. Like it would depend on the
but I feel
disposition
like
of the
you're
person.
just making a presumption that a person who is mediocre at sex will never improve in sex.
It depends on why they're mediocre at sex.
Majority of the time, a really good-looking people are mediocre at sex because they don't have to try.
Or because they don't care about sex that much. Usually people are mediocre at sex because they don't care that much.
Or you might just not be sexually compatible. You might be into different kinds of sex. You might have different preferences, and that's just not something that you can.
We're not talking about sexual compatibility. Well, I understand what you mean, Anna, but when Destiny says like maybe they actually don't care about sex and stuff like that, it's I feel like it's a very presumptuous take. Like why, if they're willing to have sex and they understand that sex is important.
Willing to
in a
have
relationship-
sex? Who the fuck cares you're willing to have sex? Plenty of people are willing to have sex. Question is like, do you care to like actually have empathy for a partner, figure out the things that they like, and then like modify your behavior accordingly? Like that's what matters for good sex.
Sure. So Destiny, do you actually believe that like a lot of people who don't have a lot of sexual partners simply don't care about sex? Because like
I know. Hold on. Hold on. That was such a stupid question.
connecting
No, wait.
No,
hold
it's
on.
not.
No,
It's
that was
actually
such a
a fucking
stupid
good
question. Stop.
question.
No, it's not a good question. People that don't have a high body count don't care about sex. That doesn't make any sense, given that like the best sexual partners I've had in my life are probably some of the lowest body count people, just people that I was in long-term relationships with. Like, that doesn't make any sense. The question doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have any correlation with body count. It has a correlation to do with, or it's causally linked to how much do you care about sex. Like you want to make your partner feel good, and you want to feel good, and you're willing to like be empathetic and listen to your partner, and then learn the
But
skills.
you
of doing
are
certain
making
things.
an assumption that people who are mediocre at sex don't care about sex.
Not all the time, but sometimes. Like there are some people that might.
You are literally making that assumption.
Okay,
You make
yeah,
that
I am.
generalization.
I did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Okay, I did. Yep.
Yeah.
I think that if you're mediocre at sex, it's because you're always being mediocre at sex. You just suck shit at it, and somebody should kill you with their dick and choke you to death.
Wouldn't you want that?
Yeah. So, okay, so for people that are actually sexually experienced, okay, I don't know, maybe you have no partners, okay, I don't know what your love life is like, okay, but when you have sex with certain people, some people just don't seem to care that much. Okay, they lay there, they don't even masturbate on their own. Especially for a lot of women, they don't even try to get off. They don't care if they have orgasms or not. They're like, oh, whatever, I'm just here to have sex, and hopefully the guy likes me or blah blah blah. Some people, so they might not masturbate, they might not do anything, they might not care much about have a preference in positions because they're just there to have sex, right? These people, in my opinion, it'd be really hard, or at the very least, I'm unwilling to put in the effort to like have a person be good at sex like that. There might be somebody else who's like really bad at sex, but it's because of lack of experience. But they're like trying to ask you questions for what feels good. They stroke your dick weird because they just don't have the rhythm down, but they're trying, or like their mouth is like kind of toothy, but they're like giving it a lot of effort. Like there's a person like you can tell they want to get better, and they will. If they stick at it and you're communicative, they will. There's other people. If you're a girl and you've been with a guy, right? There are some guys where, the guy goes down to eat you out. He shoves like 5 dry fingers in you, and he's just like pushing his tongue into your inner thigh, and he doesn't know where the fuck your pussy is. And you might say to that guy like, "Hey, listen, could you like try this thing? Like it would feel a lot better, right?" Some guys might go like, "Oh, sure, like tell me," and another guy might go like, "Oh, you know what? Just forget this. Let's just fuck. I don't want to like if you're gonna start blah blah." Right? There's different, yeah.
I understand. Here, I see where my point, where my issue with you is. My biggest issue with you is that you assume that's majority of people. Majority of people, Destiny, to be honest, don't care about sex. Majority of people that I've spoken to, majority of people that I know, my friends and etc., my viewers, they don't actually care about sex itself.
That might
It
be the
seems like
case,
you
but
place
it
so
also.
much effort, so much emphasis on sex that you believe that everybody else.
Okay,
you speak
I don't
in
want
such
to.
an
I understand what you're saying.
authoritarian way.
I understand what you're saying. Okay. I don't want to get into. It's hard to do it anecdotally because it depends on so many different things, and it might depend on the groups you talk to. So, for instance, I find that predominantly people that work in sex work don't enjoy sex that much. I don't know if that's because they do sex work that they've like stopped enjoying it as much because it's also part of their job, or because they don't enjoy it that much, they found it easier to commoditize it, and then they go into sex work. That might be the case. I've met a lot of girls that are amazing, and I've started asking more now from the red pill chicks just because I was so fucking curious. I've been with a lot of girls that are super amazing at sex, and I ask, these are girls sometimes in fucking open relationships, and I'm like, I'm so curious. There's one girl I was talking to who's like, I think she's 32. She's like in a poly relationship, and I was like, how many partners have you had? I'm so curious. It's like everything we do is like really good. She's like 9. And I'm like, there's no shot, right? For a lot of the girls that I've had the best sex with, their body counts are really, really, really fucking low. But they love sex. They super enjoy it. So, I mean, like, when we talk about, like, who are the people that we talk to and who like sex, a lot of the girls that I talk to really like sex, but that's also because of the circles that I run in. But if you're in different kinds of circles, especially, maybe, but it might be different types, sex worker circles, a lot of them really don't like sex. So, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is there. I don't know if there's, like, a correlation there or if it's just the people we talk to, but sure.
Destiny, but think about it rationally. The people who actually like sex, as they claim, and they have a low partner, like body count and stuff like that, maybe the reason why they actually love sex is because of the partners they're having sex with. Not because of the sex itself, but maybe because of the partners. That's why they actually don't go and just fuck around everyone. They actually have a very specific number of sex partners.
Okay, you
And
can
they
say
just
that if you
enjoy
want,
having
but
sex
they
with
have
those
no problem
people.
having sex with me for the first time and being like really communicative, really responsive, very empathetic, like high skilled in terms of what they're doing, unless maybe they all just love me the very first time I have sex, or they're just somebody that really enjoys sex and they like having sex and they just, are good at it for those reasons. But
with all due love and respect, but I feel like you gotta be a little bit careful when you're talking about a lot of people having sex with you, because like, do they actually want to have sex with you as a sense of enjoyment because they're
I don't think, as much as I wish it was the possibility, I don't think that you can inspire good sexual performances from people just because they might like worship you. I don't think it works that way, unfortunately. It's not from women. Maybe from men it does.
Some people are very good at faking it. A lot of women can fake orgasm, and a lot of people can fake certain things.
Well, you can't fake being good at sex. Faking an orgasm is not like being good at sex.
Porn star can be really good at sex without enjoying sex, just like you said.
That's if you were fucking a porn star, that might be what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. I'm saying I don't think you can fake like being good. Also, no, a porn star can't fake being good at sex. A porn star probably is good at sex because it's their job.
No, I understand that, but it's like you're kind of like insinuating the fact that when you say talking about a lot of people who wanted to have sex with you and they were really good at sex and stuff like that, you're insinuating that they actually enjoyed the sex itself.
I don't know if they. It's
That's not
possible
what
they
I'm
didn't
saying,
enjoy
though.
it. Hold on, it's possible they don't enjoy it. I guess like you could theoretically like.
Yeah, that's my point.
But we're not talking about. That's a fundamentally different conversation. Like, is the person enjoying sex? Yeah, you don't have to enjoy sex to be good at it.
Wait, no, I understand that. But you're saying that a lot of those people who are really good at sex. So my point was, let's track back. I'm getting a little confused. My point back was a lot of people that you claimed who were really good at sex typically have very low like number of partners.
Surprisingly low.
Really
Yeah. There
low
were
body
some that
count.
had high
Yeah.
body counts. I'm just saying surprisingly low body counts.
So, so I understand. So my point is that, and they said that they claim that they actually enjoy sex. But what if they actually misconstruing it? What if they actually not enjoy the sex, but what if they actually enjoy the sex with that specific number of partners, with those specific partners and stuff like that, which help them maybe get good at sex themselves, but they don't necessarily enjoy the sex, they enjoy the sex with that partner. I think that's what
I guess
you're
that's
missing.
possible, but what you're describing, we're mapping onto totally different things. Like they enjoy the sex, and that
Are
like,
we?
yes, we're not like having like like I've put like 50 candles in the bedroom, and we're a missionary with Barry White playing in the background, like gazing into each other's eyes, like fucking for 15 minutes until we have like I both say I love you at the same time while our sexual organs are pulsing. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they perform very well, they give very good head, they like move on top of me very well, they're like able to take on a dick without getting started. Like there's like a lot of like actual like mechanical proficiencies that are existing here that are at a very high level, and they're like manipulating my body really well. They're reacting to or responding to my body really well. It's not just like, oh my god, I magically know how to do all these things because I like you. There's like a practiced, mechanical, empathetic, like responsive, dynamic thing that's happening between two people that are having good sex. And it's not just because it's a low body count or just because they like the person. There's a separate practice skill for that.
Have you ever fucking considered that the reason why they might be very good at sex is because they were actually very dedicated to that one specific partner? They learn how to please them, so they actually were communicating.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
That's all part of the practice, yes.
So it's not just because, like, you know, they enjoy the sex, but because they actually have that one specific partner they enjoyed the sex with, and they actually were open in communicating and stuff.
No.
Okay.
I mean, like, there can be, like, a loose correlation, but not necessarily. Like, if a guy
I feel
is
like you're
really,
trying
really...
to rationalize something that's irrational.
That's fine. You have sex in some special godlike place, and but there's like no anything for it. Like in my opinion, it's similar to a massage. And the argument that you're giving me is like, well, this guy loved me so much, he was able to give me the best massage because he loved me so much. That's not true. There are skills to massaging people. There are good places to press your thumbs into. There are good ways to move your hands up and down. Just because you really love someone doesn't mean you can give them a good massage. Some people really love you and they suck at it. They stick their fucking thumbs into their spine all day. They don't know like what fucking parts to squeeze. They suck at it. Like how much you love somebody. Maybe if you love them a lot, maybe you're willing to invest like the effort to learn the skills and like be responsible and all that. But that's still a skill that you have to acquire. Loving somebody doesn't make you good at giving them a massage. And some people that have no concern for you whatsoever can give you a really good massage. That's what I'm saying.
Destiny, when a majority of people actually choose a partner or choose a sex partner, they actually don't prioritize the mechanics of it, the intention behind each mechanical behavior, whatever. Or, you know, like her like stroking it in a specific way and then riding me in a specific way. A lot of people, gentlemen and women, when they go into it, they don't prioritize it just like you do. Instead, they prioritize something else. They prioritize, especially, for example, when it comes to women, they prioritize, is this, I'm going to use the red pill, word and stuff, a high value man and stuff like that, right? They're willing to actually compromise and be like, okay, sex doesn't have to be important. I will still choose this guy because he brings some sort of other sort of value besides sex, and maybe hopefully we can actually improve on sex, get better at sex. But nobody actually chooses a partner. Majority of the people I know, I think you're the fucking exception. Majority of people don't choose a partner just based on a fucking sexual mechanical thing.
I never said that. I never
not-
said the
he
majority of
didn't- he
people.
never
I never
said
said the
that.
majority of people do. I'm just saying that like that is like I would say the majority of
No, no,
people
no.
or a lot of people have like bad sex. But I mean, I don't think that's like a deal breaker. It's probably like quantity of sex is probably more important than quality of sex. If you want to look at like relationship success, that'd be like my guess. But like, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think I agree literally at the front of this conversation that it seems like most people don't really care about like having really good, mechanically good sex that much. Like it just matters that you're having it.
Why do you think you value mechanical sex so much?
Because I really like sex. It's really fun for me.
So why do you prioritize fun so much?
How am I
You know, because there's-
prioritizing it? What am I?
Bruh.
What?
You're like, oh, you know, me specifically, me, Destiny, aka Steven, prioritize, you know, the mechanical, the sexual act, the intention behind it because it's fun. That's literally you.
Yeah, because that's true. I enjoy it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, but why do you think, don't you agree that majority of the things that are like really fun can actually be bad for you, are bad for you and stuff like that? And we shouldn't actually prioritize fun as the highest value, as the ultimate form of happiness or whatever.
That's
But
a
sex
wait,
doesn't
that's
help
a
you think it's not like he's
that's a
shooting up
whole
heroin
different-
and being
and
like,
that's
oh,
wait,
heroin is...
wait, that's a whole different thing. if I was prioritizing mechanical sex as the most important part of a relationship, as the only thing I was searching for, then I agree with you. But I've never said anything remotely close to that.
No, but you actually prioritize it as just the initial state of a relationship.
I don't think I even said that. Like here, I really like music, okay? Music is really fun for me.
Okay.
If I was picking a partner based on our compatibility on music, the mechanical proficiency would be really important. I love all people, I love lots of people. I don't think it would ever be a deal breaker for me. But if a woman's like, oh yeah, like I play guitar a little bit, it's like, okay. I don't really value that almost at all. That sounds mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to tell me. That I don't value that. But if you have a really high mechanical proficiency and we can actually like, do music together, that would be amazing. But the mechanical proficiency there is going to be really important. We have to like be on the same level of being able to like musically be compatible with each other, right? If you just like do music, like okay, whatever. I mean that's cute, but it's not going to be like an important thing for me. Is that okay for me to say, or is that a horrible thing for me to say?
Hey, it's your life. You do you, boo.
Okay, but when I say like I think mechanical sexual compatibility is really important, now it's like a huge problem. Now we've stepped into like a huge issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have your priorities fucked up, but you know, you do you.
What is my fucked up priority?
I genuinely think that you, for example, the reason why you choose to be in an open relationship, the reason why you choose to be fucking a lot of women, the reason why you,
Okay, wait, stop. Before, cause if you want to just like criticize all of that, that's fine. But it seems like you were just like trying to. I don't know why we wouldn't just open the conversation with that. I think open relationships are immoral or whatever. That's fine. Like you understand that like
wait, open relationships are what?
are bad or whatever. We could have just started with that. But
Wait, you think it's me saying that, or you?
yeah,
saying
that you're saying that. I'm asking you specifically. Why would it be bad if somebody has like, oh, I want to have like really high levels of like sexual mechanical compatibility with a partner? That's really important to me. Why is that like a bad thing?
Because you are actually prioritizing it above anything else. It sounds
Because
like I know you're saying
matters
it's.
to
Wait,
him.
if wait, I'm not. No, hold on. I'm not prioritizing it over everything else. Where do you get that from?
Like he
From the
said
way you
before,
speak
it's like
about
the
it.
car thing. It's
Do you think? Wait,
it's
do you
one
think
of
that
the
I?
wheels that makes the relationship, but
I
it's not
think for
the
Destiny, it's a
main
core
thing.
value. It's a core value in a
And that's
relationship.
Wait, I don't
okay, some
think I don't
people
think I've ever chosen a partner because we had high sexual chemistry or whatever, or because like just because we had high sexual mechanical compatibility. I don't think I've ever done that in my life for a relationship partner.
Really?
Really. I could run through my partner, my first girlfriend / wife in high school, my serious relationship. We were both virgins, so I don't think I made that decision there.
You were young, probably naive or whatever, but now you actually know what you want from life. You
Sure.
are more experienced.
Okay.
You actually have, you're more self-aware and stuff like that. So you can technically use your first ever relationship. Nobody fucking knows what they're
I
doing.
was running through
during
all
their
of them,
first
and
ever
usually
relationship.
you start at the beginning because time goes in one direction. Okay. My next girlfriend was my.
Typically, yeah, I understand. Typically, people started at the beginning, but they actually.
Do you think my
people
relationship with
very
Melina was
different
only
from the
based on
first-
like our mechanical sexual compatibility?
I think more than that. I think also her just believed that, or her agreement to an open relationship and stuff. I don't think
wait,
it would happen with
do you not think I
Melina if
couldn't
she
find
wasn't
like a?
open with open relationship?
You don't think I couldn't find a ton of girls that want to do like an open style relationship?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I think I don't think it's a lot, and also I think there's many other factors involved in it. You know, Melina was a good-looking girl and stuff like that. There's other factors involved in it. But
Why would I give? No offense to Melina, okay, but like there's a lot of really good-looking girls that I come into contact with. Why the fuck would I fly somebody out
Yeah, but-
from
but
fucking
just-
New
but-
Zealand
whoa,
and go
whoa,
through the
whoa,
whole
whoa, whoa.
marriage green card process? You're saying because we had high mechanical sexual activity and because she looked good? Not to sound rude or mean, but like you understand, you have any how many fucking people DM me and everything? Like, bro, if I just want to choose like a fucking 10 out of 10 chick from fucking LA and live with her, that could be way less hassle and trouble than, no offense to fucking Melina, which is a whole process of like bringing
You're
her fucking to the United States.
naive to assume that a majority of women would be willing to live the same lifestyle as you would want.
You don't think I
okay?
could find a
You're
trophy?
fucking
Hold on.
crazy.
You don't think I
No.
couldn't find a trophy wife that I could give a $10,000 a month allowance to that would just sit in my apartment and fuck me sometimes? You know what a sugar daddy is, bro? I could find so many hot chicks that would be absolutely okay with it. And I tell them if you want, you can go fuck other dudes as well. You don't think I could find a ton of women? They're like, fuck it, I do this arrangement. You really don't think so? I could put in an ad for that and have like 110 out of 10 girls in any fucking major city in the United States. I'm not creepy. I'm not a rapist. I don't smell
So,
bad.
well,
I'm like a
you wouldn't
35-year-old
marry
dude.
them.
Hey, I don't get you. Who cares? I give them a lot of fucking money and do whatever fucking arrangement I want. What are you talking about? You don't think I can find that arrangement?
There's a
I bet I
difference
could pay
between
you enough
finding
money
that-
to do that. What state do you live in again? Absolutely I could. Sorry, go ahead.
there's a difference between being able to find that arrangement versus actually wanting that arrangement.
True.
You wouldn't want that,
Yes,
okay?
correct.
Oh,
Because
my
there were
fucking
a lot of
God.
other qualities that Melina had, things related
Well,
to
that's my
romantic
point.
chemistry. No,
That's
but
my point.
but the
So
first
it would
two
be
that
difficult to find.
the first two that rolled out of your mouth were two of the easiest things to find, which is somebody that looks good and we have like some sexual compatibility.
No, I said that there is a lot of other things that included it. One of them being she was a pretty good-looking girl and stuff like that.
This is like
It was just-
one of the lowest things on like my priority fucking list of for like dating partner. Yeah, keep going. Fucking bunny ears. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you in a video game if I ever see you again, Billy.
kitten.
Okay.
It's a kitten.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
these are the things that rolled off your tongue that you seem to have this idea in my mind, okay? That like,
I feel like, again, you are just being emotional about it.
I know, but
I think
here's
it-
what's happening. You want me to tell you the whole macro point of what's happening? Here you go, okay? Here's what's actually happening, okay?
Oh,
What's
God.
happening is, and I understand that's part of being an enlightened 35-year-old white man, is that and having 180 IQ, is that my mind is huge. And I can encompass fully your brain. I know everything that you're thinking, everything you think I think, and everything you want to like. I can understand it, okay? You
You're
want a
such a
person, I
genius.
am, thank you, yes, okay.
Yeah.
You want to have a guy that you vibe
Yeah.
with on some level and that shares these important decisions in terms of like children and finances and you know, like
Totally.
all of that. These are important things. And I understand that. But the problem, however, the problem is that when you try to envision my mind, you can't do it because you're 25 IQ, woman, bunny ears, Hispanic, whatever, like lives in like deserts, like all these reasons. Okay, your brain is not capable of understanding my brain.
Oh,
Okay,
of
so when you
course.
look at me and I say, you know, I think that like sexual compatibility is like really important. I really like mechanically good sex, and
Yeah.
that's like important for me. And your mind, you're like, oh my God. He doesn't care about like all of the other parts of a relationship, and he's probably masturbates to a lot of pornography and goons all day, and is only going to be with a 15-year-old girl that is super sexually, mechanically proficient, and won't even think about like the important parts of a relationship. Like for some reason, your mind goes there because it shuts down as soon as I say like mechanical importance is one, which is I think that's what's happening. And I understand. I understand that. I understand.
I'll give you one thing.
Go ahead.
One thing. You're
Yeah.
100,000% right that I have a hard time understanding an autistic mind.
Okay.
100,000%. Yes. And
I am
think
artistic.
your
Thank
chat
you.
agrees.
I'm very artistic.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And and I think your chat agrees with me. That's why when you took the poll yesterday with Abba or 2 days ago, majority of your chat actually agreed with Abba instead of you. Interesting. So maybe
They
like,
agreed that they have similar
it's
preferences.
you who's a fucking
If I was
weirdo
to
and
ask my
have
chat, I'm
normal-
curious. Here, my chat's here. If I asked my chat, what is the reason why I said I was with Melina for 5 fucking years? How many times have I said this on stream before? Privately to Melina, privately to other people. Maybe we've even talked about this privately. I don't know.
Lifestyle.
What?
It suited your fucking lifestyle.
It's
With all
what?
due love
It's
and
what?
respect, it's the reason.
Wait, you think? Yeah,
Maybe
go
I
ahead.
shouldn't. Okay, fuck it. I think you and I are decent enough that I can say that.
Yeah, say
I
whatever
think
you
it
want. Do it.
Oh God, I feel like I'm gonna get killed. I just think that it suited your life. She was, in a sense, like maybe a high valued woman and stuff like that. You know, she was very, she was known by a lot of people. She was respected by a lot of people, and she was very independent. She was a go-getter, but she was also pretty, and she was considerably speaking a very high valued woman, and she was willing to kind of like live the lifestyle that you wanted and stuff. So it was a very good compromise, and more than that. So
Okay. So not to sound mean or rude, okay, but you're delusional, okay? So number one, and thankfully
Fair
a lot of
enough.
people in chat are saying this, okay? The reason why I started living for 5 years is because up to the very fucking end, I had incredibly strong romantic feelings for Lena. Meaning that I missed her when she's not here. I like hugging and cuddling her and being like physically and like emotionally close and intimate with her. These were the reasons why I stayed for that long. Everything else you just said is not only not an important thing for me, these were actually things that were always working against our relationship the entire time. So for instance, when you say high value, you're implying like valued by society. I'm not trying to be mean or degrading towards any partners I've had, especially because I want a partner who's just like this. Melina was not a high value woman because we were in an open relationship. Everybody constantly made fun of me and said that I was a cuck and that she was a slut. What?
Definitely. Only red pillars dead.
You think
Only
that
red
any
pill-
other person? Hold on. What? First of all, the last year and a half of my content was red pillars. Secondly, you think anybody else looked at Melina as a high value woman when we were in an open relationship?
I feel like, to be honest, she's a very desirable woman. I would feel like, yeah.
Okay. I think that the things that make Melina
might
a
be wrong.
desirable woman are traits that I value. Most people don't give a fuck about them in women. Okay, so the fact that she was a streamer,
I disagree with you. A lot of
That's fine.
intellectual guys who actually.
yeah, a lot of other like actual high value males, not the ones that pretend they are in the red pill space, might, but these guys aren't the
I agree.
majority of people on the internet, right? Most people are going to look at traits. So the fact that like she was a streamer, I had a lot of streamers that would talk to me and they'd say like, "Do you really like that Melina's a streamer? Doesn't that kind of feel weird? Or are you ever threatened by the fact that she's growing? Like, doesn't that make you feel a certain type of way?" No, I don't. So that was a trait that like people wondered a lot about. The fact that we both slept around a lot was something that people wondered about our word. Look at all the drama with like Sneeko and all this other shit. We're like, "Oh yeah, she wanted to fuck me. Your girl said this, blah 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 blah." Even if it wasn't true, and Sneeko was the one being thirsty the whole time, right? All of these things constantly worked against me. The fact that she was pretty, oh well, that's not your wife, that's our wife. Yeah, she might be pretty, but she's pretty for the whole town. She's for the streets. Like none of these things that you say, and then the traits that I value, things like her being independent, that's not good. That just means that she can leave you at any point in time. Or the fact that she is like investing a lot in her career, that's not good. It means she can't be a housewife when she can, like she doesn't even need your money, or she's
Okay,
gonna
okay,
yeah.
but you're talking about fucking retarded guys. Can you talk about intellectual guys who would actually find that as valuable, like a fucking woman?
Why would I pick a
going-
partner based on what a minority of guys in my space find attractive?
Because you are a minority?
Yeah, but do you really think I'm choosing my partner thinking like, God, at least I know there are some other enlightened
You're definitely not
atheists like
choosing a
me.
partner based on the fucking red pill propaganda and stuff like that, right?
No, I'm picking them based on all of the other qualities that I think
Yes.
are important in a partner. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we're on a fucking same page. So that's my
No,
point.
when you say high value woman who's pretty, I think you said pretty like 5 times when you were
No,
trying
no,
to
no,
describe what a
it-
high
it
value
is
woman
just-
was.
Bro, I fucking said that she was like very ambitious, very outgoing. She was very
And
good
pretty,
at socializing
and pretty,
and stuff like that.
and pretty. You
What's wrong with
brought that up
being
over and over again.
pretty?
Because I think in your mind, you're either projecting what
Yes.
you hope guys think, you're projecting what you think, or you're just saying this for some reason. You think that one of my choices for Melina, like a high part, was the fact that she was like pretty. By the way, not to be mean to either of
No,
you, I
it's
prefer
pretty along
brunettes.
with
So
something
it's not
else.
even like that wasn't even like a determinative factor. Or like, oh, well, at least she looks
And
pretty
yet
good. Like,
you married a blonde. Fuck you.
I didn't marry
And
a
yet you
blonde.
married
I didn't marry a blonde. I
Yeah.
married 2 blondes technically. 'Cause my first wife was blonde as well. So I'm just showing.
Yeah,
I'm just demonstrating. Like, yeah,
prefer
things that I
brunettes,
think that I
and
think
yet
are
I married 2 blondes.
exactly. Yeah, physically
Yeah,
attractiveness.
yeah.
I prefer fucking
Yeah,
Asian
yeah.
women or Hispanic women or fucking women of
Totally.
color, minorities, or
Totally.
strong Black African queens, or like these are probably
Totally.
more than like blonde white chicks. Okay.
I love the self-awareness. Yeah, totally.
Sure, but I'm just saying like these aren't the choices that I'm making. Like, oh, she's pretty, she's so pretty, blah blah blah. Right? It's just I'm just saying like these are yeah. Anyway,
Do you think there is a potential that, like, marrying or being with Milena and stuff like that potentially have, like, risen up your value in a society and stuff like that, and so it kind of made you more desirable to other women and stuff like that? Do you ever believe that?
to other women, maybe a bit, yeah.
Okay. So maybe that was also a potential reason why you chose her.
You think
and
I'm
stuff like
making?
that.
You think at any point in time ever, I'm making the decision to be with Melina because I think that other women might look favorably upon me if my current girlfriend is hot.
I think that that does play a role in it. Yeah, I do
Okay.
think that
Even if one of the
you-
biggest issues in our relationship was the fact that Melina was like deleting other women out of my life. It was like working against me probably more than any other aspect of our relationship.
Okay.
Did Melina ever message you for anything, by the way?
Wait, why? No.
Oh, okay, just curious.
Wait, why?
I was just wondering.
Why would she message me about me and her got along? She was super nice to me
Okay.
personally.
Okay.
Oh God. Okay. Move. Let's. Anyways, so
No, I don't. I get annoyed that like I don't like this idea that just because you guys have all become satisfied with having horrible sex lives, or just because you're okay with like not even knowing how to make yourself come, that when you run into a person that thinks that like sexual mechanics and showing love to a partner that way and like having a high proficiency there is like something that you value, that all of a sudden makes that person some hedonistic fucking loser that has no other like valuation, or I'm sorry, no other values for any partners in a relationship. I think that's an incredibly shallow and disgusting view of other people that have a slightly different view of you on sex. I don't like that. I think that's really cringe.
Do not come.
I think you are a very hedonistic person, but I don't look down on you because of that.
Okay, that's great. And I think you're shallow, and I think it's sad that a lot of people like you commit to having dog shit sex lives with partners that don't even know how to fucking give head because you don't actually give a fuck about it, because you just do it because you think you have to, because that's part of like a woman's job in a relationship. I think it's really sad. But, you know.
I think you're projecting.
What?
I think you're
What
getting
part
a
of what I
little
just
mad.
said is projecting? When what I just said was the opposite value of everything I believe in for relationships. How does that even make sense?
You're presuming something about my sex life. You're presuming that I don't care about sex. That is not true. I do care about sex, but I would care about sex more with a very specific partner and stuff like that.
I understand. So while
I
some
would
people care
prioritize
more
that.
about like the number of orgasms they might have in a month, you care more about the number of candles that are lit in the room when your partner's fucking you missionary for 2
Fuck
minutes
yeah.
before they blow inside of you and get you pregnant because kids are
Yeah,
important.
I care
Gotcha.
about the
Okay.
actual relationship aspect of it instead of just the sexual aspect of it.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
And a
Because
partner that
that's what
cares
with
enough
the
about their
vibrator, I can
And
get
it's
fucking
impossible
more
to have
than
a
that.
and a
combination of
partner
the
that
two?
cares about how
They're
their other
mutually
partner
exclusive?
feels, a partner that cares about how their other partner feels or finds ways to like pleasure them and make them feel good. That's not actually caring about the relationship. What's actually caring about the relationship is laying there and just like having the sex. That's the caring part.
In my honest opinion, if you actually care about your partner, you actually care about their satisfaction. So in a healthy, good relationship, you would actually attempt to learn, attempt to satisfy, attempt to actually learn about your partner's body and etc. We're talking about a healthy relationship, Destiny. When I talk about a selfish, narcissistic relationship where one partner just fucking lays there, receiving all the pleasure and not being able to provide pleasure in return. We're talking about healthy
That's
relationships.
awesome. Okay, I agree with you. That's great. It took you a long time, but so cool. So you fully came around to my
Don't think
position.
so.
You fully
I
came around to my
disagree
position.
with you.
You just said that if a
No.
partner loves the other person, then they will increase their mechanical proficiency because they do care about their partner's pleasure and they do want to find ways to make them feel good. Cool. I'm glad that we could wind up at the exact same spot.
But
after
guess what?
3
No, no,
hours
no,
of-
no, no. We're on a different page. It's like I decided to like maybe date a partner or be with that partner, not because they were really good at sex, but because they had other values, and I was willing to be like, okay, I will educate them on the mechanics of it. So the mechanics were kind of like lower in a priority list, very much so lower.
So sexual compatibility isn't allowed. Like he's not allowed to
Because
have that as one
there's
of
a
the
difference
priorities. As
between
like
a sexual compatibility versus mechanical. There's
What
a
else does
very
sexual-
big
wait, what else does sexual compatibility mean?
You have to be. You have to think that the person is good at like the mechanical aspects of sex for you to be sexually compatible. I don't.
Or what does sexual compatibility
What
mean
does
for
that
you?
mean?
What does it mean for you? I'm curious.
Sexual compatibility means I enjoy having sex with that person.
Because
No, wait.
there's-
Why though? What is that? You're just describing a thing. Like romantic chemistry means that I feel romantic feelings for somebody. What does it mean to have sexual compatibility with somebody?
So majority of the time, the sexual compatibility with that person, for me, I'm speaking for me, and for a lot of other women that I know, again, this is anecdotal, but it means simply enjoying the sex with that person. Doesn't necessarily mean
Why
the
do you
mechanics,
enjoy it? Why
but
do you enjoy it? What are
Is
you
it because
enjoying?
the sex is good?
Emotion. I wouldn't say the sex is amazing, but the sex is good because
Yeah,
it's bad with that person.
Wait. Why is it good with the
But
person?
it- like,
Why-
it
no, wait.
feels
Let me drill.
good?
Let me drill. Why is it good with the person? Why does it feel good? Why is it? Yeah. What makes it feel good?
I think you're having a hard time comprehending it, and I've repeated myself many, many, many times. It's because of the emotional aspect, the mentality of having sex with that person.
Okay, so if I
feel like
have,
you keep
so if we had a
missing it or
really,
dismissing
really,
it.
okay, so we have a really, really,
Yeah.
really strong emotional attachment. Okay, I take your panties off, okay, and then I put my 1-inch micro dick and I thrust against your belly button a few times and I fill it up with cum and then I walk away. But like we have a strong emotional attachment. That's good sex to you. Because we have strong emotional attachment. And you saw me orgasm at least in 10 seconds.
I'll be okay with it.
Girl, that's not
Okay,
good.
that's fine.
faith.
No, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So you have no idea. You don't care about sexual compatibility at all. That's just not an important thing for
I
you.
do. No, I
You
do.
don't. No, you
because,
don't.
No, I do because
No.
I actually value the emotional aspect of it more, the mental aspect of it. I actually enjoy having intimate sexual relationship with that person. When it comes to actually improving on sex, I will
You don't
give
even
time.
know
I
what
will
it means to
educate
have
them.
intimate
I will-
sex with someone. You don't even know what that means. You don't know anything about sex. You have no concept of this. Is the equivalent of a woman who gets beaten the shit out of by her husband saying, I think that the romantic intimacy of our relationship is really important because I know that he feels really good every time he cracks his knuckles across my face. And I value that. That's what you're telling me, right?
Destiny, with all the love and respect, in my previous relationships, I started dating individuals, right, when the sex wasn't amazing. The sex mediocre and stuff like that. It was whatever, right? But then as the relationship progressed and stuff like that, I educated them and they were able to satisfy me. That's how fucking majority of the relationships work.
Yeah, but
what
you're
if
not
you
telling
had
me
sex
what that
with them
means.
for the first
Hold
time?
on,
It was
hold on, hold
absolutely
on.
awful.
Or-
Like, would
It
you?
wasn't
have
awful, it
I'm
was mediocre.
that's what I'm asking.
Or
Like,
just
what if
asking-
it had been absolutely terrible and you wouldn't have
Here,
like?
I'm
Would you
gonna-
have wanted
sure,
to
Anna.
improve it?
Here's the deal, Anna. One time I kissed a guy and there was no sexual chemistry. Even when I kissed the guy, I was like, ugh.
I'm just curious
there
what
you
what
go, I
makes it
didn't think
yeah,
that.
but what made it
I understand.
What made it good or bad?
It was more just like the connection with that person. I just didn't connect with that. So like even the making out with that was kind of like, bleh.
But if you connect with someone and then they're just absolutely terrible at sex, like micro penis comes in 2 strokes, like is it?
First of all, can we like be careful with the micro penis? It's like such a small percentage of like men in America. Or
Can
in
you
the world
engage with the
have micro
hypothetical?
penis.
Can you engage with the
I'm not,
hypothetical?
Sure, I will engage
it's
with
not
a
so much that. I'm just
hypothetical.
curious, like,
Unrealistic hypothetical, but okay. But no, even if the sex was bad, but I still like the person, I would still keep on giving them a chance. I would not just end the relationship just because the sex was bad.
And what if they don't improve? What if they don't improve after like months and months of you trying? Like they just 2-stroke Andy done.
Well, that's a problem. But in the initial stage of a relationship, I would still date them. What do you mean? I would still date them.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Okay, hold on, just okay. 'Cause
I feel
have
like I'm being pretty simple.
Well, to be
You
hold
guys
on,
are
wait.
trying to overcomplicate it and just like, sure, go ahead.
Well, the conversation is basically like we're both saying like how much do we enjoy getting massages from our partners, and then I'm asking you like what makes for a good massage, and you're like, well, as long as they have a good emotional connection. That's fucking retarded. You don't have an answer for the question because you don't care about the massage. You just like the fact they're massaging you, which is fine. It's the same view that a lot of guys take of sex.
No.
When you say what makes for good
Fucking
sex,
disagree
well, the
with
girl's
you.
hot, and then can you give me one thing? What do you mean when you say you enjoy sex on me? Can you
Do
give
know
me an
the
answer?
fucking difference between? Do you know the difference between you and I? You fucking assume that a person needs to be right away good at sex.
Never said that.
You need to have.
Never
yeah,
said
you
that.
did.
Then why don't you say one thing that makes sex good that doesn't involve emotional or connection? Can you describe anything that don't use those 2 words?
As you actually progress in a relationship, you date that person, they learn more about the body, your specific body, they improve on that specific aspect, the sex gets better.
The mechanical aspects. That's what I'm saying, though. Now you're agreeing with me.
No, I understand. But again, it's not the initial stage of a relationship. You fucking talking about it as it's like, oh, I'm dating a person, and right away the sex has to be amazing.
Okay.
Oh my
So
god.
I literally said
You guys are.
I literally
no, you
said.
guys are fucking are. You guys talking
Bella,
about the
I
fucking
literally
micro-
said, Bella, I literally said the exact opposite earlier. I said that you might get somebody that's like super enthusiastic and they're trying really hard, but they just don't know what to do and they're toothy and their hands are. I literally said the exact opposite of what you're claiming that I now believe.
What I said is like it's okay if they're really bad at it or mediocre at it because hopefully over time they will improve. And as the relationship progresses, if they don't improve, fine. But typically they learn more about your body.
So then
they
where's the
learn more about your
disagreement?
wants and
Okay,
desires.
but then I feel like then we have like the same position. You're just getting there in way more words than I.
No, I think the biggest difference, again, Anna and Steven, is that you guys are saying that the mechanical aspect of the sex needs to be present at the initial stages.
I
of the
literally
that
just
was
gave you the
never
exact
said.
opposite thing again. Do I
We're
need to
just
repeat
saying-
the
No,
same thing?
you guys fucking talked about a micro penis smacking me in the fucking pussy and him coming within the 2 minutes.
Yeah, but a guy
and
with
you
a
were
micro
would
dick-
You continue dating him.
You can
But a
have
guy
an
with a
emotional
micro
connection
dick-
with a micro dick.
Yeah, but a micro dick can do a whole bunch of other things. You can get a fucking cock sleeve, you can get a fucking vibrator, you can give good head, you can do, there's a million other fucking things a guy could do. I was just giving that example, like, is this really good sex to you? Because the only thing you would tell me is emotional connection. I'm like, wait, what if there's nothing else happening besides the emotional connection, hence the micro penis coming in your belly button?
Wait, I have a
To see
question.
if there was like any other thing that you would give. It's like, oh, well, he could do this or that, but you just don't have.
Yeah, well,
I have a
sure, but it
question.
comes with over time because at the initial stage of a relationship, you don't like.
I don't know why
know,
you say
what-
initial stage of relationship. You're okay. We're working on this. It has nothing to do.
Okay.
No,
I have one last
I
question.
think you're just fucking dismissing because you completely understand what I'm saying. It's just you want to fucking dismiss it because
So let's say
goes against your agenda.
You start
Like,
talking
what
to
the
this
fuck
guy.
you
The
talking
sex,
about?
Agenda?
you start talking to this
Oh,
guy.
whatever,
The sex is
stance,
mediocre.
believe.
and You're talking to this guy.
Sorry.
The sex is mediocre, and then you guys build an emotional connection. The sex gets better. Yada, yada, yada.
No.
Let's-
I need the emotional connection
okay.
before I actually have sex.
Okay,
with him,
you build an emotional connection, and then the sex is good. And then let's say that you lose the emotional connection, but his sexual abilities remain the exact same. Do you then view the sex like does the sex?
No, I will
feel-
break up with that person.
Does the,
because
but is the
emotional
sex
connection is more
objectively
important.
less good? Does it feel less good now that you don't have the emotional connection?
Yes.
Like it physically feels less good, even though he's doing the exact same thing.
Yes.
So then, like
Because-
the mechanical aspect doesn't matter at all to you.
Well, that's why I actually don't even do hookups and stuff like that because, yeah, like I feel like the emotional aspect of the relationship actually adds to the sexual intimacy, the sexual experience, and enhances it. Instead of just like, jerking off and whatever, just getting fucking dopamine rush and just, getting off, there's something more intrinsically just
I
satisfying.
agree.
having
I
that
agree. I understand what you're saying, but you're the one with the agenda,
Yeah.
not me. I'm just like talking about these things as they are. You're the one with the whole fucking idea of the world of sex and special, and I'm a hedonist and blah blah. I haven't made any of those those accusations until you started making my mind. For you, I don't care how other people enjoy sex. You're the one who's got like my view of sex has to be baked into my whole fucking worldview and my agenda and all those things. Like, I enjoy sex. I think mechanically, I think it's fine, and I think that you don't care about sex that much. That's why you didn't give like any fucking answers related to sex. Like, yeah.
I feel like in order to have a long, good, satisfying, healthy relationship, sex is very important, Destiny. Yeah. I
understand, but I think good sex is important. You don't. That's fine. Which is also
No,
fine.
I
That's a
do.
totally legitimate thing. That's fine. You can have that
fucking-
opinion.
you
There's
know
nothing
what?
wrong with your
my
opinion.
God,
That's
so
fine.
Don't speak for me. Don't fucking put words into my mouth. I actually do believe in good sex with
But
your
you
partner,
have different
But you didn't even say-
definitions
you
of
didn't
good
say-
sex
you didn't
because
give a
you
single
require an
definition of
emotional
good sex.
connection, and not everyone does.
Or
No,
not
no.
even that. You didn't
Hold
give
on,
anything
hold
of
on.
like what is good sex. You didn't give any definition of it whatsoever.
Okay, typically for women,
Mm-hmm.
majority of the women will be actually orgasms. They don't orgasm through vaginal intercourse. They orgasm through clitoral
Oh,
stimulation,
cool.
right?
So there we go. A partner that's invested in getting you off. Okay, thank you for giving like one answer relating to. Thank you. Good job. It only took us
Yeah, and
20
that
hours into the
typically
conversation.
fucking comes as your relationship progresses and they fucking learn about your body and you teaching them about your fucking clitoris and how to fucking get it off.
Okay.
Oh my god.
If they care.
Well, if they love you, they would. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends. Maybe a guy thinks his job
Unless
isn't
you're
to
a
make his
fucking
girl
selfish-
orgasm. Maybe a guy thinks his job is to provide protection and resources, and it's the girl's job to orgasm and get the guy
my
off.
God. Yeah, true. That's why a lot of men who go down on a woman are not real men, huh?
Maybe.
But okay, my other question, I don't know if you actually responded to that, but would you agree that a lot of like virgins and incels would actually agree with your stance that like when it comes to relationship, the mechanical sex is so important?
No.
But why are we demonizing wanting to have good mechanical sex? Like, of course, like the
I don't think
emotional.
anybody's
Of course,
demonizing.
you are. I think the emotional connection stuff, like, it's fine. But I want a partner that's gonna make me feel good. Like, what is wrong with
no,
that?
I think you're putting words into my mouth. I don't think I'm demonizing it.
Okay.
Okay.
But I think also the answer is no. I think virgins are going to be way more aligned to your point of view, 100%, of course. Because virgins are
From the
incels.
conversations that I had.
That's great. But for
Typic-
virgins and incels, it's one of the most misunderstood thing about virgins and incels that they're like obsessed with like having this crazy fucking sexual experience. The reality is
Right.
that
Is that why they actually overconsume porn?
don't really care. Don't think it's relevant. I think that for an average incel or a
Wait,
virgin.
really? So you think it's irrelevant that they overconsume porn?
Yep, I do. I think that
How
for
did
the
we get
average
from
incel,
porn
wait,
to
hold on,
porn?
wait,
Have a
wait.
porn
For the
addiction.
average, for
Are you
the
fucking
average,
kidding
I
me?
don't care. I don't even know if that's true that they have a porn addiction. If that's like a thing that like tracks to the data. The average incel or virgin is not somebody that's obsessed with having a sexual experience. If they're an incel or a virgin, like a late stage in life virgin, they're usually somebody that's missing some type of emotional or romantic connection. That's what they're
They
looking forward to more
associate
than
the
anything else.
emotional connection with sex, with the act
That's
of
great. You're a woman who's speaking out, no idea what the fuck she's talking about. I don't know what else to say. What you're saying is just dead wrong. If you talk to an average
I don't think
incel,
so.
that's great. You're wrong. I bet my whole life on this, my whole life savings on this. That an average incel is not somebody who's like, God, I didn't fuck a girl. God, I didn't fuck a girl. I didn't fuck. Because if it was, they would just buy a prostitute. What they're thinking is, oh my God, I don't even know how to talk to a girl. I miss like the emotional warmth of getting like even like sit with or cuddle with a girl, and I want to fucking kill myself because I have no girl that even likes me. That's what they're thinking about. Not, I want to have sex with a girl.
They associate the emotional aspect of a relationship with sex. They see the emotional aspect is through sex. Okay.
Okay,
If
I
you
disagree.
actually fucking have a conversation with them, they're gonna
I
be
have
like,
plenty.
"Oh, I'm an incel. I'm an involuntary celibate or whatever." It's like, and they talk about majority of the time the sexual aspect of it because they believe that that's the only way you can actually get that emotional attachment, the emotional bondage through sex.
Then why don't all of them just buy prostitutes?
Why don't all of them buy prostitutes? Because a lot of them can afford prostitutes, and a lot of them do buy prostitutes, and they realize it's not enough. That's the whole point.
But
They
you
also
just said that
consume a lot
they're
of
going to
porn.
get the emotional connection through sex, so why don't they follow?
No. I didn't say they get it. I said they think about it. They associate it. Their perception of emotional connection is incorrect because they equate it to having sex, and then they realize that it's not it, and then they still remain celibate.
I don't
remain
think
incels.
I don't think they associate it with having sex. That's just part of like a relationship that they're missing. But it's part of the totality of like being in a relationship with a woman. That's like the thing that they are obsessed over. It's not just
There
the
is
sex
a
part.
reason why they overconsume porn. It's because again they associate that emotional attachment with.
Or maybe they just because they just want to come. Is there even evidence that guys that are incel are more likely to overconsume porn? Aren't the largest consumers of porn people in relationships? Well, you think you would know that if you're making the claim otherwise, right?
from the individuals that I had a conversation with because I'm a booba streamer.
Do you want to
and
bring any of them in
I
here
have
right now?
OnlyFans and
Hey,
stuff
bring
like
any of them
that.
in here right now. I guarantee you they will agree with me if you want to bring any of them in here.
Well, I don't think I can, but
Why?
agree with you in what specifically. I can
They're
ask
gonna
them.
say
What
they're gonna
specifically?
say Destiny's right.
Mhm.
Actually, the emotional
In what
part
aspect?
is way more important. The emotional part of the relationship is way more important than the sex part. Or this might be something that you've heard because your girl brain, so you don't understand it. What they might say this, okay? And I can understand them saying this, and I'll explain this. They might say, actually, Destiny is completely wrong. The sex part is the most important part. And what Destiny doesn't understand is the reason why the sex part is the most important part is because if a woman is willing to have sex with you, that means that somebody has like accepted you and your body and made herself vulnerable and available to you in order to have sex with you. So they're saying the sex is the important part, but it's not actually. Again, it's what I just said earlier. It's the like emotional, vulnerable, romantic connection. Sometimes they might think that they can get that through sex, but they don't think about that like how you're saying I think about that. Where they're like, God, I'm an incel, but if I could just meet a woman that gets the best head ever, that would be fucking awesome. Well, the thing is like, I wish a woman like loved me enough to actually share her body with me because I'm 32 years old and I've never had that experience before. So they might like be valuing sex there, but not like in an upset, like in the way that I value sex. It's in the way that you value sex, ironically enough. Not that that makes it good or bad, but that's
Okay.
what they're looking for.
No.
Yeah.
Typically, what happens is when they overconsume sex, overconsume porn, they start perceiving sex as a porn thing, right? That's what typically happens. They have a unhealthy understanding of what sex should be and what it is.
I feel
That's
like
my
we're
whole
straw
point, right?
manning here.
Well, I don't
Are we?
even know if some
We're,
incels
like,
might,
moving the goalposts.
or even some incels might view it that way, but like that's not because they're an incel. That's just because they haven't had sex. I think if you haven't done anything ever and you keep consuming something, you
Yeah.
might get a warped view of it. But again, I'm pretty sure
No,
most
a
of the people,
virgin, yeah,
I think
a
that
virgin would actually start associating the emotional bondage through sex only.
I don't think that happened.
Make-
I don't think you watch porn and think there's an emotional connection there.
If that's the only thing you experience, why wouldn't you?
Because why? Because nobody's being emotional when they have porn sex on Pornhub. You're not seeing like an emotional connection.
They don't see an emotional connection.
Bring the
through
incels in.
porn.
Message them. Bring them in right now. Let's go. Do it.
Wait,
Bring
who?
one. Bring in an incel. You said you talk to incels. Bring them in. I guarantee you they'll agree with you. 1
I don't
billion
talk to
percent.
incels. I talk to virgins. They're different things.
We'll bring a virgin in. I guarantee. Well, a virgin is.
No, who the fucking online is? That's
Well, you're the one
I
that's saying you talk to all these fucking virgins all the time. I guarantee. Okay. Well, listen. The next time you do a stream, you should have a virgin or incel call-in thing. Okay. And you should ask these people, like, hey, you guys should call in and tell me, like, what are you missing? It's funny because again, incels are called involuntarily celibate. But it's not actually the celibacy that's bothering them. It's the lack of like closeness to a woman in a relationship. That's like an experience, a special part of the human experience that they feel like every person should be able to have in life, but they missed it, and now they don't know if they can ever get it. But it's not just the sex part. That is a part of it, but it's like the emotional relationship bonding experience with a woman, somebody of the opposite sex.
I think we're kind of on the same page where I agree that an incel who's self-aware, maybe a little bit healthy or virgin, would agree with you on that sense. But I feel like majority of them are unhealthy, and because of the overconsumption of porn, that's the way they start.
I don't think porn. You know what? You want to know what a big meme is? I don't think porn actually matters that much for literally any of this. I think it's like one of the biggest fucking things that people obsess over because they've got weird religious hangups on it, or they have a whole bunch of insecurities about their own lives or bodies sexually, and so they want to blame like every fucking thing on porn. I don't think porn has almost anything to do with any of the problems that we have with people dating each other or talking to women or anything. I think none of it is impacted by it. Like almost like 1%. I think that things like social media, the prevalence of like internet shit everywhere, not porn, but just the addiction to internet stuff everywhere. I think that the increase in education, meaning you got to live with your parents till you're 25, 30 to fucking move it out. Like all of these things I think are what push people off of relationships a billion times more than just fucking masturbating to porn. I don't think porn has like anything to do with any of this. But you know, maybe that's just my opinion. What do I know? I started masturbating to porn when I was 12, so maybe my brain is just fucked.
Disagree with you, but I think the overconsumption of porn can have an effect.
I think
We're
it's
talking
like
about the
very,
overconsumption of porn.
I think it's very minimal.
Exactly. You think it's very minimal?
I think it's very minimal. And you know what? I bet if it affects anybody more negatively, I bet it's fucking women. Okay? You know how many fucking... I'm so curious. If you were to talk to all the fucking incels or guys on the planet, how many of them... I feel like women are always more hardcore. Maybe it's just me. I feel like every
What do
fucking...
you mean by hardcore?
As in every new fucking woman I have is like, fucking choke me, will you spin my mouth, can you fucking blah, blah, blah. Like every fucking woman is like this. Every single one, okay? Why are they getting affected by it more than... And I feel like if you talk to the average incel, I don't think if you talk to the average incel, the guy's like, yeah, I just really want a woman that can wrap my fucking fingers around her throat and watch her the life drain from her eyes while I fucking drill her fucking puss. Like, I don't think that is like the average incel. If anything, I feel like women's fucking fetishes and shit are more influenced by porn than fucking men's are. But also, I don't fuck all
Okay,
men, so I could be
calm
wrong.
the fuck down.
I'm
Okay,
so
you are
calm.
wrong in the sense.
Okay.
Here's the reason why you're wrong.
Go ahead.
Majority of women actually don't consume like the man to women porn and stuff like that, where you fucking see his dick going inside her pussy and his balls fucking hitting her ass. Okay, they don't
You know what?
actually
I
watch
bet.
that a lot.
You know what? I
This
bet
one
women
Can
on
I
average.
finish my fucking
Yeah,
sentence?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm about to
I
contradict it.
appreciate
Go.
you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Majority of women actually watch erotica or lesbian sex. There's a reason for it because there's a sense of a little bit of a safety, a little bit of an intimacy and stuff like that. Now, in regards to the choking aspect of it, when a girl feels very comfortable and safe with the dude, she would like to sometimes act as submissive, right? And she wants him to be like a dominating, like a little bit more of a masculine, like choke me and stuff like that. But typically, when it comes to consumption of porn, women consume lesbian porn.
My
or
bet.
erotica.
First of all, I seriously doubt
That's
that
why,
many
by
women.
the way, hold on. That's why erotica books are actually more popular with the ladies and stuff
Cool.
like that. Because
Women
they
on
like to
average,
imagine-
you know what I bet my life on? Women on average consume more hardcore porn than men. 100%. I know that to be true. Number one. Number two.
Do you have a source for it? Because why are you saying it as a fucking claim? Like it's a
Yeah,
factual
I can give you a
claim.
source for it. The source why?
ahead.
The source for it is what you just said. Because erotica, which I read a lot of, by the way, is heavily and predominantly consumed by women. Have you ever read erotica that women read?
Yeah.
It is
So like
almost
50 Shades of Grey.
Sure,
I've read
it doesn't have to be 50
Yeah.
Shades. It could be literally any
Whatever.
popular erotica author. It could be for books that are written. They are always written, almost always, from a heavy male dom point of view. The woman is going to be some self-insert that almost does nothing or is kind of like wishy-washy or whatever. There's going to be some super strong male lead, okay, who's like kind of a bad boy or he needs to be reined in or is trying to do something with a girl, and then it's their relationship as the fucking book goes on. Then finally, like, this girl is like tamed this like super bad boy dude who's like super aggressive and dom and has all of these like CNC kinks and everything related to the relationship. This is like 90% of erotica, okay? And this is like the vast majority of what women consume. And I would argue that those types of things, the things that you read in those books, look at again, I don't want to, I mean, you brought up 50 Shades of Grey, right? The hardcoreness of like 50 Shades of Grey and the types of kink play that engages in is way more hardcore than the average like blowjob or like vaginal to penis fucking porn that a guy watches.
So here's where I'm gonna disagree with you. I understand when you say, oh, when a woman reads erotica, a lot of the erotica books and stuff like that do involve like a hardcore stuff, but women like to read that because in their head they actually imagine it in a like. If you actually read 50 Shades of Grey, I don't think you fucking did. I did because I was curious about it. Typically, with the hardcore stuff, there comes a lot of vulnerability and a lot of intimacy. Like, for example, a guy beats her ass or whatever with like a belt and something, and then he's like, I'm so sorry for hurting you. He gives her a hug, he apologizes. Typically, women actually fantasize more about that after aspect of it. It's like, oh, the guy hurt me, but then, you know, like he apologized, he this and that.
I
and
don't
the
think
guy,
they're climaxing
hold on,
at
hold
the
on,
point
hold
he
on.
apologizes.
Hold on. Even when it comes to like Christian Grey, who's like in the 50 Shades of Grey, he's supposed to be dumb. He is the fucking pussiest dumb on the planet Earth, right? He is so pussy that he actually fucking doesn't even do dumb things to her. He does it in a very gentle, in a very soft, intimate way to her. Because again, like, I disagree with you. Whenever women read about erotica, about choking, it's not like, oh, I'm gonna choke you to fucking death, that you fucking start tearing up, your eyes go red and stuff like that. Women don't do that. It's more of a softer version of the hardcore. It's like, just like in real life, when a woman asks you to actually choke her, she wanted to choke her, but not in a degree where she actually suffocates.
Can you hold on? I'm just so curious, okay? Why do you
Okay.
think women prefer like dom sex acts in bed? Can you give me the explanation again?
Why do women prefer dom sex, whatever?
Yeah.
In bed. I think it is in a sense of just like living in that feminine sense, being just feminine, being just like, you know, with a masculine guy, but they only do it typically with like guys they actually feel safe with, because they know it's never going to get to a point of like pain and hurt. So they're willing to actually.
Okay, but
kind
you
of,
can just have like you can have like
and stuff.
normal sex with a guy who doesn't do any of the dom stuff, like, and he won't hurt you. Why the dom stuff?
I think again to experience that masculine, feminine side of things.
Okay. Earlier you said they just like the aftercare.
No, no, no. I said typically in the 50 Shades of Grey, the hardcore stuff is very soft because typically, like it's a very, very soft version of the dom, and then he follows up with a very emotional aspect of it. It's kind of same with kind of like sex in real life. Like she might choke you, but then you still want to like cuddle with him and stuff like that. Still want to have that emotional aspect. It's kind of like that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You don't think that that
Maybe I
scenario is
didn't
more?
explain it properly.
Well, because
Go
earlier you
ahead.
said they like the aftercare stuff more. I was curious. Do you think that that type of sexual like kink that play is more extreme than just watching like missionary sex and porn, or no?
I like majority of the people, women, from my experience, from the people that I know, they don't actually watch that. The just like the from the guy's perspective.
Yeah, but I'm
he's
just asking like
thinking,
what's more hardcore? What do you think is like a little bit more hardcore? Like just like sex like straight like boy girl scene where there's not like slapping or drinking about, or reading like 50 Shades of Grey.
I think the missionary, the boy girl stuff is more hardcore than the 50 Shades of Grey.
Even if
I
it's
think
just
women are
vanilla
more.
sex?
Yes, I think
Why?
I think because typically the vanilla sex is still filmed from the guy's perspective.
What does that even
No,
mean?
no, I feel
Literally
like
hard-
it's filmed from like a lot of angles. And
Yeah, but typically like that's why they don't even show the guy's face and stuff like that,
that's
right?
point
It's-
of view, but
it-
there's like
hold on, hold on,
Right.
hold on. Let me
person
finish my
angles.
sentence.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's filmed from like you don't even show the guy's face and stuff like that. It's targeted towards guys, so you actually see a lot of more penis to vaginal intercourse. You actually see that more direct and stuff like that. You actually don't see a lot of like kind of from the outside perspective. You only see very close to a girl's face, her vagina, and his penis and stuff like that.
Can you?
When
How
it
does that
comes
make
to
it more?
erotica,
How does
hold
it make
on,
it more
when it comes-
hardcore? I'm just curious. Like for that, let's say POV. How does it make one more hardcore than the other? Because isn't 50 Shades of Grey, for instance, written from the woman's perspective?
Yeah, I think the reason why it makes it a little bit of hardcore compared to like the 50 Shades of Grey and stuff like that is because of that the point of view, the point of perspective and stuff like that. When you're actually having, when they're not showing the whole perspective, it's kind of harder to separate yourself from that.
Well, in
And
50
when it
Shades of Grey, I haven't read this. Do they write from Christian's perspective a lot?
no, it's from the
No, they look
woman's.
from the girl's
So
perspective.
why is it? Because I feel like you're just being sexist now. I'm just curious. Why is the ordinary like pornographic like boy girl
Because
scene?
ordinary boy's perspective is from the guy's perspective instead of the woman's perspective.
Yeah, but why is one hardcore and one isn't? When the 50 Shades of Grey is more hardcore sex acts.
Because from the woman's perspective, it's
But just
so
because
weird,
it's a
but
woman's perspective, that makes it not hardcore, or
it makes it feel safer in a weird sense, like more intimate.
Even if he's physically harming her, and in the like pornographic material, like they're just having vanilla sex.
So when you
like,
actually
it feels
read
safer
50
that he's
Shades
like
of,
tying her up and hitting her and stuff.
so from a woman's perspective in the 50 Shades of Grey, because it's speaking from a woman's perspective, she actually doesn't experience any pain until she actually agrees with him that he could hurt her. And then you see from a woman's perspective that it hurts. But whenever you're actually reading the book and it's her perspective, even if he's like slamming her, he's doing it very gently, in a way she's actually experiencing pleasure and stuff like that.
okay, I just don't understand. I don't understand how any of this makes it more hardcore or not. So is it it's hardcore because in one it's from a guy's perspective, and it's not hardcore when it's from the woman's perspective. The acts
I think
themselves don't
about
actually.
why do you think a lot of women don't consume a lot of straight porn and stuff like that, like a
They
boy and girl
do.
porn?
I think
No,
a lot. I
they
think the
actually
majority.
consume
I,
more
yeah,
lesbian
don't argue with her
and
point. I
erotica.
understand. Yeah, I think that women probably look for slightly different things. I think
Yeah.
pornographic material, like straight ordinary porn. There's some porn that's geared towards women, but like the angles and what's being shown and what's being valued in the arrangement. So like a huge dick and like a hot woman that's like making the right noises. These are just the things that are valued by men, and then that's shown. But it's not because it's more hardcore. It's just because it's shot from like the male point of view.
I think it's just like probably the penetration aspect of it can make a lot of women uncomfortable.
I disagree.
I think like it.
But I don't
All
think I don't think that I just don't think this has anything to do with it being hardcore or not, though. It's just interesting that it's considered hardcore when it's the male point of view. But even if it's
No,
actually more,
it's not considered hardcore. Don't get me wrong. I completely understand. Like hardcore would be like a dude like fucking her in the ass while choking her while her eyes are like red and stuff like that. I understand that technically would be considered more hardcore, like on a scale and stuff like that, than a typical regular vanilla boy and girl porn. But compared to that, erotica would probably be considered even less of a hardcore. Do you see what I'm saying? It's kind of in a weird way, kind of like a spectrum thing.
I just
he
don't see. I
shoved
don't
his
understand.
large member in her
Sure.
tiny little ass while he choked her and he slapped the shit out of her. Versus just like a boy-girl scene where they're just like doing missionary third-person point of view. Like just because there's a visual aspect, that means that it's more hardcore.
Books that are written from erotica books that are written from a female perspective.
He shoved his big member into my
Or I
tight
just
little
don't
hole, like-
understand why any of the like when I think of hardcore. Wait, so just real quick before I get my definition, what is your definition of hardcore? Because it's like your definition is like male perspective.
Typically, that's a good question actually. Typically, my definition of a hardcore, if I were to think about it, would be in a sense of kind of like minimizing the line between pain and pleasure. Like pain and pleasure would be very much so kind of going
Gotcha.
together
Okay,
a lot of time. You know what I mean?
I feel like hardcore. I feel like there's a broad strokes, and you can get into the weeds. Is great. I feel like hardcore tends to be something where you're introducing sex acts that if both sides haven't like negotiated responsibly and are aware of the limits of both sides, could induce high degrees of pain. So I would generally say that like missionary sex or oral sex is generally not very hardcore because like
I agree.
Yeah, because you're not gonna be hurting somebody. Throat fucking somebody or face fucking somebody is more hardcore because if the partner's not like sending you unaware, you could hurt somebody, right? Pain all could be like, yeah, okay. But I just don't agree with the perspective that like a porn video of like a boy girl like just like fucking that's less hardcore or that's more hardcore than like 50 Shades of Grey, which I think is by definition fairly hardcore because it's pretty extreme kink play. But like the people of high trust, so they're not gonna hurt each other, but it's like kink play. They're not supposed to actually be hurting each other. Even in porn, that's supposed to be true. You're all supposed to be consenting, like paid and everything, adults. Like.
But didn't you just actually say that true definition of a hardcore is like actually causing like non-consensual, like doing something that you wouldn't want?
No. I said that hardcore is doing something that has the potential to introduce a lot of pain if not done carefully. That there's like a lot of negotiation because now you're introducing acts that, if not done correctly or with both parties consenting, could be very bad, very painful. So like non-consent is very hardcore because if you fuck it up, you're just raping someone. That's really hardcore, right? Or like extreme body stuff. Like there's a lot of, depending on the fetish you go into, is like extremely hardcore.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't say that like normally just like oral or vaginal sex is not generally hardcore because it's like these are like pretty ordinary sexual acts. Like you'd have to fuck up a lot to hurt somebody. It's not very hardcore.
No, I totally see what your point is, and yeah, by that definition, I guess 50 Shades of Grey would technically fall into the hardcore, like porn and stuff like that. I don't know. There's just something different between, I guess, seeing it being acted on versus imagining it in your head, I guess.
I agree with that, but I would say that like if I was taking like young boys and young girls and I wanted them to emulate anything, I'd probably want them to emulate like a boy girl.
Why do you always have to say young girls and boys, by the way?
Because we're talking about like, I'm assuming when we talk about like porn consumption and shit, we're not talking about like 40-year-olds. You're talking about like poisoning people's brains and expectations of like adolescence, right? We can make it 18 if you want, right? But when you're talking about them consuming porn, you'd probably rather have them watch standard boy-girl scenes than rather them try to emulate what they see in 50 Shades of Grey, even if that's a PG-13 movie. Because the potential for abuse, because it's more hardcore play, could go really wrong if like a bunch of 18-year-olds try to do 50 Shades of Grey versus they're like, oh, in a Pornhub video, this one girl like spun around on this dude's dick while she wrote. Let's try this. Like I think one has like a much higher propensity for abuse because it's more hardcore. That's like by definition almost what hardcore is.
Well, I guess you actually kind of, in this case, you're a little bit intermixing the difference between the like boys and girls and stuff like that. Like I feel like boys are more likely to go into hard porn and stuff, like hardcore porn and stuff, and actually view sex in that aspect instead of girls. So like if we're just talking about girls,
I feel like when you pull people, like almost universally, women have more hardcore fetishes. They tend to prefer things like choking. They tend to prefer things like restraints or BDSM. They tend to prefer things like, it's almost, I'm pretty sure like in all the pulling, like women lean heavily more towards like consensual, non-consensual than like men do.
I agree, but I feel like there's again context behind it. They wouldn't just do it with anyone. They typically do it with someone they feel completely safe with, and somebody who will like respect their respect their boundaries and stuff like that, and would be able to respect them saying no, stop, or
of course, that doesn't change what I said, but of course, but you still have the preference. There's nothing bad about hardcore stuff.
No,
of course, you would prefer to do with people that you trust, right? Sure, but okay. Any other questions? I have to leave pretty soon. It's fucking late.
Fuck. Okay. I guess one last question that I have is, so, well, I had more questions, but that's fine. I guess one of the questions that I had is, so you know how AI is becoming advanced, and hopefully in the near future, AI is going to be even more advanced. And let's talk about like AI robots and stuff like that. So let's just say that they create an AI sex robot who's able to satisfy all of your sexual desires, be very good at the mechanical aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? In that sense, would you consume it? And if so, would you actually be willing to choose that over IRL women?
Depends on which IRL women.
Wait, to fuck or to be in a relationship with?
Yeah. If you're saying like just for like for friends with benefits.
fuck.
Yeah, for fucking,
Yeah.
probably. Yeah, sure, fuck it. If they're like better than like the ordinary woman, sure, fuck it.
But would that prevent you from actually seeking a relationship from outside? Like, because
No,
you're
because a
so...
relationship isn't just sex.
No, I understand that. I understand that relationship is not just sex, but because you're so busy focusing on the mechanical aspect of the sex toy, will that, do you think, prevent you from like, you know, seeking out a relationship, and then let's just say you have sex.
If
and
I
that
drank
woman
a lot of
doesn't
water,
satisfy you as
yeah,
much.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. You guys with this view on sex, your view on sex sucks and it's toxic as fuck. It is really bad. Like because you just have a warped view of it, and you're the way that you obsess over it is so unhealthy and like terrible. I cannot imagine ever. I cannot ever imagine the idea that I'm having so much sex that I just stop caring about like romantic connections. These are like some of the most important, most unique, most like cherished connections you can have with people in life. Just because I'm fucking a lot of people or find a good masturbation robot wouldn't satiate my desire to have like a warm and loving connection with a woman. That's insane to me. That wouldn't even remotely cross my mind. The idea that like, oh my god, like I found this, I got the auto blow 74 million, and now I just like don't ever value like the warmth and compassion and the touch of a woman, like ever. It wouldn't even cross my mind. The fact that it's like the front of yours is so questionable.
No.
to me. Go ahead.
It was just question. It was just
It
literally
wasn't
the
just a question. You
Oh
you
my
already
God.
assumed the answer. Yeah, but go ahead.
No, I didn't.
Of course
I
you
actually
did.
fucking legitimately
You literally
didn't.
came into this conversation thinking I thought that sexual mechanical skill was the most important part of a relationship. Why would that not
Because
already
that's
be?
how you fucking phrased it
No, it
during the
wasn't. I've
conversation
never
with
phrased it.
Alpha.
I've
Yeah,
never
you
phrased it that way
fucking did.
before. But go ahead.
Okay, whatever. But I guess to add to it, what if the AI robot is actually designed in a sense that it could actually also satisfy your emotional needs and stuff? What about that case?
Well, then it would get a lot harder, I think. Right? Yeah.
Would you do, like you personally? Do you think you would?
Me personally, I don't think so,
Yeah.
but I think for a lot of people, you'd start to run into issues. I think women already run into this issue to some extent. For instance,
Women do? Oh.
women have extremely fulfilling relationships with a lot of their friends. They don't actually need a lot of the emotional connections that men need from relationships because we don't relate to each other the same way that women do. And I think that's why there's like a 50% higher rate of women that are okay being single versus men who aren't okay being single. Men hate being single. Like I think the last numbers that I saw was like 24% of men are comfortable being single forever. It's like 37% of women. I don't know what those numbers are now. That was like an older figure. But like, yeah, I think that's part of the reason why is because women get a lot of those things like friendships and connections, emotional shit from their friends and stuff, and they're fine with it. Whereas guys don't have those connections at all in their life. That's why sometimes you run into women that go on first dates with guys and the guys start like fucking trauma dumping, or they treat them as their fucking mom, or it's
Yeah.
like for the first time in their life they've got something they feel like emotionally invested in them. Yeah. So I think that if guys
So-
were able to find that in some other fucking AI robot or some shit, I think that would be scary. That people would start dumping a lot of like time and investment into that, and they would just say fuck it, and they wouldn't pursue like other romantic things.
But based on what you said, do you think that women would actually, if that sort of AI robot thing existed, do you think more women would consume it and more women would be prone to being lonely compared to men? Or do
I
you
think that both
the
sides would.
number
I
of
don't
men
know.
itself-
I don't know who would have a bigger problem with it. I think both sides would have big problems with it. I don't know at the end of the day who it would lean more towards, but
Yeah, but I mean, it seems like the women are more willing to socialize and go out and actually seek out potential romantic relationship compared to guys who are like willing to actually stay in.
I don't
So
know what you
even
just
that-
said. Wait, say that again.
So women are more willing to, it seems like, to actually go out, socialize, participate in social
Oh,
events. and stuff
absolutely
like that.
not. You're so wrong. That is one of the wrongest things I've ever heard in my entire life.
Elaborate on that.
Like a guy will be single and he will like sit there and rack his brain forever trying to think of like, oh, fuck, I don't want to go to a bar, I don't have any friend groups, like maybe blah blah blah. They'll like start consuming pickup artist videos. They'll be like, what the fuck can I do? They'll go buy clothes, try to think like all these random fucking things they can do to
God
go and meet a
damn
woman.
it, man.
Okay, a woman who's single can be on some like I don't really like being single. I kind of want a guy. Here's my 50,000 match on Tinder. I'm not gonna meet him. I don't think I want to. Fuck it. I'm just gonna like talk with my like friends tonight, and like boom. Women, like almost every single woman in the United States right now, like I'll meet women who are single, who are amazing women that I know that are super fucking awesome. Like, why the fuck are you so single? You complain about being lonely, and like over and over and over again, it's like, I don't know. Like sometimes I chat with a guy and I don't really feel like going out and meeting him, and it's like, whatever. And I'm like, the fuck? Why would you not go out and meet him? And they'll say some shit like, I've just had like a string of like really bad luck. And I'm like, what do you mean by a string of bad luck? And they're like, well, over the past 3 years, I've had like 4 or 5 really bad like first dates. I'm like, you had 4 or 5 bad first dates over the past like 3 fucking years? And that was enough to discourage you from the 50,000 potential suitors on your phone right now? What the fuck? I think women put in almost no effort, considering how easy it would be to fall into a relationship if they would actually start sorting through for the same way that guys do. But
do you think women have higher standards? Way too high of a standard?
I don't think they have high standards. No, I just think I think that the, without going down this whole train of thought, because I was talking about before, I think the issue is that women have like dramatically evolved over the past 60 years in the United States, and they've done a really good job at acquiring a lot of like the male traits, and they still have a lot of the female traits. And I think the problem is that most men are just dog shit. They're just not worth anything because they have like kind of the masculine traits, but the things that you needed from men the most in the past, you need a wedding ring so that you can get some dick, and you need a guy that works so that you can like move out from your parents' house. But now you've got birth control, and now you've got employment opportunities, and you're graduating, you're killing men in school. Why the fuck do you need a guy? Right? And then guys are like, well, fuck, I don't know what to do. I'm too emotionally retarded to learn anything. And I've spent my whole life saying that female traits are for losers and queers. So why the fuck would I learn any of that shit? So then you turn on Andrew Tate, and then some guy that's like 5'7" deludes himself for the next 3 years and I think he's going to become some hyper masculine alpha male that can hunt down women, even though the reality is he's just too emotionally retarded to even entertain a conversation. There's just no proposition value for women to get into relationships with the average man. And nobody's like helping the average man acquire the skills they need to become like dateable, because no average guy wants to hear that he needs to be a little bit more feminine, because that sounds like gay shit. So I think that's the issue. And right now I think it's unsolvable because people on the left don't want to talk to men because they hate men because they're fucking weird, and people on the right don't know what it takes to even get a woman, because most of the red pill people you want have body counts in the low double digits. These guys aren't even fucking that much. They sell you a fucking lie. Most of the body counts, here's a statement I'll make: 95% of the body count of every single red pillar that you are hearing about is coming from after they were already famous. Anybody can fuck when they're famous, but like, I think that's the issue. Yeah, like the question is, if you ask a guy why would you date a woman, a guy will give you a million fucking reasons why he wants to date a woman. If you ask a woman why would you date a guy, an average guy, the reality is the value proposition from the average guy today, especially under 30, is like non-existent.
So you don't think women would actually ever like be like, oh, I know that guys can't provide value, so I'm actually going to like lower my standards, because when you're talking about value, you're talking about standards and stuff like that. So you don't think women will ever get to a point of them lowering their standard and actually being able to still date a guy who maybe earns less than them, or
it's not about earning less. It's what do you get? What do you get from dating an average guy today? A lot of them are emotionally stunted or retarded. A lot of them don't know how to do any work around the house. They're not out earning you. Like, what do you get from dating like an average guy today? What are you looking for? What do you get?
Partnership. But
yeah, you don't need it as a woman. Who the fuck cares? Yeah, you get it from your friends, and you work and you do like other shit. You can travel. Like, what the fuck is the point? You have cats and dogs and like girl outings for that. And then if you really want to fuck a guy, you can go on Tinder and grab some dick. Like, what is the
I guess maybe for the purposes of having children, maybe?
Yeah, but like having children used to be like the thing for you to do as a woman, because it was literally the only fucking thing you could do. But now children are competing with being engineers, being doctors, traveling the world, like doing 50 million other fun things. You can still, like before, like children was like the next thing you did after you moved out from your parents' house, because you need a man to do that because they're the ones that are working. And now I guess like the family's the next thing. Or what are you gonna do? Sit in the house and be bored all day? Like, you have kids, you do that. But now there's a lot of other things competing for women's attentions for having kids. And the reality is that like having kids is a lot of work, and it's a big decision, and there's other things that are fun to do in life too that women now have access to. What do you think? What is the average value proposition for you for dating like an average guy? Like, would you lower your standards to be with some dude that like can't fucking wash the dishes, or some guy that's like an emotional schizoid?
Or you got caught up. I don't know. Maybe it was
what's
my
the value
internet
proposition that you think an average guy offers you? Like, just an average dude. Like, what would you lower your standards to?
Lower my standards. I guess like when it comes to me, I know that there's a lot of really great guys and stuff like that who are emotionally mature, but they might earn less than me and stuff like that. And so I'm willing to be like a breadwinner and stuff like that, I guess, in exchange for the emotional partnership and kind of like the assistance around the house, I guess. Like, there's not a lot expected from, I guess, both. in today's day and age. You know what I mean? Uh, like if you're actually earning pretty decent, y- you can just order food and stuff like that. You can have a cleaner and stuff like that, and etc. So
I feel like you
typically,
just. I feel
I
like the
feel like it
things.
falls. Go ahead.
I feel like the things that you just said are kind of reinforce my point, where it's like you're like, I can be with a guy that earns a little bit less. I just need him to be like kind of
Yeah.
emotionally mature, can like be like a partnership in a relationship. But like these are exactly the kinds of soft skills that men don't learn and won't learn and don't want to learn, and they suck, and they're for women, and they're for losers. That's what guys think. Like they
Hey,
don't.
what Yeah, typically what I've noticed is the emotional
Not
maturity
I,
comes
said the
with
coal.
actually trying to be
I
in the
can handle
relationship and
all that
growing within the
shit.
relationship. Like I've noticed a lot of guys actually mature
COVID came
more
around,
once
I
they
got in touch with
experience the
my
relationship
feminine
aspect.
side.
Like once they get a girlfriend, they like their perspective changes,
And my woman started
their
making
understanding of
six
a relationship,
figures,
their
and I
priorities and
started
etc.
doing the
change. And a lot
dishes
of people
right
are
quick.
kind of like not being in a relationship is just keeping them stagnant in that
Just tell 'em
mental
the
state.
truth.
Yeah, I know.
So
I
I feel
understand what
like
you're
it's
saying. I
kind of like
agree
a
with you,
vicious
but like,
cycle.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that is the vicious cycle because what you're saying is like, I need a girlfriend so that I can get like my
Yes.
mom to give me emotional training wheels because that's what it sounds
Yeah.
like.
BRB lol. Shit is fucking wild. Like, check yourself, Hassan. Holy shit. Fuck me.
overall, these big streamer groups seem to be kind of a melting pot for animosity, envy, jealousy, and also sexual assault, I guess, in the case of that Crazy Slick and Adriana Misgift thing.
He was truly resigning from the organization he helped found and help grow, that he did not agree to leave the organization. Today, you will finally get Rich Campbell's side of the story in the form of a defamation lawsuit filed against Azealia Lex. But before we get to his lawsuit, we gotta cover her lawsuit that she filed against him. Rich Campbell allegations seem to unify the Twitch community. Everyone spoke on his allegations and came up with a similar outcome and outlook on the whole situation.
Nowadays, it's kind of scary to be like, hey, I think this person is kind of cool, nice guy, because like 4 years later you find out there's
one of the founders of OTK got exposed for essays and allegations.
I mean, it's a hit at OTK, but I mean, if nobody in the org had prior knowledge and nobody knew, and there's no shot anybody could have known, I mean, no point going after OTK.
I believe her account of the events because they're pretty consistent with the text messages. So no.
Where are the text messages? Are you in New York? New York? Yeah, I am. How long? It'd be cool to hang. I've been here for a bit. I was planning on leaving tomorrow. What are you doing tonight? My friends and I are at a bar. No formal plans, just catching up a bit. If you want to hang out later, you know, I was already in bed. I will catch up with you, but it's okay if you're already in bed. If you want to come show here, it's okay. I don't think that's going to uncomfortable. He says, okay, sad face. Would love to see you. Too bad you're already at a convention, but no worries. What do you want to do? I don't know, whatever, honestly. I have a little movie theater in my building. Would you want to chill there? I don't have a trek in me to go out this late, but that way we could chill and it's not my apartment. Yeah, we could potentially do that. Cool, when would you want to come? Once I'm done here, I can probably come by. Cool, what time are you thinking? Out of curiosity. I'm not sure. Okay, excited to see you. I'm going to stay up. I'm so excited. Seriously, if it's too late, it's not a problem. She doesn't seem like she wants to go, really. I don't want to wait around for going to bed. I'll wait up. Send me a pic. It'll help me stay up. Lamau, seriously, what, I want to see your face. Why does she sound like a cute selfie, though, if she wasn't interested in going out? Just saying. Heart eyes. If you still want me to come by, I just paid at the bar. I mean, she knows what his intention is here, right? It feels like she kind of knows. I don't know. If you don't want to like this guy, there's no reason to go there in person, in my opinion. Address, there it is. Okay, be there soon. What time do you think? I'm dropping it off in the village, I think 12:40. Okay, it seems to line up with our story. Is it okay? Come over. All right, I'll be there at 12:46. Cool, see you soon. Hi, I'm here at 9:46, coming at 9:46, and then 10:46, 11:46, 12:35. So 1, 2, 3 hours go by. He says, you okay? His intentions were pretty clear from the way he was texting. I don't see why you would go over there and put yourself in this situation if you weren't interested. This comes across as consent. No, it doesn't. If you believe that, then you don't know what consent means. I told him my boundaries and said no. He agreed to uphold those. Him being flirty towards me does not revoke the fact that I said no. You don't understand. I mean, I would agree with that. She probably shouldn't have gone there anyway, but I would agree with that statement she made. Your entire personality is your body and sexualizing everything on the platform with your body. Sure, Rich is a clown for chasing, but you're trying to cancel him because he made sexual advancements towards you and your whole personality is sexualizing yourself for clicks, sexualizing yourself for clicks. You violated me, could have given me an STI or got me pregnant, which is besides the fact that I'm left with a trauma from it. What do you not understand about the difference between me consensually posting photos of myself and someone putting themselves in me against my will? This person seems kind of dumb. This guy seems so sorry this happened. Okay. Huh.
I mean, if you're asking a question like this, that either implies that you haven't looked into it at all, okay? Because there is plenty of evidence, or you have looked into it, and no amount of evidence matters because you just want to fucking deny it.
The thing is that the evidence right now is just text messages. We don't know what happened in that room. You know, I agree the text messages seem to corroborate her story, but for the stuff that went on inside that room, you know, undocumented behind the scenes, I don't know what happened there. So from that perspective, I don't know if I'm supposed to just immediately believe her. Not that we should immediately discount her allegation. I just think we should wait until we see a real conclusion. And now apparently he's suing her for $3.5 million. So I mean, that doesn't give him immediate credibility. A lot of lawsuits are thrown out immediately, obviously. But it is interesting that he's taking her to court for that.
Allegations must be true because why would he resign and why would OTK act so swiftly? These lawsuits are likely going to split the audience. One lawsuit, you're going to see Azealia Lexi further in her case to show that hey, crime was committed against her, and Rich Campbell will have to pay for that crime in the form of monetary losses. In the other lawsuit, people may see their favorite streamer finally sharing his side of the story, finally speaking out to clear his name, not in the court of public opinion with a twit longer.
Well, I would rather this guy a sub.
Court of law to hold Azealia accountable
Why?
for allegedly misleading millions of people, making Rich out to be someone who's truly not. The only difference I've seen on the surface of both of these lawsuits is one lawsuit that's Rich's may have a witness to clear his name. He also goes into detail on his exit from OTK and gives a side of the story that the world has never seen. Now, we all know someone who was falsely accused of committing a crime, as well as someone who was rightfully accused of breaking the law. And I'm not trying to steer you one way or another when it comes to Rich and Azealia, but I will provide you with all of the publicly, legally obtained information.
It's funny that Too Mad is his example of someone who was rightfully accused.
Either part, but feel free to share your support at the end of this video in mind. All right, before we get into her lawsuit against Rich, let's look at the twit longer because, to my surprise, there's an element in her lawsuit that is 100% absent from her twit longer. Rich and I have a very up and down and often on friendship friendship and relationship for 4 years that started towards the end of his career on the Call of Duty desk. Our physical relationship started in Columbus, Ohio in 2019 and was a disaster from there. There were several times during the 4 years that he made it clear after she posted her to a rumor, she got a ton of backlash. But people like, Charlie and Asmongo came to her defense, and I agree with the statements that they made.
You are not on our team. You are not helping us. You are not doing us any favors or doing anyone any favors by calling a girl that comes out and tells this kind of a story a liar.
I saw so many people in the comment section of her making that tweet longer, accusing her of just clout chasing and That is the most terminally online brain dead take ever. Like, there's just legitimately nothing to gain.
See, unless you know something is not.
I mean, that's not true. There obviously is something to gain, and I'm not saying she's necessarily lying, but obviously there is a certain amount of clout and, whatever, swag that comes from making an allegation like that, true or false. You're going to get a bunch of attention. People are going to feel bad for you, and I watched the video. This is totally anecdotal, just like bullshit, but we'll just run with it. Of Dr. Phil talking about false accusers. He was talking about Jussie Smollett in particular. I covered this in my video about him. But he was talking about how a lot of the time false accusers will feel like they were accused in some other aspect of their life, and so they will sort of retroactively reanalyze things and justify making a false accusation if they feel like they were wrong in some other way. No, that's not the case all the time, and I'm not saying that's the case with her, but I'm just saying there is a possibility that people lie about it, right? There is a possibility. It's possible. So I wouldn't believe her off the rip necessarily. I'm not saying she's lying, but I would just outright believe her.
Not true. You should not be calling the people a liar. Now, you can suspect that they're maybe dishonest or embellishing, but calling someone a liar is saying that you have undeniable proof that what they're saying is false. However, when we get to Rich's lawsuit, he calls her a liar and clout chaser. Here was the lawsuit filed by Alexis. I blocked out her last name because it's not something that's just publicly available. It was filed on December 4th, and I blocked out the address because of the wait. Plaintiff Alexis, the defendant Richard Campbell apartment, again blocked out. There's the parties. Now here are the facts of the case. On or about the early morning of January 31st, 2022, defendant Richard Campbell invited her to his apartment. Once the plaintiff arrived at his apartment building, he ushered her into the movie theater. Can be affirmation buildings or
I think we know her story.
Post question Rich Campbell's lawsuit, which we're about to get into. Now we have Rich Campbell's lawsuit against her, which he filed this on the 13th of December. He was suing her for defamation, intentional interference with a contract, intentional interference with prospective contracts, negligent interference with prospective contracts, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and he also wants a jury trial. Now, you see, it was filed on the 13th. Now comes plaintiff Richard William Campbell, an individual.
This is the all too typical case of a superfan or groupie. Did he link the lawsuit? Article about it.
And he filed the following complaint against Azealia Lexi. She's going to be known as defendant or Lexi. Again, I blocked out her name, and if you see Lexi in the right, it's because I put that there. And he's not only just suing her, he's suing those 1 through 10, which are any woman who made any allegations against him that that may have reached out to OTK and said, hey, me too.
Was relayed to me by Lexi that as been communicated to her, there were several other victims, and that there are corroborating factors in each story. She told me that she is also aware of one other victim that has a similar theater story to hers, and others that have stated without consent.
So, what does it say? This is an all too typical case of a super fan groupie who has consensual sex with her crush. In this case, a pot.
So, I mean, this part is corroborated by her story as well, but the retaliates against him by trying to tarnish her reputation we don't have. But we do know that she was like a big fan, or I guess groupie, whatever the case. She liked him a lot. She had sex with him consensually, a few times for a while. Eventually, she wanted more. He didn't want more. And then this kind of led to this conflict between them. And then she claims that from there was his story diverges and says that there wasn't a and that she falsely accused him.
Popular influencer demands more of her crush's time than he can give. And then, when he rejects her demands for a serious relationship, retaliates against him by trying to tarnish.
Specifically, Lexi, an online influencer, OnlyFans model, and gamer groupie, and specifically Campbell groupie, was a history of making false allegations, now alleges that Campbell sexually assaulted her when she invited herself over to his home after midnight after a night in the town with friends. So, there's some other accusation that we haven't heard.
Some great content for video games, including World of Warcraft, more comfortable with. So it's more because, and I said, hey, this is interesting considering when this first came out, no one was supposed to say that she lied. But now you got the person involved saying, hey, she lied. And this is going to get a little hairy. Now, he gives the backstory. The parties first met in or around 2018, and by 2019 engaged in consensual intercourse on numerous occasions. Lexi would often fly to various U.S. cities to see Rich, perform at
that
various
part she
esports events
basically
like Call of Duty
corroborated.
League. During many of these trips, the two would engage in consensual intercourse. Lexi's own admission, her relationship with Campbell was sexual in nature. And although she wanted more of a commitment, Campbell explained to her that he was not in that position.
This part we all know is true.
This bothered her. She frequently brought it up to Campbell, which often resulted in a verbal argument.
This part we know
On
is
or about
true.
January 30th, Lexi was having dinner with her two friends in Brooklyn, New York. or Campbell.
While lying in bed, Lexi again broached the subject of wanting to launch a relationship. Campbell again told Lexi he was not looking for a relationship. Angered, Lexi started to scream and threaten him. Due to her belligerent behavior, Campbell said he did not want her to spend the night as she had to get up early in the morning, and he did not want her to be up all night rehashing the same old subject. Did she go to the police or get like a kit done? Did she not do that? If she's telling the truth, man, I wish she had done that. Because if not, that might be a tough thing to sell. The two did not get together again after that night. Lexi refused to leave the apartment at first, and then angrily stormed out of the apartment. The two did not get together again after that night. Nearly a year later, a scorned Lexi posted. Okay, so he's saying they didn't even have sex that night. He's saying that they didn't even have any kind of intercourse, and she's saying that they did. So that's a huge difference in the story. I guess it's hard to say who's telling the truth here. I don't know. I don't know who to trust. I don't know who to believe. Whoa! I don't know who to trust. I don't know who to believe, man. But ultimately, with these situations, I mean, you know, I know there's a subset of my audience that's like the believe all women types, and there's also a subset that's like all women, OnlyFans girl, cringe. Now, I understand your temptation, but until we have proof that one side is telling the truth versus the other, we just can't claim either side. You know, we can't take either side. We don't know, and I'm putting an official moratorium on all opinions from the Turkey Time audience. You know, you can speculate a little bit, you can give your take on what we know so far, but we don't know what happened in that room. Ultimately, the only two people that truly know what happened, you know, no matter who claims to know, the only two people that truly knew what happened are Lexi and Rich. And so until we see evidence of what happened, or until this goes to court and gets, you know, thrown out or proven on one side, we're not really going to be able to confirm or deny either side of it, you know. And that's really the only approach you can go with these allegations, with these hairy situations. We just don't know who it is.
Takes is one allegation.
We don't know who's right.
And your whole life can be turned upside down.
Well,
even if the allegation is not true. I mean, we don't know if it's true or not. I mean, that's going to be for the courts to decide based on the evidence available, I would imagine. $3.6 million gone. Lexi is simply a scorned ex-lover who is upset that her interactions with Rich Crambo ended and is now striking back in an attempt to damage the reputation. Followers, he's since lost a significant amount.
She's a former flight attendant and current social media influencer, world traveler, gamer girl, OnlyFans model. At all relevant times, her friends and acquaintances describe her as jealous. Says she embellishes her stories to make herself sound cool, is promiscuous, and very open about her sexual exploits, constantly searching for her boyfriend, fishes for compliments, and often makes her body the topic of conversation while they're actually going in on her. They're really going in on her and shitting on her, calling her a horrible person. They're like, this girl's a basically. She has posted online that she needs to find a sugar daddy and calling men derogatory names. Is no stranger to fabricating allegations against people who upset her. Campbell alleges on information and belief that in and around 2017, Blank claimed to her friend's boyfriend and now husband SA'd her and tore her pants off in the process. This is the other girl. This is the other woman from the lawsuit. Not Lexi, because obviously Lexi would be named here. So this is the other person who made the allegation against him.
She claimed her friend's boyfriend, now husband, SA'd her and tore her pants off in the process. Individuals with Lexi during the alleged incident have stated nothing like that ever happened. So like, who is this husband? Who is this friend? And you know, with these cases like this, when these allegations are made,
is there any speculation on who this is? Has anybody figured it out? Does anyone know at all? Both these stories are pretty believable. Yes, they are. And I just don't know what the takeaway should be yet, you know? We're not going to know until the end of the case.
Will these people come forward and testify on Rich Campbell to establish, hey, this pattern of false allegating? The answer is probably no.
False allegating?
Lexi's
is allegating a word? Allegating is not a word. Henry.
Committing her defamatory attacks knowingly, purposefully,
Your English
and
rap,
intentionally
what?
targeting and directing her activities towards the state's residents, including Campbell's girlfriend, Malkova, and the intent to harm his reputation, disrupt his business. So in doing so, Lexi availed herself on this forum and created a controversy which arises out of her contacts with the state, which is, you know, fair play and substantial justice mandate personal jurisdiction. So I blocked out which state this is in just to kind of like protect all parties. I know this is a very high charge case and people may feel a certain way one way or the other, and I just don't want people to be getting harassed. But will she argue jurisdiction? Like this lawsuit gets deeper as we go deeper into it. Okay, now look, here's another part. He will seek leave of this court to amend his complaint to allege the true names and capacities of such defendants when the same have been asserted. So what is he basically saying, guys, is as soon as he gets the names of all the other people who made false claims against him, he will add them to the lawsuit, and maybe more witnesses too, if you know.
Oh, because he doesn't even know yet, because this stuff was going on behind the scenes, so he doesn't even technically know all the people who made these claims against him, but he wants to add all of them. So he's pretty confident that he's innocent then.
I encourage any of the people that were affected by Rich and any of these things to seriously consider legal recourse. And of course, if that happens, I will comply in any way I can, limited as it may be. Again, this is not drama. These could be actual crimes.
During this period,
my question is why. I know obviously these people are taking it seriously as allegations, but I'm curious why Asmongold was so willing to believe the victims off rip. Maybe he knew them personally. He's their friend, and that's why. It's sort of one of these situations where you don't want to not believe your friend, but I don't know.
In his life, Campbell was constantly traveling. You know, he was a workaholic, guys. This guy was in Ohio one day,
Ohio Riz,
in California, then Texas,
that's why they hate him, dude,
for
because he has
Warcraft.
Riz.
He worked a lot. But this is when when he meets Lexi. 2018 and 2019. They met over social media. He slid into the DMs. They quickly learned that, she was part of a circle of girls who went to all the Call of Duty tournaments and were always trying to date players or commenters. So, I mean, look, guys, I don't know nothing about these alleged gamer groupies, if you will, but they exist. Campbell alleges on information and belief that Lexi would often fly into town just to get her cheeks clapped by gamers and musicians. Eventually, this is Lexi, would have a falling out with those girls, and her inability to maintain lasting friendships became evident through recurrent emotional.
So this entire thing is just painting her as basically a horrible person. They're saying she begs men for money, she treats men like trash, she's, what is the opposite of misogynistic? She's a misandrist, she hates men. She also, I like how like 0 people spelled it right. Actually, 1 person spelled it wrong in chat. She's a misandrist. She sleeps around. She can't maintain long-term friendships. She gets in drama with people. She wants a deeper relationship with him. And he's saying that she falsely accused him of SA, basically.
And then get angry when she said no. Now this is crazy right here, right? Because this kind of gives credence. I mean, even though you got the text message of her saying she was drinking, him acknowledging that she's drinking. Now I don't know what his angle is going to be, if he's going to try to acknowledge that, hey, she was drunk, she was drinking, but she consented, even though she supplied those text messages. Hey, I'm out having drinks with friends. I mean, it's just not a good look for him on that aspect. So let's get back into it. She would frequently yell at him about arguments they had in the past. I mean, what are the odds of a woman bringing up something in the past? She would accuse Campbell of lying and start calling him names, which led to long breaks in their relationship. Then at some point, the two would start sexting again, and eventually Lexi would fly out somewhere to meet Campbell and again engage in, you know what I'm saying? Due to Lexi's behavior, it was not unusual for parties to go months at a time without seeing each other, and the cycle would start over again. They would meet up, you know what I'm saying, clap cheeks, and Lexi would demand he start a relationship, and then he would ghost her ass.
Why does she want a relationship so much if she's sleeping around so much? That's
retaliates against Campbell after rejects her attempts to force a long-term relationship. I mean, look, women, don't try to force it, you know what I'm saying? But, sometimes if it walk like a duck, talk like a duck, then it's a duck. You might be in a...
All right, I think we understand this aspect. Let's see this evidence.
Her original plan. Campbell even offered to pay Lexi's Uber ride, but she refused and angrily left the apartment. Campbell later texted her and asked her if she was okay because he did not like seeing Lexi upset. At no time during the argument did she ever accuse him of rape. So now we're at the evidence portion. So by February 2nd, Lexi was back to posting photos of herself and photos of herself and her friend on a bed, which there they are on a bed together. I mean, I don't know what this is supposed to prove.
Is he saying like she's fine after? Is that what he's saying?
Or anything, but maybe
it's not very strong at all.
Back to her normal business. I don't know what that's supposed to prove. Maybe she's back to her normal business. And he incorporated the pictures, the things that she was posting on the 2nd, on the 5th. Just hey, she's posting pictures. But now Campbell and Lexi did not speak after January 30th incident. Campbell had recently met Malkova and focused all of the intention and efforts into pursuing and developing a long-term relationship with her, which he was able to do. Since both of them are internet celebrities, news of their relationship was often discussed. Now we're about to get into some of the defamatory tweets that were made. Okay, we have more stuff. These are excerpts. Dig it here. And why wait almost a year to do it? You see how I got questions for both sides. Now he goes on to talk about the post that she made where she.
That's a big question. Why did she wait a year? Well, this guy's live right now.
Not enough people are interested in his story. So now his lawyer adds this: an exhaustive.
Sub only mode. What the? Wrong sub now. Annoying. Ugh. Okay. Tom looks like my mom at softball games based. I don't know. I don't know what the truth of the allegations is here. It's hard to say. I mean, obviously, you can't really take one side either way right now. I think that it is sort of a I wouldn't say it's a catch-22, but it is just like there's no real compelling evidence in my mind on either side to say that one person is definitely in the right. You could say that she has the text messages and those do seem to line up with her story, but I don't know if that's enough in my mind. I don't think it's enough in my mind, really. And then from the other side, I don't know that he has enough to say that she's a liar. The evidence portion from this video didn't seem that compelling, so I just don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Why does someone in chat say BBC addict? You sick. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's hard to say. Who do you believe? Who do you support? Your mom? I don't know. I don't think anybody should jump to conclusions yet with this one, man. I don't think we can really say. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how the case goes, really. That's all we can do. And these things do take time. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support. Mama Max. I don't even know all of that stuff. I can tell you like what went on with me and Mama Max. Okay. So there's this like case Max is talking about a lot with this guy named Camden Gerard Davis, who's supposedly running this like sex cult or something, right? So, I've been hearing about this for a little while from Max. Supposedly there was going to be some video about it. It was going to like expose him. And Max messaged me and a bunch of other YouTubers trying to get us to talk about it. He said there was like this cult that was being run by this guy, and there were a bunch of victims and it needed to be exposed. And I was like, all right, well, if you want to talk to me about it, I'll talk to you about it, whatever. So I got added to, he maybe like signed an NDA that he told me only applied to before the video was released, and then when it was out I could talk about it. So he basically just added me to a group chat and then like gave me a basic rundown of like there's this cult. But the majority of it, rather than telling me about the information itself, was like trying to like convince me why I need to do a video about it. He was like, it'd be a big opportunity for your channel. You get a lot of views. You could be on the ground floor of the story. You could, you know, be in on something that a lot of creators are going to talk about. You know, when Joe Rogan talks about it, it's going to be a big deal. Stuff like that, right? And I was just kind of like, yeah, I mean, maybe, but for me to cover a story personally, first of all, I need to see evidence that all of it is real. And secondly, like I would rather you publish your own video first and publish all the evidence publicly for everyone to see, and then maybe I'll do a video, right? Because like I'm not an investigative journalist generally, you know. Generally it's like me reviewing someone else's leaks that got, you know, online or something, like with Goon Clown or stuff, right? Stuff like that is more serious, right? Generally it's not like me personally contacting victims and stuff. That's just not something I do really. So I was kind of off put by it. I'm probably not going to do the video, basically is what I said, right? So he gave me the rundown on this cult, but I was like, okay, well, could I just see some evidence or something? And I never saw a single screenshot that proved anything, right? I never saw a single screenshot that proved anything of this cult run by Camden Gerard Davis. Literally all I was shown was there's this like 5-hour interview from this girl that's the alleged victim of it, right? That's literally all I saw. And I didn't watch it. I just didn't get to it. So I kind of opted out of covering that story. And then eventually Mama Max dropped this video where the video is basically him trying to get like anyone famous to talk about this like cult, but at the same time there was no evidence that the cult was real, and nobody had like anything to talk about. It was basically a video of him saying like, well, I reached out to Moist Critical and Moist Critical didn't respond to me, therefore he doesn't care about like children or something, right? And I told him that was the wrong thing to do at the time, and eventually we had a call. Max and I had a call in private on Discord. It wasn't recorded or anything. I want to say it was, I don't know. It was probably half an hour. And during that call, I basically gave him a little bit of YouTube advice, right? He was asking me about, like, the direction of his channel and, like, what to do with it and, like, how to increase output. And I also gave him some advice just saying basically, like, that he was going down the wrong path with, like, calling out creators and trying to, like, guilt trip them into covering a story or making them feel like they're obligated to cover a story just because he thinks it's important, right? And so I thought that conversation went well, and he seemed to understand what I was saying, right? He seemed to understand what I was saying. And then he continued doing these like stupid live streams where I guess he's getting into conflicts with random creators, getting in big arguments and fights with them, and then unlisting it. I think there's more streams that were removed, but I've heard there's a bunch of videos about it. Lately I've been hearing everything from Max is like not that bad, he just messed up this one story, to Max is like an evil crazy person basically, and I don't know what to believe yet. I really don't. My understanding is that Nicholas Diorio is going to come out with a video about it, and so is Mudahar. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. I did hear Chud Logic had this call with Mudahar. Chud Logic has been covering the Mama Max stuff a lot, I guess. But there's been he's just covered it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, right? A ton of videos.
Just mean to her. He was a psycho freak harassing this poor girl. Are you serious? And we're acting like this is just normal 20-year-old relationship behavior. This guy was a total psycho freak to this girl. Yes, I did do that absolutely insane thing, correct? Well, no, this is the problem. There's no date, time, year. There's not even a year. At most, maybe he got a couple of websites taken down.
I don't know who Max is. Okay, so Mama Max, I thought everybody knew. Mama Max is a YouTuber. I've known him for a long time, actually. He doesn't have very many videos on his channel. His most recent thing is that he does, like, expose videos where he supposedly gets them basically locked up, right? I guess there's a lot of debate over whether he's actually getting them locked up right now. But they're, like, artistic dissections of online predators. And the stuff I remember him for was a long time ago, he'd make these videos called Life Sucks. Actually, before that, there was Mama Max YouTube Hell, I think was the first thing I remember. Yeah, this kind of thing. He would make these, like, kinds of videos, which are really weird. They were, like, YouTube poops, I guess. Like, I don't even know how you would describe these. But then after that, oh, yeah.
I'm Max.
Oh, this is, like, a YouTube poop of him. But he made, these videos called Life Sucks about, like, depression. Yeah, like this kind of stuff.
But yeah, it was 0. despite the fact that I had added people who I thought were my friends and who I thought would like the stuff that I posted, but I guess not. I'll even show you guys some of the things that I used to post at a later date to see if what I was doing back then was actually uninteresting, or they were just purposely not liking and replying to what I posted so they wouldn't get caught in a conversation with someone as ugly as me.
So this is the stuff I remember from way back then. And then he also went on Hot Wet Soup back in the day, which is funny. Yeah, here we go. Hentai and Self-Fellatio featuring Mama Max 7 years ago. Jesus. I remember watching this episode when it came out. This is the podcast with Zaptai, by the way. But anyway, after that point, he made hentai reviews for a bit, and then eventually he did like the pedo expose stuff. But I guess everybody's saying he's like a total fraud, basically. I don't really know all the details yet, but I imagine it's gonna be coming out very soon.
Harping like the Doom guy fighting pedos in hell.
And there are also these allegations about a bunch of his ex-girlfriends, I guess.
I don't know what to make of this, okay? Because I'm a very anti-cancel culture guy, okay? I'm an anti-cancel culture guy. But I do think that Mama Max kind of got away with murder, to be honest with you. Basically, what triggered this thought process, is that I was watching Queeman's stream yesterday. Have you followed any of the Rakaita stuff? Is it true that he's descended into lolcow status? Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, I'd say so. That's probably fair. He was reviewing some Boldo thing. I don't know, man. He's a bit cringe. Anyway, yeah, so I'll just explain for those who didn't know. I was watching Queeman yesterday, and he was covering the allegations, which I covered ages ago, and I can't remember exactly what I said about them, but I think I had a great take on them. I then watched Mama Max's response, and I think I was critical of some aspects of it, and there were some things he did that I thought were a bit, a bit skeezy. But he kind of like, when I say he got away with it, I mean, I'm not expecting him to be punished by the court of public opinion or something like that. But like, no one really seemed to like talk about it properly. Like, Queeman watched this clip from the Some Ordinary podcast, and Mutahar was on there with some VTuber guy and someone else, and they were like totally sweeping for him. It was wild, because the thing is, Max himself admits that he was being a psychotic freak. In his own video that he made about it, he admits that he was being a total psycho freak with this girl. In that he admits that yes, he did put on Facebook a video of him like cutting himself because this woman had moved on. He did admit that the police were contacted in regards to his behavior and police reports were filed. Like, it's honestly mind-boggling to me that I'm not saying he needs to be destroyed or anything like that, but when he came out with his response, despite the fact in the video he said, yeah guys, I was a total psycho freak and I made this woman's life hell. I know there's a few details of a story that are wrong, but yes, I was a total psychotic freak and I strung myself up by the bed at military because she got with someone else, right? People were just like, yeah, it was a bit mean to her, but that was about it. No, he wasn't just mean to her, he was a psycho freak harassing this poor girl. Are you serious? And this is coming from someone here who, I'm very critical of like the allegations and stuff like that. And there were some parts of the other aspects of the video that I think the allegation video which were quite weak.
Yeah, I mean, this is a whole rabbit hole. Obviously, Chud's covering it. I don't want to like just rip his content right now, but yeah, we can see that there's just like there's so much going on here. I'll probably do a video about this at some point, but I'm just kind of waiting, I guess, to see what Nick and Muda have to say. Because like supposedly there's like some call that they had privately, Nick and Muda and Max, and they like nuked him or something. There was some crazy stuff going.
Okay, ladies, time to take a break. Let's try this.
Put on in there. I did listen to this today.
And if YouTube does delete his channel, like, I'm not gonna have any sympathy about that. Like, it's not an issue for me. Like, if he loses his channel, like, here's the thing: if you lost your channel because you were saying you calling people and YouTube is like, we don't appreciate that, I would fight for you because I believe that anybody should be allowed to be called, right? Like,
Uriel interviewed Mutahar. Yeah, I think maybe we should check that out. Mutahar breaks his silence about Max's failure. Okay.
Apparently, he doesn't have any assets.
Let me give him a call.
Yo.
Hey, Muda, how are you doing, buddy?
Doing good, brother. How's it going?
Dude, it's just honestly, like, it's super frustrating. I think the first thing I want to talk to you about is like you've spoken to him on several occasions, right? Now not just the one live stream. I think you mentioned you spoke to him privately.
Yeah, the thing that I was referring to yesterday with him was like me and Nux had a conversation with him about the situation behind the scenes.
And you guys have met and stuff. You guys shared a house at VidCon, right? Like you guys were friends or are friends.
Yeah, I mean we shared a place at VidCon. We're friends. Yeah, I would say for now.
Out of all the people who are talking about him, would you say that you're probably one of the people who knows him better than like myself, Chud Logic?
I mean, I know more than you guys, but honestly, at this point, I don't really know how much I know the guy. Just because we don't like outside of the stuff here on YouTube, we don't really do a lot of heart to hearts, right? We, you know, if I have to say like the people out of that group that I have the most heart to hearts is probably like Nexpo, Nick, because he's really close by. But you know, me and Max, like it's there. I try to. Sometimes, we don't talk for a while, but when it comes to situations
periodically for a few months when he's that's not abnormal, right? I'm assuming that's the same interaction that you have with him, where he'll just kind of go off the wall for a couple months and not be.
Yeah, he's down for it. Yeah, he'll go for a while.
I guess was it a little concerning to you when you saw that he was like live and doing a live stream after the stuff that you guys spoke about last time? Was that a little confusing, a little jarring to say the least?
I was not the biggest fan of it. I jumped into that live stream and I was.
That was the thing for me because at one point I had a conversation with Max where I told.
Sznaję Kopernika. Kamwana Ayaka. Tumalai. Sabarasta bayo. Badana pandarba. Unsay tayo noras bra.
told him, because he was planning to make a video about this like weird cult, right? And so I had a conversation with Max at one point where I was like, well, if you want to like prove this cult is real, you should just make a video with all the evidence, right? But for some reason, like, that's just not what happened. And I literally have no explanation for why. Like, everybody gave him advice, like, shut the f up about these live streams and getting into drama. Like, if you're actually trying to like expose this like dangerous evil cult, and I feel like you should just make a video where it has all the evidence laid out. And like, obviously, you know, police reports are important, so that's come first. And he told me, I think, that they were working with them. But my advice was like, just like, don't try to like guilt trip other YouTubers like critical into getting involved. And he told me, he was like, well, honestly, like, I'm autistic. He said, he was like, I'm really autistic. And when I made the video about critical, where I tried to get him to respond, I didn't realize it would come across as guilt tripping. I just wanted him to make a video. But I guess I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Like, how else do you interpret it? I thought, like, how else do you interpret it? Like, he made this video where he's like, voice critical style prediction. He's not talking about a YouTube video with the cult without no evidence. And I was like, okay, well, I feel like there's no other way you can do that, like, unless you're literally completely. He basically said he was to me, and I was like, okay, well, if that's the case, you should just not get into drama anymore. Did you actually believe that? Not really. But I was like, I don't know. There was nothing I really had to say publicly about it. I was like, well, just see how he acts. Like, if he decides to like smarten up like publicly, like, I can't really complain, right? If he acts again, then I will complain publicly. Basically was my position on it. Like, I gave him advice. I was like, just don't do these live streams. Don't get involved in this dumb drama. Don't guilt trip like don't try to guilt trip like Charlie being critical or anyone else. I guess like don't. Well, okay. One of the biggest pieces of advice is like don't try to get creators involved when you have no evidence of this case, right? Like he asked me to like cover this story and then he couldn't provide me any evidence of like this cult or whatever. And I was just like, well, if there's not abundant evidence that like everyone can see, I can't make a video about it. And his reasoning was like, well, it would jeopardize the police investigation, was what he told me. And I was like, okay, well, then maybe just finish the investigation and then make the video. Because if I make a YouTube video where I have a certain amount of credibility built up for my audience, for trusting that I do, some amount of due diligence with the research, if I make a video with no proof claiming that this cult exists, like, they're not going to have any... First of all, if they do believe me, they have no reason to and they shouldn't. They're just believing me based on the fact that they trust me, I guess, as a creator. And if they don't believe me, then there's no way I can prove it until this court case is over. And then what if the court case doesn't go well? And then I'm just... Right? You can't ask people to stick their neck out for something like that when they have no evidence this even happened, for something they don't understand, right? It's ridiculous. Thank you, Smaggle, for your comment. I'm just talking about my perspective right now. But yeah, so, I mean, basically that's the gist of it, of my experience with it, I guess. After that point, we hung up the call or whatever. I given him some advice on other YouTube stuff as well, just about like, I don't know, posting consistently and changing up production quality, because he was asking me how to get content out more consistently, and I just told him basically how I do it. And then I started hearing about these drama live streams he's doing where he's fighting with everyone. Tom is a cult, that's true. I actually do, which is why I don't like Max. What's going on? But yeah, so just seemed weird. It just seemed weird that he was still getting in fights with people. And then all of a sudden, the past few days, I'm hearing, like, I guess Nick and Muda had this call with Max where they got some crazy shit of him. I haven't even seen it yet. I haven't seen it. I haven't really asked Nick to see it. But I guess they got some video of him admitting to being a fraud, I guess, or something. But I don't really know.
Oh, it's to say that
I think this is before the call. Maybe it's after the call, but I thought this was before the call, this interview.
I was a little livid when he said that I saw the evidence and he kind of used that to corroborate. The quality of his evidence that he just put behind an NDA was pissing me off.
Do you think that he used your name specifically because, well, if Mudahar's seen it, then they'll take me more seriously, or is that putting too much?
I think that was an element of it, yeah. Because I feel like people know me a little bit as a guy that, like, anytime I do work with, like, Coffee or Carl or anybody of these guys, right? Like, I'll always say, like, anytime I collaborate, I think it's always the other party and not me that gets, like, that takes the gloves off first, Yeah. Because I always really play something super carefully. Like, I'll never say somebody is a scammer or something unless I have something that I know is 100% important,
Yeah.
And that's why, like, I know that I can get away with saying a lot of things, but I just don't bother doing it because, like, in the chance that I do get threatened with legal work or something, I can always just laugh it off. Like, I never add that stress to the pile.
Yeah, I mean, you literally just had recently this whole thing with Gerard, and it's probably very stressor, legally speaking. At any moment, that could have gone crazy.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's still good, but, like, at this point, it's one of those things where it's like, as long as I know that I did, like, I crossed my T's and dotted my I's, I should be fine. One of the things that we discussed with Max about this too, and was just like, you got to make sure your evidence is 100% on the money, because who you could be accusing may not be guilty of the crime, right? Because you don't have their side of the story. I mean, at this point, I don't even know if, like, the guy that he's talking about, Cameron Gerard Davis, may still even be alive.
I think recently someone who wasn't related to the investigation found that he got, like, a parking violation or a speeding ticket in September of last year, confirming that he was alive. Like, I think it's shocking to find out that information was that somebody else had to confirm whether this alleged cult leader who's operated, by the way, one of the things that's the hardest to suspend disbelief on is this is a cult leader allegedly, right? That uses social media to bring children. He also has no on-record.
Of course, yeah. I mean, like, that's one of the things, because even last night I was looking up, like, Cameron Gerard Davis, and it was like, this guy's not alive, Like, I consider myself being pretty good at finding, like, infraction purposes of the internet, I have to do it for cases like Rubets even, right? Two of the guys that we found were so often rigged, and we're talking, we have to look through, like, yards of old Reddit information and, like, forums from, like, 2004 in order to find people and verify, like, identities and everything. So I consider myself pretty good at it, to not find Cameron Gerard Davis for that goal, which I think is incredibly suspicious.
I guess also telling that you want. I mean, that's clearly more effort than I seem to. One of the things that I found throughout this whole situation was he leaned heavily on you, and you were calling me recently, about how he reached out to you prior, right, for a discussion about the subject, and saying, like, well, Mudahar, I wish we'd spoken about this months earlier, so you could advise me the best to do. Now, I don't think that you disagree with me when I say he's probably out of his depth here. He admits that he's never done research. So when people say that he's a clout chaser, I don't understand what Anthony Fantano would have done to help him. I don't understand what Joe Rogan would have done to help him. I can see what maybe you could advise someone privately, but most of the people he's reaching out to also have never been in this situation.
And this is the funniest thing, like, in one of Max's videos, he was like, Joseph Rogan, you have a large platform that must be utilized to protect children. I'm just like, why would Joe Rogan podcast, when has he ever been like someone who exposes boozers, creeps, and pedos? Like, when has that literally ever been the case? Does it make any sense that he would be the one to do that? And like he was just trying to pressure all these giant creators into talking about this case.
Joseph Rogan. Joseph Rogan. You need to use your platform to talk about losers, creeps, and pedos.
Like, it's just kind of, I don't know, it's kind of silly. I made fun of this a little bit on the Subordinary podcast when I went on with Mudahar, and I think at that point, they were planning to have some kind of call with Max to like talk about it, but it wasn't really like something they were like felt the need to come out about, because I think they thought they would kind of be resolved privately, and Max was actually smart enough to stop being, but I guess that just straight up didn't happen, unfortunately, which is too bad. Max is like a talented YouTuber. I feel like it sucks that I don't know, botched this investigation, I guess, but yeah. We're gonna find out more, I guess, from this video.
I guess, do you kind of see where people are coming from with the Cloud Chaser thing, or do you think this is different?
No, I see exactly where people are coming from with Cloud Chaser stuff. Like, you know, forget Joe Rogan, even like Anthony Fontana. It's like, what the f is like a rap review guy?
Well, he was saying like this is the song that I used in the background.
And even then, it's like, this is what I don't understand about it too. It's like, if this case is too much for you, then you should absolutely hand it off, not to another YouTuber. You know, you should package it up and hand it off to a law enforcement agent. One of the things about cops, and I said this on stream yesterday with him, I'm like, yo, the law enforcement system can be. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't.
There was a Minecraft
like,
YouTuber pretended to be black so we could say the N-word in his streams.
Hey. Say, all right, here's like black vampire person. They were responsible for, I guess, allegedly kidnapping and starting to. Oh, and look, I want to believe that Max has some crazy evidence, right? Like, there's help that nobody's seen. But like, what rubs me the wrong way is like he's asking us to help make cases. Like, I can't go and call somebody a cult leader or a human trafficker unless I see some hard-hitting evidence, you know? Yeah. Like, even with people like Andrew Tate, and I always get into this thing when I talk about it, it's like, I am more comfortable talking about Andrew Tate.
You can see Budo is in the same boat. Like, this is literally, this is literally the same situation we were in. We're like, if we're resting our fucking reputation on this case, like, we need to have proof that everything you're saying is real. And we never got it from Max for some fucking reason. And I don't know why. Like, to this day. Like, is he just lying about it? Is that it? Is he straight up just lying? And none of it's real? Because if he believes it's real and he's done these investigations before, then there must be some amount of evidence that it happened, right? Unless he just is like a completely delusional person that is actually like convinced himself. One possibility, think about it this way, is like maybe, okay, I don't know these victims. Let's say the victims aren't even victims. Let's say they reach out to Max with the story. He thinks it's juicy. He believes it. The vampire, werewolf, whatever he thinks is really interesting. He thinks it's swagness and he wants to cover it. And then as time passes on and the proper evidence is just not there, he disregards that because he's just too in the story at that point, right? He's too invested. He can't handle the idea that the story actually is not that juicy and there's maybe nothing there. Or it's just a bunch of kids on Discord pretending to be werewolves or something. Now, with this guy, Camden Gerard Davis, he very well could be a piece. We don't really know, but I guess it just seems ridiculous, once again, that, like, he had no evidence for any of us to go over. I'm curious what Max is thinking about right now throughout all of this. What do you think he's thinking, dude? Probably nothing good. He's probably not a happy trooper, I would imagine. But, I don't know. Did you ever say the names of the accused? It's Camden Gerard Davis is the accused. That's the guy. I believe he is like the cult leader, according to Max. I don't know if there's anyone else, really. But like I said, like I asked for evidence and he was just like, well, I can give you a call with the victim. I was like, well, can you just send me like proof of what happened? Like, that should be easy to lay out. To me, witness testimony that hasn't been, you know, that's not under oath in a court of law and like confirmed by a jury is basically useless. Sometimes people even lie in court. The main victim was 16 when she was with Camden, who was 18 at the time. Is that real? Yeah. I mean, if that is real, that's interesting.
I haven't seen from this guy. You know, I haven't seen anything.
Well,
all I
the
know
best
is
we have is witness testimony, and like, as it is to say, I can't make a main channel video going over witness testimony. I mean, it would go against every single thing I, as a creator, have criticized others for in the past.
The thing with witness testimony is like, if you were to take that as evidentiary fact, then Max is proof because he had so much witness testimony against him. So we operate on like.
Thank you, dude. This guy is acting like, well, I mean, 8 people have accused Camden Gerard Davis of crimes in some way, shape, or form. The more we get, clearly something's happening here. When 5 of his ex-girlfriends or former friends have accused him of abuse.
Yeah.
That's like insane.
I think the NDA stuff is really wild too. It's like, obviously, I think NDAs are like designed to. I feel like it's almost like a way to add some level of credence to
he
this.
Made
like,
me sign an NDA over
NDAs aren't
Discord,
enforceable
by
in
the
this
way.
situation. I mean, I could leak out everything. What's gonna happen? You gonna sue me or something?
No, that's what I was saying before. He's gonna sue you. Yeah, I'm sure. He doesn't even want to go to the police to handle his pedo case. I don't think he's gonna take you to civil court.
and the thing about it is like they don't want to take him to court because apparently he doesn't have any assets. Well, it's like, what are we doing at this point? It's like, why don't we like?
So
now
the
we have
dude is
to go
either
to
not
the
real or
police
genuinely a
something,
pedo.
and I guess get them
mean the
to
Camden guy?
file like all these girls to file.
What if he
file
what if he is
pursuing-
like
I'm
just
pretty
being
sure a lawyer
slandered
can
online
file on
right
your
now?
behalf.
What if they just like a
I know more about the
innocent
Camden's
guy
family
is just
than I know
like
about Camden through this investigation.
trying to get away
I
from all this?
I did a 4.5-hour live stream where I watched 3 YouTube videos and got a summary from.
Did Masks ask you
And I
about
don't know a
Destiny being
single
abused
thing
by
he's
him?
done
He
with
did, and I was
That's
abused.
absolutely
My boy hole.
I urge you to take a look at like the example I gave before, because I tried to convert your investigation
there,
into
dude. You're
completionist
so
into a
hot.
Mama Max style video, and explain how riveting it would be if it was presented in the exact same fashion, where I kind of explained how if you, as a filmmaker, film yourself as an old man watching a commercial and seeing it over and over and over and over again, and at the very end of the video, you realize that guy didn't donate the money, and then you flash a picture of Gerard the completionist on the screen, and then everyone has to understand what you're trying to say in that video, and no one gets it. And it would be like you making a second video to criticize and call all the people who didn't get the first video an idiot, and a third video. And it's like I don't know anything about Camden Gerard Davis. I don't know anything about Camden Gerard the completionist Davis. I don't.
Shit.
It makes no sense to me. Now, a lot of people in my
This
chat
thing's
are
empty
now
already?
interested in
Fuck.
other investigations, and I know you,
Okay,
Nexpo, Nuxtaku, all you guys know him on a personal level. But I guess could you speak to his credibility on previous stories?
I've never like worked with a previous investigation on the Mom Act stuff. I can't even say that I'm like the biggest expert on some of his previous investigations. That's something that he never looped me in on. We never really.
It's weird that he
talked about
funnels
an
money to help all the
investigation.
victims on
The only thing close
Patreon.
to it was like I remember
What do
when
you
he had
mean by
that
that?
makeup YouTuber. There was a hashtag.
I thought that money was like to pay for his exam.
Or with pick aside for children. There were 2 hashtags.
Even when I was
Are you
working
saying
on
it's
that
weird that
video,
he
I made a
makes
video
money
about
off of
it. My
exposing
video
pedos,
definitely
like
wasn't
broadly,
like,
or
going
like
inflammatory
what?
as Max. I didn't get into the idea of explaining like the technicals
I
of
get
things,
it.
and it's like, hey, listen, there's stuff on YouTube all the time, but I mean, it's what like the most used website, one of the most used websites in the world. Like,
yeah,
of course, I'm bad gonna get through with it, but you know, I don't know if they were like. I feel like these kind of heavy-handed like campaigns oftentimes do way more damage to people's understanding of like big websites like this, and also really insane topics like this too.
I think a lot of the issue, I guess, with some of his previous investigations is there are so many people who come out and speak on his character. Like during the Answer Us YouTube thing, they'll say stuff like, no, Max isn't like that, Max works really hard. I had a conversation with Night Docs, I'm sure you've met him before. I think he was at some of the VidCon stuff. He's another one of those film officers, myself included. I guess look to you, Nexpo, guys who have worked with him, other YouTubers who've supported him in those previous campaigns, and they say like, well, he's a good guy, he works really hard. But I guess
Makes
nobody
like
can
$8
give me an example
That's
of
pretty good.
Max does work hard, but
I mean, I
given
feel
some
like
of his,
I feel like
I saw
you
one
can.
clip recently.
I feel like you can make money off of. I don't know, YouTube videos. Even if you're exposing people, you can make money. I don't really care. It doesn't really bother me. I guess there can be a conflict of interest sometimes when you're exposing these people if your concern becomes more money than like making, you know, a video that's accurate or like journalistic integrity. Yeah. Truck driving stream when? Yeah, that's coming real soon, bro.
Where he was doing the Shinrokyo cult or something, and people were pointing out like how his Discord, when he showed that he infiltrated, he had like admin roles, which meant that he created the Discord. I chalk up a lot of his like clips like that on his video, probably to him like
What is
because
the
obviously
deal with his Mama Max's like ex-girlfriends? Remember, Mama Max, ex-girlfriend. Mama Max believe all abusers. Mama Max petty ex. Voice critical response to Mama Max drama. Oh, we saw that. I've seen this. Right?
Stop ignoring Mama Max. Yeah, so here, you want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation. And then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it. And now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. Instead of just he jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really cringe. That did make me upset. There. Yeah, that really rubbed me the wrong way.
So this is the thing. I mean, he was like trying to basically pressure other creators into covering this story, and even like I think he like criticized Charlie in sort of a passive aggressive manner, saying that he like needs to cover this story or else he's like a bad person, or like YouTube drama isn't important. What I do is important, you know. Why is he called Mama Max? He's a dude. Shouldn't he be called father? That's probably the most important question we've heard all stream. And that's a good one. So I don't know, man. Let's talk about that.
I had COVID, and I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with.
Barely use Discord? That's a lie. That's
Well,
a lie, dude.
Not doing.
No YouTuber barely uses Discord. That's a lie.
creates a dramatic recreation of something
Capalicious.
to film it for a camera. Like I know that he hunts down individuals on like IMDb and like all these like social media services. I don't know if he's ever like truly went down the conviction route on any of them. That's something that.
What happened with Mama Max's ex-girlfriend? Can anybody tell me what happened?
There isn't going to be any funny, lighthearted intro for this video. This video is going to be on a more serious topic. I'm sure most of you know who a creator by the name of Mama Max is and the controversy currently surrounding them, but in case some of you don't, provide some backstory of how this whole controversy started. On November 25th, 2023, a creator by the name of Mama Max
So
uploaded
dramatic.
a video titled "This is the greatest cancellation of all time," adding
The music
voice
is so
critical
dramatic,
in
dude.
said title. It has since been changed to something less aggressive, but regardless, the damage has already been done. The purpose of the video, at least from an outsider's perspective, was extremely confusing and did not clearly show what the intent of publishing it was. The title, both current and past one, did not and does not accurately represent what the purpose of the video is. This is by design, as admitted by Mama Max himself.
This is a call to action disguised as a cancellation.
Now, when covering a topic as serious as human trafficking, this is one of the last mistakes you want to make. Regardless, after watching the entirety of Mama Max's video, at least from what I've gathered, it was an attempt to reach out to Critical via a public platform since, at least in Mama Max's mind, Moist Critical was ghosting and or ignoring him every time he attempted to reach out to Critical privately. In reality, Moist Critical was simply sick at the time, and he was like,
From what I remember, his oldest ex from high school is actually batching insane tries to gather all of Mom Max's exes to try to cancel him. She wanted a massive campaign to try and expose Max to a lot of people on Twitter with the help of some guy she was probably currently dating on YouTube. Wasn't his girlfriend he was friend-zoned? Was this the girl who he met in the army or something? Or he tried to kill himself in the army or something because he wanted to date her? Is that what Shud Logic was talking about? Is that even real?
not using any social media platforms while he was in recovery. This includes Discord, as admitted by Moist Critical himself. He already rarely uses the application anyways.
I don't
So
believe
here,
that.
you want me to talk about it a little bit?
I
That
don't
rubbed me
believe that
the
at all.
wrong way. We talked
Everyone uses Discord. You're a
months
YouTuber.
ago,
Especially for
about,
gooning.
like, what he was working on in his investigation. And then, apparently, when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it.
Tom, actually, you may use Discord, but just because you use it doesn't mean everyone else uses it. I think it's kind of ridiculous for Tom to claim this, especially considering he spent so much time calling out other YouTubers for making unreasonable statements, when in reality, I mean, this is the most unreasonable statement of all. You don't know me, you don't have any affiliation with me, we're not friends, so how would you know how much time I do or don't spend on Discord? Not every YouTuber has to be a complete Discord degenerate like you, man.
Yeah, honestly, Charlie, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to offend you. Look, I was just, I just found it ridiculous, and I just want something to talk about on stream because I just don't want to agree with everything you say. Like, I just don't want to be a dick sucker or glazer,
Alright, man, I mean, I understand that, but realistically, I think you should just say, the truth rather than try to appeal to any kind of other authority on stuff like this. It's kind of wrong to lie.
Yeah, man, I guess you're right.
Alright, buddy, well, I love you.
I love you too. Can we make out?
Yeah, man, I mean, it's kind of cool if we make out. That's fine. That's fine.
And now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. He's jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really cringe. That did make me upset. I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And then I spent 12 days.
He landed a one-sided crush. The
not
girl found a boyfriend with
doing
Max in the
anything
army.
online,
He tried to
and
unalive himself, posting a
and during
video
that time, apparently it
on
changed his whole
tagging her boyfriend.
framing of the video in order to make it
That's
like a
pretty
Trojan
insane.
horse of cancel Critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me.
However, because Mama Max
Beta behavior
has unintentionally created this controversy that has since eclipsed
Imagine trying
his
to
original
die or
message that
hurt
he
yourself over a
initially
girl.
wanted to spread. Whether for better or
You
for
should only be doing that with men. Just actually based. Just kidding. That's meta irony. Trolling.
worse, he has unintentionally destroyed
really
any
troll
attempt at bringing light to the situation he wanted to cover. Something I am sure Mama Max is not used to, since after all, he is the same person who started the hashtag #PickAsideYouTube. This was after YouTube struck down one of his videos covering a child predator. Now I want to talk about the contents in the video, as there are a lot of issues I personally have with them. First off, the intention of the video right off the bat is already wrong. While yes, human trafficking is indeed bad, and I don't think anyone's going to try and disagree with that, no one is obligated to talk about the issues they don't want to discuss, especially when you've been in the person's DMs for weeks, practically begging for them to talk to you. Now, in the video, he uses the argument that human trafficking is a more important topic to cover than Sniper Wolf and Jack's films, and in the process, tries downplaying what actually happened to Jack's films by calling it, quote, just the latest drama or trend.
Millions of stories, in fact, stories that scream for immediate attention and continue to be muffled by the cacophony of the latest drama or trend.
As I am
Okay, but that's not a problem of like creators. That's a problem of, like, that's just what people are interested in watching. If exposing Camden Gerard Davis was the most popular thing in the world, then everybody would already be doing it. Wouldn't even be a question. If there was substance to the story, a lot of people would cover it as well. But there's no reason for people to cover that story when they have no evidence for it, dude. They have no evidence, so why would they do that?
Sure, many of you are aware, it was much more than just another YouTube drama. I think we can all agree that physically harassing someone at their house and in the process doxing their house to millions of people live surpasses simple YouTube drama. While saying...
I mean... Dude. It is YouTube drama, though. Like, and it's not that important, okay? Like, it sucks that she did that. That was give her to do, but, like, it's not the end of the world. Like, come on, be for real, bro. Okay? Like, he's fine. Jax Jones is fine. Jax Jones is fine. And by the way, what she did is not illegal. She's not gonna go to jail. It's not gonna happen. Literally never gonna happen. Can you go over the drama between me and your mom? Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, the drama with me and your mom was pretty intense. Like, after I blew her back out a few times, you know, and she just kept wanting more. You know, obviously, we can get into kind of a hairy situation there. Why is Tom sending for Sniper Wolf? Because I love her and I want to have sex with her. That is why, so badly. And I would literally destroy my life. Okay? That is the reason. It's not obvious.
Human trafficking is indeed more important than something we talk about isn't inherently wrong. The same argument could very much so be made right back at him. For example, Mama Max, why are you covering small human trafficking cults when there's major conflicts in the world that are resulting in thousands of
Why are you talking about
innocent
Hamas,
beings being
dude?
killed, much like what's happening in Gaza and Ukraine. Now, I want to make it clear, I'm not saying he has to do this. I'm simply using his own logic against him. To act as if another content creator has a quote-unquote responsibility to cover certain topics on their channel just because their size is enough, and to try and call out other creators who have done nothing simply because they aren't talking about what you want them to is moronic. Pathetic.
It's
Let's all
moronic.
be honest with ourselves. If you really, and I mean really, want to do something about human trafficking, Max, a YouTube video will have little to no effect at the end of the day. Will it spread awareness? Yes. But awareness without action amounts to nothing, and you might as well be screaming into the void. Now, I want to talk about some of the events that have transpired since the upload of that faithful video. If you don't know, Max's entire crusade is against a man named Gerard Davis, or as some people know him, Black Werewolf Cult Leader. I know, it sounds ridiculous, but stay with me. Since the video he made trying to call out Critical, Max has been doing live streams to quote-unquote give the victims a voice. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and make the claim that Gerard Davis is either innocent or guilty. Frankly, my opinion on that is irrelevant to this conversation. But what I will say is that from everything we have seen, there does not appear to be any substantial evidence against this alleged werewolf cult leader. As ridiculous as that title may sound, that is what they're calling it. Now, Max has claimed on several occasions that he has more evidence to concretely prove that Gerard Davis is a predator, but that he can't show it because it would somehow invalidate that evidence from being used in court. Now, I'm no lawyer, nor will I pretend to have the knowledge of one, but from my understanding of US law, I'd fail to understand how making evidence public would somehow exclude it from being used in court.
So I think one thing I have heard is that sometimes with investigations, particularly on like sex crimes, the public getting involved in a story can pick it up. Like, for example, people will start trying to entrap the person in question. The media attention will cause misinformation to spread. There can be issues with that where I think sometimes the police would prefer the story not be public and there be no press, but you know, I can't say for sure if that's the case in this situation, right? I can't.
In fact, this very same sentiment was echoed by Mudahar, or as some people know him, Some Ordinary Gamers, when he talked to Max on stream.
I would say sit down with your lawyer again, because I've never heard any lawyer that would say that to me. Like, you know, hey, if you present this message, it's going to be invalidated, right? Like, you know, I literally released an entire call that I had with somebody just because they were threatening lawsuits.
So he doesn't even know what he's talking about.
How the situation was publicly presented. That doesn't mean that that call was going to be invalidated, right? Even based on technicality, you can always take things to court. The way
Max doesn't know shit.
So I would definitely confer with the lawyer again. There is no reason why you shouldn't be able to present that. Absolutely. And if your lawyer is telling you one thing, definitely talk to another lawyer, get a second opinion for sure.
I don't mean to come across as insensitive towards the alleged victims that Gerard Davis supposedly sexually assaulted through psychological manipulation. However, when we live in a world where false accusations are spread like wildfires, we need to be extremely careful with who we believe. The most recent example that comes to mind is Dream. Dream has had numerous allegations of predatory behavior come out against him, only for every single one of them to be proven false. But not until after the damage had already been done, all because some people just wanted free attention. Now, I'm not saying that what happened to Dream is what is taking place here, but what I am saying is that we cannot blindly follow witness testimonies as if they're objective truths. Max has even had sexual assaults and abuse allegations levied against himself, only for them to also be proven false. This only makes things worse for Max, as he has had first-hand experience of what happens to someone when false allegations like that are made. Even if the allegations against Gerard Davis turn out to be 100% true, the fact that Max has prematurely made these claims without the proper evidence to back it up has only hurt the victims and their case in the long run. This next thing I'm going to talk about is probably one of the worst things Max could have done when it comes to trying to help his case.
I mean, the thing that's weird about this is just like, I feel like from the get-go, Max could have just, if this evidence is real, he could have just made one video like he always does. Like, he's never one to do stuff like this. Like, he could have just made one video going over, okay, he has done the attention-seeking thing from YouTubers before. What I mean is, like, typically with his videos, from what I understand, it's like, he'll pick a topic, he'll have a deep dive dissection on them, and he'll just have it all there with the evidence in the video, right? And that's normally what he does. So I'm confused why in this case he didn't do that. If the story is interesting enough, people will talk about it, you know, people will cover it, like Critical will react to it or whatever on the stream. So I'm perplexed why he didn't just do that. Like, get the evidence, put it in a video, make it easy to follow, make it narrative, so it's like a nice story to watch, and then it's just there for people to watch. Like, why this whole, like, sort of, I don't know, workaround weird process to it this time, you know? Honestly, I'm so done with the false allegations trend against public figures. It might not be something you see much in regular life, but as soon as someone has a platform skeptical. I mean, there are definitely some false allegations in regular life, but yeah, I mean, on the internet, everything's exaggerated and blown out of proportion, so that works. That does happen a lot. I think it is important to remember, probably the majority of allegations are real, you know? Online, like, it's probably like 90% real, 10% fake, but the fake ones are just so remembered because they get dragged on, because when it's real, it's like over and done within a day because it's just so obvious. But when it's false, it takes months to drag on, and it just lasts so much longer, right? So it's like, it's, you know, it's important to remember, probably the majority of people are telling the truth, you know? Don't get too black-pilled in this.
I want to ask you guys a question. Do y'all think that full legal names are considered PII, or personally identifiable information? And furthermore, would you consider leaking one's full legal name to be doxing? Well, according to our Lord and Savior Mama Max, the answer to both of those questions is surprisingly no, they're not. Now, once again, I am no legal expert, but what I can do is use the internet. And as the first result on Google states, yes, full names are indeed PII, or personally identifiable information. The fact you even have to ask that question is mind-boggling. Now, you may be asking yourself, what does this have to do with Gerard Davis? Well, Max, in his infinite wisdom, thought it was a good idea to contact Gerard Davis's mother and brother to ask about Gerard Davis, and not only did he do that, but he doxed their full names and encouraged his audience to constantly harass his family until they got answers. Another commentator by the name of Lyrics even called him out on this on stream, and instead of apologizing, Max doubles down and tries defending it.
After our call, you did something I found was pretty egregious, where you started to like direct your chat to tell them to go reach out to the mom and to the brother to find out information about Camden. Is that that's true, right?
I guess so.
Yeah. So I think that sets a horrible standard because, like, to my knowledge, you don't have any proof that they're even involved, right? Like, the mom didn't help out Camden with his potential abuse to these kids, or the brother.
Okay,
like, you
okay,
can't prove
this is
either of
interesting.
that,
This is
correct?
interesting.
Can you at least understand other people's perspective on how if you set that standard for the internet, where you start involving so many other people that aren't even directly involved, and they become for something that they're not even involved with? You could see how that's an obvious, like a horrible standard to set. and now you're just involving innocent people into a crime that they didn't even commit.
But so he went out of his way to publish the mom and brother's name, and then he like called them and did that publicly. I'm so curious what the behind the scenes evidence is, because I have yet to see any evidence. I'm so curious what Max has against this Camden guy, like if it's real at all. I'm so curious about that. Or like I feel like I like need to know.
I think it's a standard that should be set if the person they are going after is an actual sexual predator who is acting.
In your stream, you acknowledged on how people had doxed you before, correct? And how people, like, how that's affected your life.
Hey.
Yeah. Bro, your stream is like, what happened, dude? You can't donate to it anymore?
I got age restricted, and I guess you can't donate because of that.
I've never seen that in my entire life.
Me neither.
Like,
It's fucking
how did
weird.
you get age restricted live? I don't even think you could. I didn't know that was possible.
Well, you see, somebody sent me a channel called Leper Nation, and it's about how it's like top 3 tips and tricks when you become a sex offender. So I imagine that's why.
God, dude, it's so funny watching you learn all about this right now. It's
Well,
so,
the thing is, I knew some of it behind the scenes because you remember we probably talked about, like, he tried to get me to make a video about this, and I was like, well, I just need to have proof, and I never got it, you know?
No, I know, but like nobody knows about any of this. Like I'm watching that guy's video, and like it's good for what's currently out there, but the questions you have are really good. They're really good questions. That's all I'll say. Everything you said so far is really interesting.
Okay. Well, I'm curious to see what the it is, because
Oh, dude, me and Muda are dropping nukes.
Tuesday, right?
We're dropping nukes on Tuesday, Tom.
Okay. Well, I'm excited. Has Max said anything about any of this stuff to like? Have you guys talked to him since? Okay, can you talk
He knows about the video.
Can you talk about what happened in the call?
He knows about the video.
What happened in the call?
He's reached out after we've had the call, and he's mad still.
What happened in the call?
All right. So how do I say this without giving too much away? For the most part, the first half of the call was a full retelling of Spencer's allegations. Okay. So we heard everything. Me and Muda were able to ask any questions we wanted. Got to the bottom of it. This is like from her trip, like travels to the location where Camden was staying, how she was out of there, where she went after that, what types of what types of people she saw after that. We discussed like the miscarriages and questions about. I mean, one of the things that I don't even know if it's public yet. I'll just give you a little teaser. Supposedly, Spencer lived in Camden's house for 4 consecutive months, and the mother did not ever find out who lived there.
Right.
Because she was like nocturnal.
Okay.
So like when the mother went to work, supposedly like he beat the shit out of her and stuff like that, and like smashed things and did all that stuff. But like she just slept and hid in the house for 4 months. Like a horror movie where they come out of the cupboard.
So Smaggle said in chat that ages were 16 and 18. Is that real?
So that's not the. All right, normally I'm all ages guy, right? Ages, we got to find out what the ages are.
We gotta find.
But this person's not just being accused of age-related crimes. This person
Werewolf-related crimes, right?
Well, so this is public. So Spencer has admitted that she was partly responsible for recruiting a 13 or 14-year-old girl that she believes Max.
So she's literally like
So,
the
like-
Gish Lane, right?
So the age gap doesn't matter because he's accused of even worse things with even younger people. You know what I mean? By this party. So it's not like typically it's just like, oh, it's a consent. This guy's accused of a ton of stuff with a ton of girls. I mean, we were talking about it, and supposedly, because one of the miscarriage things that was interesting to me, I don't know if this is in the 4-hour video, is she was never actually allowed to take a pregnancy test. The way the miscarriages happened was he would force her to drink orange juice and kick her in the stomach a lot.
Okay.
So, well, I don't know if the age gap is really the allegation there.
It's the orange juice.
It's the OJ.
It's the OJ. The orange juice
It's the
allegation.
OJ allegation.
I said no pulp. The pulp allegations. Talk about pulp nonfiction. I'm sorry, but that's crazy. That's crazy.
So yeah.
Why orange juice? Does that induce? Does that induce
No,
like?
vitamin C apparently makes your kids die. I don't know. I have no idea.
Noted. Okay. Well.
But we talked about that, and then we had some questions for Max and his investigation, and Well, there's enough career-ending evidence in there that we don't even need to go further. But then we talked about Max's previous investigations. Yeah, no, this is like 9/11 on Tuesday.
Okay, Chud is talking about the like girl history with Max. What is with the girl?
The
Do you
girls
know
are
anything about the
entirely-
girls?
We watched the video 2 years ago.
I don't remember this at all.
The big takeaway, right? And I will say this out front because I'm sure he's watching because he heard I'm here. The guy who made that video was accused of being by Mama Max. Okay. Now I spoke to Mama Max, and I know for a matter of fact he has absolutely no evidence to justify making a claim like that. He has the spoken word testimony of his sister's friend and his sister who claims to have seen Anthony's in a Snapchat message they don't have like 10 years ago. Okay, they have literally nothing to go by. He has every single reason to lie because the guy published a video with 6 of his ex-girlfriends exposing him. I'm not saying it's a full-on lie, but what he did was he posted an unsubstantiated allegation that the guy who created the video was a.
Okay.
And like a lot of people just believed that, which is why Mudahar had to like apologize to him and stuff because they insinuated that it could be true on the podcast. And I don't know if you know this guy's life was completely ruined. Like he was an intern at the White House and he lost his internship. This guy like literally had like a really good gig going. And like he posted the emails of things that Max's fans sent to his job. Like Max ruined this guy's life.
Jesus.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that sounds dandy. So that's gonna go in the video, I imagine. Oh no, you said that's not, right? You said that's not gonna go.
That's in the video. I didn't talk about the girls, but I had to mention Magnetar because I did bring him and Mudahar together.
Well, I saw Chud Logic calling Max like a psycho, which is it takes a lot for him to call a man a psycho, to be honest.
Yeah, Chud's usually not the first one on the.
He's literally never the first one. Yes.
No,
he's never been the first one.
He's based. He's actually extremely based in Epic.
He is, dude. He's based woman hater.
Now, since the call happened and we started teasing the fact that we're releasing a video and stuff like that, Max has made attempts to reach out. He's now posted on his community tab that he's planning on making a response video to explain everything, which is absolutely a knee-jerk reaction. And I know how long it takes to make a video with evidence. Clearly, he doesn't know how to do that.
The thing is, like, regardless of regardless of how long it takes for his response, his viewers at this point are so fatigued by this. Like, I don't know.
How could they be fatigued? They don't know anything about it.
They're
videos.
They're
and
fatigued.
Nobody knows about what the fuck this
They're
is.
fatigued from just hearing vaguely about for months and not knowing.
I have used you as an example like 100 times, and then I looked at your channel, and you have a 1 million view video this month on a vampire. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. Mama Max could have just done what you do and make a normal video presenting all of the evidence about a vampire werewolf cult, and it literally would have exploded.
It's easy.
But instead, he decided not to. He just decided to make a social commentary.
So did you hear my culture? Did you hear my question? My question was, why the f didn't he just make the video? I told him to make the video. I had a call with him.
He won't make the video. He just won't. And now he's claiming that he's going to explain everything tomorrow. There's no way. He literally doesn't have a video to release. What is he? Is he going to get on stream and be like, guys, I've made plenty of
Joseph Rogan.
Joe Rogan.
Joseph Rogan. I want to hear Joseph Rogan again.
I put it in the video. Remember when he recorded something for me, and I think we played it. I don't know if we played it on Half Baked, but he recorded the Flash copy pasta.
Yes.
It's like, remember when you were hanging out with your first girlfriend, and you came right as she touched your leg.
It was me,
like
Barry. Yes.
I put it in the video. I had to. There's no way I couldn't.
I want him to call out more random people like Nate Diaz. You love to punch out your opponents in the ring.
Dude, you're on a Nate Diaz. Chris Chan getting arrested is one more arrest than Mama Max has on her resume.
True. Based.
Yeah, it is. It's true.
Null has more arrests than
Null has more arrests
than Mama Max.
Yeah, he does. He really, really does.
He does. It's crazy. I can't believe Coach Red Pill died. I mean, I can, but I also can't.
Do you think that Mama Max has any arrests? Like, do you think he's ever actually gotten a predator arrested?
I have no idea. Obviously, you're gonna say no, right? He must have
But wait, I'm so confused. So, like, you were in one of his videos, right? Like, he had you in a video.
Yeah.
Had you ever, like, watched his content before you agreed to that?
A little bit, but it was pretty hard for me to get through, honestly.
But did you think, like, okay, because, I mean, there's an assumption about this guy. So, like, in the past, did you maybe think that he had a few under his belt? That
I don't know that I ever said it, but I guess I kind of assumed that he must, yeah. I feel like I heard it from 8 other YouTubers, if not him.
Because that's a contested thing now. People don't know. They just don't know, Tom.
Well, I assume we will know soon. Am I wrong?
God. Oh, and you were talking about the doxing before? So,
yeah, of like
yes.
the brother
so,
or whatever.
Yeah,
and
he
the mother.
straight up doxed the mother, and I guess the
On
brother
stream,
as well.
or?
So he put it in the first video, immediately named the mother, and then I guess he admitted that he went on one of his streams and then told the chat to go like reach out to them, just like harass them.
Yeah.
To get information on Camden.
That's
but here's like the drop kick, okay? The mother never knew Spencer was living in the house for the 4 months she was there.
And that doesn't make any sense.
She's not living with him currently.
It literally makes no sense, dude.
So, like, there is nothing there. Like, why would you do that?
Good question.
It makes no... Like, it's not personal information. You know, Max threatened to have Lyrics' channel banned?
Really?
Yeah, because when he was in the call, one of the survivors had their username as their real name. And when Lyrics was in there, it showed the real name on the stream. So in the same stream where Mama Max defended names not being PII, he told Lyrics, if you don't take that down right now, I'm gonna have my YouTube contact like do something about your channel.
But didn't
because he
didn't
wanted
the
the name
survivor
taken
put their
down.
name in though? Like it was them.
Well, but they use it, so Max didn't realize someone would stream the Discord itself just where the name would be visible. He just didn't think about it.
That's
he didn't
ridiculous.
think it through.
That's his fault.
Yeah, it's absolutely his fault, and he was gonna threaten to take down.
Imagine how
like,
Team
I just
YouTube
wanna
is gonna
take
feel when
down.
they see your video.
But it's the same stream where he said that names aren't PII, and it's not doxing.
Imagine how Team YouTube will feel when they see your video about this. They're gonna be like,
I don't
"Oh,
wanna
great,
invoke that.
we're really glad." Well, no, they're gonna be like, "I'm really glad we flew our employee out to spend time with this loser."
Susan Wojcicki.
Oh God.
Susan Wazowski.
You know what I did? I put
What's up?
QR codes in the video.
Yeah.
Like his stupid QR codes. I stole his bit. I hid QR codes in the video.
I'm currently killing a homeless person with a car.
But
in real life.
dude, I hid leaked parts of the call in the QR codes for people to find
That's base.
as the days go by.
Wait, so it's like, does it link to like a 1-second clip?
No, it links to some cases like a 4-minute debate. Like this really, I put some really good clips that didn't make it into the video, and I hid them.
That's awesome.
For people to find.
Are you sure this video is coming out Tuesday? Am I to believe this?
If it's not on target, if it's not on Tuesday, I'm pulling an all-nighter. It has to come out on Tuesday.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm excited for that.
I mean, I could literally. I mean, I'll talk to you after you're done streaming, but as it stands, I'm putting visuals. I have about an hour and 10 minutes on my computer that is like a full cohesive video. It's just missing visuals. Have you heard about the new show I just launched?
The new show you just launched? No. Oh, I did. I did see the intro. I watched some of your Mama Maxing on a plane. It was
Dude,
good.
ultimate. You know what? After I did my 6-hour stream on Max, I got a DM from him, right? I don't think I've said this on stream yet either. He's like, I heard about your stream. It was me literally ripping him for 6 hours. You said you heard it on the plane, so you might have heard this stream. And he goes, would you platform my survivors? And my mind exploded.
Did he actually say that?
He did. I literally run a show called Ultimate Review. I'm not interviewing Spencer on Ultimate Review. That is so dramatically not like that is so inappropriate.
The thing is, the main problem is we don't even know that they're survivors because we have no evidence.
They said it's okay to call it alleged, but based on other parts of stuff you'll see soon, I don't know if they really believe that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Why can't Mudahar just do more, right?
Yeah.
Ali, you are on the ground. There's 1 week to go. I said it. You were in Iowa yesterday, New Hampshire tonight. What are you hearing from people on the ground about these 3 candidates?
Look, in Iowa, I think that the goal for Nikki Haley was always to be able to capitalize on sort of the invisible national momentum. She really earned that on the debate stages, but in the grassroots, a lot of the people who were showing up in Iowa, many of them over the course of the last 2 weeks were showing up for the first time. Here in New Hampshire, she spent a lot more time. There's a bigger infrastructure built out for her. She's got bigger name endorsers, specifically the sitting governor, Chris Sununu, who's quite popular here among Republicans. All of that should lend to a good effort for her, but I think the reality is that unless it's a win, it's very difficult for her going down the stretch, which is why they're trying to cast the race starting last night in Iowa, and of course going into today with ads like the one that you showed. They're trying to cast this as a race that is now a binary decision, not between three candidates, even though DeSantis, Haley, and Trump are all still in this. Instead, Haley is trying to cast this as a race between Haley and Trump because they are the two names at the top of the polls in New Hampshire. I would be wrong not to point out that Donald Trump does have a point there when he says that Haley is trying to bank on people who may not be your traditional Republicans. I don't know that she's hoping for an influx of Democrats, but certainly an influx of Democrats might not hurt, especially because the coalition she's trying to build here in New Hampshire is not just one of Republicans, but also one that brings in independents and Democrats. Because of the weirdness of this primary, that could be a coalition that could potentially be enough to top Trump. Maybe.
Sam, how good is it for Trump that Haley and DeSantis are both staying in? Right? He's running this major victory lap. But if really it was a one-on-one caucus last night or a head in New Hampshire, it would be a heck of a lot closer because basically Haley and DeSantis split the non-Trump vote.
Steph, you know I hate to disagree with you, but I kind of have to disagree with you on this one. I think that consumption helps Trump. Trump would get, I think, more DeSantis voters than Haley if DeSantis got out. And the second choice, at least in Iowa, bear that out. I've seen second choice numbers in New Hampshire. And so in a lot of ways, it might help Haley that DeSantis is in. I don't know that it really matters, though. All this is kind of a big parlor game. When you look at what happened in Iowa, Trump won every demo. You know, something I was pointing out this morning was in Polk County, right, which is where Des Moines is. So that's where you'd think there'd be more college-educated voters, where it should have been where Haley could do well. If the whole state had been Des Moines, had been Polk County, Trump still would have won the biggest landslide in Iowa caucus history. So like, if there was not all those evangelical counties and rural counties, throw them all away, just Polk County, his victory there would have been the biggest in Iowa caucus history. Trump won every demo. So I don't know if there's any strategizing that is going to get anybody around, like the reality of what these voters want, unless there's an influx of new voters in some of these other states.
Strategizing, spoken like a true George Bush Republican, paying homage to Will Ferrell right there. Ron, let's talk about Florida, right? Ron DeSantis, we often forget, is the current governor of Florida, though he has spent more time in Iowa in the last 6 months, certainly than in his home state. Where does DeSantis go from here, right? He barely took second after leaving it all in Iowa, both in the campaign and in his political life. Where does he go from here?
The biggest question I saw today on, Republican social media, Republican media, is why is DeSantis still in this race? He's been out of the state for 9 months since the last legislative session with his children, basically moved into Iowa with some side trips to New Hampshire and South Carolina. And Florida has not been going especially well in his absence. We lost our state party chair to a sex scandal. He just lost the state rep race today, flipped the Republican seat, lost the Jacksonville mayor race. The Florida Republican Party is divided by him running against Trump, between Republicans loyal to Trump and Republicans still loyal to DeSantis. He's lost court cases in the last few months. He may take a big loss in the Disney case very soon. So he needs to get back in Florida. So I guess that's the big question. We have an insurance crisis. Everybody's asking in Florida is, why is he still in this race when there's really no path to victory? I think I have the answer, but that's what everybody's wondering.
What do you think the answer is then?
I think he's betting on Jack Smith. And I think if you pay he's betting on criminal cases and cholesterol. I think if you pay very close attention to DeSantis and you listen to what he says and you listen to what he says in response to voters, is he does not think Trump is going to make it to the finish line. He thinks that Trump is either going to be convicted and in jail or something else. And he wants to be still in the game at the convention with some delegates to be there to pick up the pieces if that happens.
Okay, he is betting on Diet Coke and the DOJ, but does Ron DeSantis have enough money, Tim, to stay in the race that much longer, right? Jack Smith would love if he was going to trial tomorrow, but we all know that ain't happening, and Trump is using every single lever possible to delay that.
Yeah, I'll just say, to agree with Ron, I had a DeSantis super PAC staffer just a couple of months ago tell me exactly this, right? That they, that they weren't, I don't know that they're expecting Trump was going to get convicted, but they're like, the possibility is high enough that it's worth sticking around and trying to garner delegates just in case it happens. A member of the DeSantis super PAC told me that. So, if he keeps doing that, eventually the pressure starts to wear down on you, from people in MAGA circles, from people in Florida, the pressure to get behind the presumptive nominee will happen, by South Carolina at least. Could he, though, buck that and keep running with a small staff? I think so. You couldn't run the kind of campaign that he was running in Iowa, burning tens of millions of dollars on door knocks and ads that were totally useless. But, as Trump showed in 2016, you could stick around. You could run a campaign with 4 people if you need to, if you just decide to stay around. So I think he could stay around. He couldn't talk about the campaign with him conducting, but I think that eventually the weight of the pressure will probably result in it conceding.
Well, he didn't go home to Florida today, and he also did not go to New Hampshire. Excuse me, yes, Allie. He went to South Carolina. And our colleague Vaughn Hilliard pointed out the last time we saw that happen was Ted Cruz taking that strategy in 2016. And we all know it didn't work out very well for him.
Yeah, well, Ted Cruz also endorsed former President Donald Trump today. So that really does come full circle in the Vaughn Hilliard world of politics for someone who followed from Iowa to Ted Cruz. But I do think DeSantis, the one event that he was supposed to do here in New Hampshire before he did a CNN town hall, was ultimately canceled because of weather. I can tell you it did snow here all day, but at the same time, our MBAs were able to move around the state. I do hear, though, what Ron and Tim are both saying about this idea of second place potentially being worth waiting around for. I do think that's one of the reasons that we're seeing Nikki Haley try to paint this in a binary fashion, because she wants people to associate it as Trump versus Haley coming down that home stretch for the just-in-case factor of it all. I do think you're looking at, as we usually talk about, an unprecedented moment. You've never had a candidate like Trump with 91 criminal counts against him, defending himself on 4 different cases in various courts. All of that makes this a very difficult cycle to predict. And so if we look at the delegate strategy, and these guys here who are with us know it well, there really is no world in which I can see Haley or DeSantis or anyone else getting the requisite amount of delegates that they would need to topple Trump, especially because of the ways that he's been able to bend the party in various states, Nevada, California, for example, that the delegate strategy just works for him innately there. Not only that, but I don't know any other state that Nikki Haley, if not here, can win. But the what if factor does kind of loom over all of this, legally or otherwise. I'm not as good with my alliterations as you guys are because I haven't gotten much sleep. But that is one of the reasons I think that people are staying in. The counter to that, when you ask how long that can go on, yes, the money is a big factor, and Tim makes the point about the high burn rate of the DeSantis campaign. But the other factor is also political self-preservation. At a certain point, you look at the fact that both Haley and DeSantis are young. Most operatives who I talk to me about, well, in 2028, they'll run or something. There is an amount of calculation that has to go into how long can I wait around before my brand is so irrevocably damaged that I can never mount a bid again. Again, all of this is probably 2 weeks premature in terms of our conversation about it, but it is very much one of those things that's whispered in the ether among campaign reporters and campaign flags.
Jurisdiction was challenged by an amicus, but from your reply brief, you are not questioning our collateral order jurisdiction.
Correct. We defend the collateral order jurisdiction. That's correct, Your Honor.
And then also, you have either abandoned or not made the Fifth Amendment double jeopardy argument before us.
We have framed the double jeopardy argument as arising principally from the impeachment judgment clause. So we haven't argued that if you go straight to the double jeopardy clause, that alone would result in reversal. We're focusing on the impeachment judgment clause. Now that incorporates principles of double jeopardy, but we haven't said a straightforward directly under the double jeopardy clause in this court at this time.
Go ahead.
Well, before that occurs, then I do want to speak to you a little bit more about jurisdiction, because we still have to satisfy ourselves that we have the jurisdiction. So even though you believe that there's interlocutory jurisdiction with respect to the collateral order doctrine, how do you place that in line with Midland's asphalt case, which specifically says in a criminal case, your jurisdiction needs to stem from the Constitution or be explicit as well in statutory law?
We have three responses to that, if I may, Your Honor. One is, of course, that if you look at the language of Midland asphalt, what Justice Scalia is discussing in that case is particularly right, a situation where the right is one, the legal and practical value of which would be destroyed if it were not violated before trial. And these claims of absolute immunity fall right in the heartland of that description of that right. That's been reinforced by the Supreme Court.
But how do you deal with explicitly stating that? Because we don't have an explicit communication here with respect to anything in the Constitution or statute.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree with that. The doctrine of presidential immunity arises directly from Article 2, Section 1 in the Executive Vesting Clause, and it's reinforced by the plain language of the Impeachment Judgment Clause, which specifically refers to trial. Remember, what Midland Asphalt is talking about is situations where the right not to be tried is at stake, and it distinguishes that from the right, the remedy for which is the dismissal of an indictment. So when you're talking about the right not to be tried, we have the clearest and most explicit reference to trial of any of the clauses in which the Supreme Court has found interlocutory jurisdiction.
But there have been other circuits that have indicated on the issue of immunity, Midland Asphalt still applies.
Yeah, not presidential immunity with respect to this court's...
That's what you're making your distinction.
Right, and well, what I would say is this court's decision in Cisneros explicitly says, right there, and it says most separation of powers claims may not be subject to interlocutory view, but there are some that may, and then it goes on to say presidential immunity arising from the separation of powers, citing Clinton against Jones. So Cisneros, I think, expressly contemplates that there be interlocutory jurisdiction in this sort of claim, and that's further reinforced by the court's subsequent decisions in Rose and Rostentowski, situations where the court said, look, there's a speech and debate claim, and there's also another claim it isn't derived directly from the Constitution, but it's closely akin or analogous to such a claim.
Again, about explicit, because in the double jeopardy trial scenario, you have twice put in jeopardy, so you cannot be tried again in that regard. Then in the speech and debate, it says shall not be questioned. So the language was explicit, but you're not giving me anything that says explicitly in the references that you cite.
I have two responses to that. One is the plain language of the impeachment judgment clause, which says that only the party convicted shall be subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law.
But that's right there. Take the negative inference, correct?
That's the plain language supports the theory from the very beginning that it is the natural and ordinary meaning of the impeachment judgment clause, so that is an argument that is explicit. And I also point out that this court in Rose, in Rostentowski, in Cisneros, expressly held this is not a magic words requirement. In other words, it isn't that it's got to say right there in the text of the Constitution or a statute that this is a right and that's to be tried. It's that the right once formulated has to explicitly.
When the fuck did I start watching the goddamn news?
Ali, you are...
Mama Max.
Bro, here's some Turkey Tom drama. Have you seen what's been going on with Myron Gaines and Asian Debrat or whatever, Asian doll, whatever her name is?
No.
Essentially, this black rapper went on Fresh and Fit and then called Myron Gaines mean, and then he got so upset that she called him mean, he like kicked her out of her studio, and then she like shot him on Twitter for it, and he pretty much said that he said that like he was gonna kill her if she didn't leave.
Really?
It was really funny. I mean, I guess she insinuated that like I guess he would have got beaten up by his posse. That's why he wasn't talking to her back. But yeah, I thought it was a really crazy little internet drama.
I love their titles. High Value Man Roast Woman at Mr. Organic.
When are you gonna start your high value arc, Tom?
I'm trying to get there, bro. That's why I got the thin blue line shirt on. Back to blue. We love our cops. We love our law enforcement. Shout out Myron.
Myron's unbelievable.
King.
Unbelievable.
Is Myron natty or not?
He's showing her for having like this white black girl weave thing. But bro got fucking
Wouldn't that be something he likes? I thought that was like their
he
swag.
got hair implants. He got the hair
Oh,
implants.
did he?
So it just seems like a really hypocritical thing.
I thought that was like their whole thing. Like I thought their whole thing was like kind of ratchet girls. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I don't know. Why pick a niche where you have to be around people you hate constantly?
Apparently, I might be getting a Jack Doherty video. I got one of the Turkey team got in contact with his manager, I guess, and we might be getting it.
Yeah.
Which should be really
Sorry,
good.
I wasn't able to lock that in like I thought.
No, that's okay. I just don't need you anymore.
Sagan said it's still possible. I just talked to him 2 days ago. But
That's good.
Yeah, that'll be a great video.
Sagan, Mr.
I mean, it's one thing to do it like that. It's one thing to do like the videos you're doing that are like profile pieces, so you're doing IRL, but they're like.
Especially if they're like coming to your studio and doing courses over your studio.
I fuck with that guy heavily.
He's so cool. Look at how, oh my god, he's so big. I feel like I've seen him bigger, but he looks so unbelievably big.
I think it's a testament to how cool he is that he's being Jack, but he doesn't come across like an arrogant like douchebag.
I mean, considering whatever he's on, I feel like he has to come across. Like, there must be some point when he has to come across, right? Oh my god, look at that.
Imagine this guy's your daughter, dude.
Can he even?
You're like,
Would he just die? Get a heart attack?
Get her home at a reasonable time, please, Sam.
He's gonna get her on a cycle.
He's like, I'll get her home when I want to get her home. Okay, Sam. Okay, buddy, that sounds good.
This kid is so big. It's crazy how big he is. You know he's not really tall. He's like my height.
Dude, he would totally kick Smaggle Daggle's ass. No. Specifically Smaggle.
Winter bulk. Is this guy jacked or not?
I his channel. He just took something that he enjoyed and then turned it into like $1 million channel.
Yeah, he just hangs out. He drives like a normal car, goes to the gym. It's good. Have you thought about like trying to memorize every single moment of your day? What if every single moment of the day is like you wake up, lunch channel, work, we have the work channel, going for a walk in the park with the lunch channel. What are we gonna get on this?
The only way I could do that would be in a group setting. Like I couldn't do that alone, dude. It would be too like madness.
I don't think I could do. I don't think I can do every. I feel like I need like 4 hours a day. Bare minimum. Yeah, I could. I guess this thing is he just does this one aspect of his life, which is his whole life. So I watched this guy bench. That disgusting freak him out.
Dude, you just got 700 something.
I don't know what kind of currency that is, but thank you very much, Nimrod. Can't thank you enough for the dozens of hours of amazing content, Tom. Watched so many of it while in the shelter during rocket attacks. Thank you for the phenomenal storytelling. I can escape for a little while.
Dude, are you from Palestine?
What is that currency? What is Palestine? They use the shekel. Yeah, I don't know what shekel.
Where's is Bro in Sudan?
I don't know what kind of Israel. I don't know
he's
what
in
kind of
Iraq.
currency.
Benadryl says this dude's in Iraq.
Iraq. Dinar.
It's shekels.
I can't seem to find whatever this symbol is.
Smaggle says it's shekels.
Shekels.
Is it? You
It's
just got
in
shekels up,
USD.
dude?
Okay, 700 shekels. You gave me $200? Is that real?
Badass, dude. Thank you so much.
I'm Israeli? Israeli.
Wait.
Yeah, that's Israeli new shekels. I'm Israeli. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Shout out, brother. Listen, you know I'm supporting you. You know I'm repping your cause.
Tom is the biggest Israeli fan that I'm personally friends with, and that's a fact.
True. Thank you, bro, for the donut, though. I seriously appreciate that. I really like Alfred, Emily, Yukas a bit. When?
Chara, 200.
Emily Yukas.
You could dance, sucker man.
I have a confession.
You do?
This guy.
Is she low-key sick with it?
Maybe high. Why does she say it like that?
She looks white.
Yukas. Wuhan got you on.
Yo. On cooking in the kitchen. How about making the stock on the mind, gal?
I kind of like this girl. She's kind of fire. Who is this? Alfred's Playhouse Part 3, The Ascent of Alfred.
Tom, I don't mean to be rude when I say this, but I think you would really like a girl that is hot but had a traumatic brain injury.
How about a girl who's ugly and fat? I want that one. What am I watching? What is this? Oh my god. This is esoteric.
Subs. Hey, can we get her to 1,000 subs, guys? We have 1,000 people in here. We'll 19 of you go subscribe to her. That'd be really cool. Let's do it right now on mine.
This is a famous
Get her to.
What is this? What is this?
Subscribe to her.
I'll put the link to the
I'm gonna congratulate She hit it.
That's perfect.
Tom, we should do a trip to Gainesville.
I'm down to go to Gainesville. Been there.
I'm
supposed to be going down there for a concert anyway, with Emp, so we should do that for sure.
Well, I told him I was gonna come in December, and Emp just hit me up and was like, "Yo, when are you coming?"
Tell him you'll come during the Tom trip. I think we're going whenever you'll welcome to rock. We're gonna welcome to rock. All your favorite bands will be there.
I don't know if I can do that.
To the 12th. We'll just come for it.
Yeah.
Oh, your favorite bands, dude. Limp Bizkit, Foo Fighters, Slipknot, Disturbed, Evanescence.
I literally.
All your favorite bands are gonna be there.
I have decent composure. When I hear Fred Durst say, "I did it all for the Nookie," in public, it makes me like insane. It's like an assault.
You're not being bass enough, man. You need to turn your swag up, bro.
You like that I did it all for the Nookie song?
That song is fire. Are you kidding?
Sometimes I'm damn near swagless, bro.
How close we want people to Ghost? I like that guy from whatever that show is. Charlemagne, God.
Oh, he's such a fucking. I can't say that. He's a
Fanook.
Yeah, he's a little fucker, dude. Yeah. It's. I mean, in the new year, can we start saying, you know,
Fanook?
Swag it.
What up, my swag it?
What up, my swaggets?
Michael Cera on McRub.
When he left the room, Jonah was like, no, not him. What happened? He was like irritated by him. I think he felt that Chris was like kind of getting the better of him comedically, stopping Jonah, like kind of like blocking Jonah's like funny jabs, which made it so funny. I mean, it made Jonah like double down, and Jonah getting irritated made him funnier, made Jonah funnier. And Chris.
My favorite part of Superbad is my back is on my cock. Have you seen that part?
Sure, yeah.
God, dude.
That is such a good line.
Looks like the guy from that one movie. That's crazy.
Yeah, we got that girl 1,000 subscribers. It's pretty good. At 1.03. That's really cool.
That's the 50 Tom swag. We're blowing them up, making friends. That's what we always do.
Dude, you know Trap Lore Ross, right?
Yeah, the guy who does all the videos about the trap things.
Yeah, he's cool. He went on No Jumper last month. I saw this video called, I think it's called Sharp Gets Owned by Trap Lore Ross. And you know Sharp, like that pimp from that show?
Yeah, he looks scary.
Dude, he's like an unbelievable. He starts pressing Trap Lore Ross and telling him he can't make these 6-hour documentaries about King Von and these gangster people because he's never killed anyone and he's never been in jail personally. It's like the most fried black crackhead or Cuban crackhead tick. Dude, he gets owned so bad. And then literally right after, because this guy is like he's a street pimp. He's not a gangster. He's in the lowest level type of hood person. And right after, like a actual Crip comes in and starts like telling Trap Lore Ross how awesome he is.
I thought
you didn't see it.
There was some big follow a while ago with the Jumper.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even. There's just a bunch of fucking black people. I don't know. I just know Sharp because he punched that other white pimp guy. Kelpie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
Yeah, that was a different incident than some guy next to Adam like starts punching this other dude, and Adam just like gets out of the way, or is it the same thing?
Probably the same thing. I could be wrong.
Good moments. It's too bad Adam.
Dude, that sharp guy. I almost want to make a video on him. He's so annoying. He's like a raspy crackhead pimp. He thinks he's tough. Like I would kick the out of this guy. You would too. He's always like pressing people out. Every time a white person comes on, he's always like trying to impress them because they didn't for someone in the street.
I want to see you fight.
Why?
Because I think you'd own that.
I'd like to fight Sharp.
I want to see you get in the ring with like someone. Shiny.
Overt flow, hopefully.
I want to see you fight Ethan Doolittle. You know who Ethan Doolittle is?
Is that Ethan is online?
No, that's another. It's basically a different guy. Look up
Ethan Doolittle. He's got a really pissy ass last name. I can't even can't see him. Jake Doolittle, you mean?
Oh, maybe it is Jake. I just think it's
Dude. You know my camera guy Matt Offhacker, right? Well, he unironically told me that I should watch this guy's videos. I'm not even kidding.
Really? This guy's videos are okay.
And he was like, well, my girlfriend really likes them. And I watched them and I was like, this is...
I like watching this, like, he had beef with this, like, Jack guy. There's this, like, Jack commentary channel whose whole persona is being Jack, and the guy just, like, ripping me out. It's so funny. I like watching Worms get like Jack. The thing is, like, my genetic destiny is to be niggas not
No. No, it's not.
My genetic destiny.
You're only
I feel like my physiology.
If you have the physiology of someone who did YouTube when they were 15 years old and never played sport. That's literally all it is. If you played like football or anything.
I wish I played hockey. I want to play hockey. I wish I could.
I think you have good genes, dude. The way you put on mass in 2023 is pretty solid. Right? Chat noticed. Chat loves it, dude.
Chat noticed. Chat loves you. Chat's my Instagram.
Chat's going wild right now.
They're crazy.
Going absolutely wild.
Chat!
Yeah,
Chat!
Chat. When are you gonna make more videos about Neon being a total?
Probably soon. I want to do videos on other things. First, I want to do the Jack Doherty IRL dog. And then do all of that. So if I can get Jack out of
I mean, you can get all those guys. Just gotta find someone who can get you in contact with them. Unless they like think you're gonna go too hard, then they'll avoid you. But I wouldn't do it. Frank donated $5 for I would love to box him. Give him his redemption arc. Let him KO me.
Probably the same. He's fallen far enough. No offense that you're probably on the same level of swag as him. You could do it.
What does that mean? You mean clout level?
Yeah.
I think he's still got me pretty good. Although my new video is doing great.
Yeah, how you said it was 1 out of 10, right?
Yeah, it's got 120K views in like 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Damn. That's actually really good. Good shit.
Right?
How are the
Dude,
comments?
it's insane. It's people like it. It's doing really good. I mean, it's a completely insane video. I went like Kensington is the most scary place I've ever been to in my life, and I went there for like I spent 5 hours there. Filmed the guy shooting up multiple times, which I couldn't really put in the video, which was extremely disturbing and like very morally conflicting. But he really wanted to show me it for some reason. And then right after the first time, we like found a woman pretty much dead on the ground, and my camera guy Dark came back to life, and just a bunch of insane stuff. It was a really tough video.
Yeah, you sent me that video behind the scenes. It was really good.
I had to cut 12 minutes of it out because it was too much. Like, yeah, like all the most gnarly parts are. Like, it kind of sucks because it defeats the purpose of like I'm trying to shed a real light on it and then making me take out all the like the most gnarly stuff that makes you actually think like, wow, all the stuff that was taken out makes the drugs seem worse, you know? It's not like glorifying stuff. It's like Jesus.
Yeah, obviously. It sucks that you can't put all those good stuff in there.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be one thing if they're like popping perks and they're like having a great time listening to like rap music and stuff, but the trank high is
You know, I think is that like Vice and like all these mainstream outlets can do all the stuff that they do with theirs. I watched a video from Vice recently that was about people who casually do heroin and the dangers of it and how to up against them. And I was thinking like, well, this is a pretty decent video, but YouTuber could do it. So YouTube.
Well, I talked to YouTube about they said you're not a real journalist. That's why I don't get a pass because I'm not a real journalist.
You have to be like
like, what does that even mean? Is there a certification?
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, in a sense, there is a certification, though, probably. Because in a sense, it is just kind of like a gate-kept thing. Unfortunately, it's really annoying, but it's just the way they do it.
Yeah. I don't know. Very, very odd. But I'm gonna try to post on my second channel the whole thing. But yeah, I don't. Thanks for calling. I'll probably get back to the grind.
Oh, you gotta go. I see how it's fine.
Oh, I can stay longer.
No, it's fine. I see how it is.
You want to run duos?
Yeah, of course. After I finish this game and lose. Yes.
Wait, what are you doing right now?
I'm playing solo. Top 35 right now. So it's probably
really?
5 minutes before I run. Wanna run duos? Yeah, Dingo, we could play trios if you're down. Dingo, can you make a... Actually, this probably already chat with you. I'll make a chat YouTube is good. I'm just about the way that they're going with that kind of stuff. I feel like it has gotten better with time. It's like I sort of take one step forward, 2 steps back every time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like all my videos I've edited out like most of the best things. Well, I don't maybe not best. Most of the the craziest content you actually have to be in the trenches to get edited out.
Sucks.
Like, why can't puke be allowed, bro? I had like a hilarious scene of this dude puking in my box.
You can't allow puke.
Yeah, you can't allow bodily fluids. You have to blur it. It's up to their discretion to not allow blurred bodily fluids as well.
Is it puke in any?
I don't know. If I don't blur it, it gets age restricted. And sometimes if I, with my last video, even blurring it.
That's just how it is.
You know, like 40% of my channel is monetized.
Yeah. Eli told me that he went on a hotel live recently and he can only see one of his videos.
Yeah, what's up with that?
It's kind of shadowy Dan going on, I guess.
Why do you think? Bro, I need to get people to react to my video. I don't know how to do that. But I was looking. Or Agent Zero or any of these people. I was talking to Tommy.
Double O or whatever.
Dude, Tommy has like 5 people that have like, they get 100K views on every reaction video. They react to his videos every time. So like no matter what he does, he's gonna have, 500 to 1,000,000 people get exposed to his video.
I understand the frustration around the reaction stuff and how annoying it is.
I would pay.
For someone in my position, I feel like it's definitely good advertisement to get those. Like when Gian reacted to me, I got a ton of new subs.
I would pay people to react to me, dude.
So why don't you do a video with Jadea?
I could do it.
You should do it. You absolutely should do it. Just do a video like talking about his art, because nobody's seen him in like a kind of a poor typical stepping outside of the Bible stuff in a while. So you should definitely do that video. They'll probably get like 3 million views.
What would it be called? Like a
it would just be called like the downfall of Jadeon, with you and him in the thumbnail, and you just talk to him about what happened to him and like why he quit and go deep on it. You see like a day in his life now as like a simple guy, talk about his old YouTube stuff. I think that'd be really good. Can I squad up with Benedon and Tom? Thanks for the 5, Sean. I think we already got 3 people with the squad though. I think we should do that. Also, you have no Riz. Thank you for the 5.
Damn.
But yeah, I think that's I think that'd be really good. I mean, obviously, it would do well, but also probably be a really good video.
Yeah, I think we would. I think he should be down.
Yeah, just hit him up. Text him out.
I will text him. Where does he live? I'll want to call and chat tomorrow if he's free. He lives in Houston.
Okay, we'll just knock it out when we go to Texas.
If I'm going to Texas with you, I need to alter my flights. Yeah. God, I get so stressed when I have to do big planning things. I'm supposed to do that subathon with Ice Poseidon as well, but I don't know when I'm going to do that. Because I'm about to hit 500K like this week. And I wanted to do the subathon immediately, but I don't know.
I'd say do the subathon if you can keep getting out weekly videos. How long is the subathon? Like a week?
I was gonna do a month, but yeah, I think I need to do a week.
Yeah, I wouldn't give it a your time unless you have like 5 videos ready to go. I probably wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I need to just be consistent again. I don't know any other YouTubers that are like my size that take like 8 weeks off multiple times.
Yeah, no, you get a video every week, so I'm flying up to Texas on Saturday, bro. Destiny and Alex, that's gonna be so crazy.
Bro, if you can convince Alice Jones to do a video with you, please take him to a fucking reptile convention.
I don't know if I can convince him to do a video with me,
My
but I'm
dream.
gonna try to at least just talk to him because I actually like Alex, so I think that'll be a good video. But I think that.
I always get, dude. I always get so fucking annoyed. You know how people like make fun of him and say, "Oh, they're turning the frogs gay."
Yes.
And they try to act like he was crazy for
He
that.
was right. He was right.
It's like they literally were changing the genders of the frogs, making the males appear to be gay.
Yeah, I think that's I think all that stuff's really good. Just there's so much stuff to schedule.
Yeah, and traveling is exhausting. Like, I guess you experienced it when I was down there. The IRL stuff, like planning and executing it, can make you
The thing you think is that when you're done traveling, like that night you can get home and edit a video, so like the next day you'll be ready to go. And I always need an extra day, just like.
I am really bad at. I guess people think I'm a lot more charismatic or extroverted than I am, but I'm like really, like you know, like an introverted part. So I have a really hard time flipping the switch between like editing Brandon and on camera Brandon. Because the editor Brandon is not entertaining at all.
Yeah, I definitely can only stop like a few days filming a month. This next 6 days is just a lot. Filming the baby already is like kind of hell for me.
You got $2 from someone named Hayden. Don't spend it all. Thank you, Hayden. Tom, you gotta start a Patreon.
Anybody Fortnite skins?
You could sell any Fortnite skins.
Maybe
I'm
considering doing a Patreon for the channel once we get that off the ground. The members only podcast over there. I should probably
What, the Tom IRL stuff?
Yeah, so I can do like Patreon or something.
Oh, are you gonna like upload like uncut things from like your That's the Texas thing to like Tom out? Huh.
I have like a whole I have like a bunch of other Tom IRL stuff. Stand up and handle about type stuff. So it's just taking time to figure out what I would do.
Kind of like what, like Chromecast your videos onto like TVs in the stores or something?
You'll see.
I'm excited.
Bro, I'm not changing my membership, buddy. Well, then you might be
I'm still loading in. Am I gonna get like kicked out or something?
Maybe. Why are you loading in? Are you not in? I'm on the bus.
Is the Cobby
What the fuck?
Cobby Lamy video still coming, Tom?
Yeah, so
Oh,
we gotta
I'm
get
in.
that.
Here we go.
Oh, you're on the bus?
Yeah.
That video is coming, Brandon. We did edit the videos of us like in Portland by like the water with you being like, Cobby Lame made me addicted to fentile.
Yeah, that turned out funny or not really?
No, it was really funny. It was really good.
Yeah, your clip, the Vivito clips seem like they did really well everywhere.
Yeah, people like that. I had a bunch of people message me and say this is the best thing you've ever done. Everything else, so I'll have to do more of that. It's just I feel like I need people around to bounce my energy off of for that kind of thing.
Same, dude.
Doing that alone seems dark. But if I at least have one person that can do it.
I had fun filming it.
John said he wants to do one like that soon, so hopefully we'll do that with him.
Awesome, that's gonna be fun. You and John.
Yeah, John Swan. The only John that matters.
Oh, didn't text John back.
Loser.
It's mean of me.
What does John Swan exist? What does he do? Does he exist, Dingo? You're probably a John Swan. You're probably his best friend or something, bro.
With the amount of children he's friends with, I think. No,
I'm not implying anything there, by the way. He just unironically likes to be friends with teenagers. Only.
Kind of sad.
It's very sad. Poor guy. Let's get him some adults.
I don't think he's interested in that, Tom, but you can try.
Dark. Or girls.
I mean, you'd hope, right?
Only furry video editors.
Yeah, I don't even know what he's even doing now. Does anyone know? I
don't know. Go get in my car.
Yo, oh my god.
Yeah, I don't really know what he's doing. I think he works at Ubisoft or something. This is on Patreon. That's all I really know. It's crazy. I was talking with Nick about this the other day. Do you remember John Swan, Brandon? Do you remember this guy at all?
I know him from you, dude. You've really had a massive impact on my life.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I know. I know him from you. He's like, he made up a bunch of bullshit, and then
I have a gun.
He did gay shit as well, right?
Yeah, he lied about Dream. He was the original casualty of the Dream drama.
Oh my god.
He just made like fake allegations, correct?
Yes, basically.
Oh, why is Fortnite stuttering? There's no way.
This person is trying to
Yeah. I like making fake allegations.
Really? I like super disagree.
I mean, it's like life.
Are they building? Who are in no build? You load into build? You load
No, I load. No.
Why is he building then?
It was clearly hacking.
Wait, Dingo, somebody made a you wouldn't want there to be some kind of retaliation?
Trolling, yeah, I wouldn't. No, a lot of the false allegation stuff is so weird.
So your basis is 10mm or 45 ACP for wilderness protection. You can all our guns. Use the Wonder Wop songs. I want to play Medal of Honor. Apparently you can't play it on PC. I want to play the old song on PC.
Oh, same, bro. I used to run that shit.
Just to pick it up.
I was like an original Xbox user.
I was PS2. PS2 in it.
PS2 in it. Good on you, bro.
What is that a reference to?
God.
The True Gordy? It's just you being gay.
That's so based. I'm referencing myself.
From the Act Like I'm the Man.
New York! Smoke Camel Crush, that's New York. You think you're the man? I'm the man. Oh, they're gonna do the thing where they heal their entire health right now.
Oh my god, this is so annoying. You kind of like a falling down. You should do like one of those.
What, falling with... What do you mean? Falling with crutches or something?
No, falling
I just... Dude, I swear to God, I just watched a movie today. You know, with Michael Douglas?
Yeah.
Swear to God, I watched a movie for the first time in my life today.
I'm Lee.
That's crazy. I've never heard anyone talk about that movie, but my friend just told me to watch it, Jabari, and then yeah. Wait, what? You're saying I have something like him going on? Like I'm unhinged?
No. I just think like people are being so unfair to you all the time. It's not really like.
There you go. I think we should leave this area in this G-Wagon and just get out of here because we're dying.
I also have really shitty weapons.
Yeah.
You're saying I should snap and I should go kill people?
I'm just saying these motherfuckers need to start getting here your breakfast, okay? It needs to be 10 on the dot.
I like the part where he beat the gangbangers.
Oh yeah. Wait, hello?
Oh, right. Are you still there?
Did I disconnect?
I think you did.
You cut out for a top that.
Sorry. It's my internet. It's so good.
Did you watch the recent PGL? Sam got the ShamWow guy on their podcast. Dingo, you're driving.
Oh, wait, am I driving? Where are we going?
Just go in that train station.
No, I haven't seen it.
It was really good. It was really good.
But I saw that they had Charleston White on Fish Tank, which is awesome.
Isn't that like a guy?
Charleston White?
Yeah. I don't know. You tell me.
Tom just has like a strong seam.
I was not. I was just somebody told me they were like, oh, that's like the guy.
No, he's like insane, one-eyed, like black. What's that? The Boondocks type character.
Oh, so he's a good guy.
I would say he's a good guy. He had beef with this like podcaster, battle rapper guy, and told him that like I don't want to misquote him. I think he said like his like 10-year-old daughter should get or something.
Really?
Wow. Let me look up what it's
legend.
Kind of weird.
You don't hear that every day.
It was crazy. He's like, she's ugly. Someone should her in her ass.
Oh my god.
His son too. Someone should that little. Bleep.
Good job, Dingo. Do they have shield at all or no?
No, not the ones I just killed. I'm kind of tripping out on my health.
I gotta get some shield somewhere. I'm at 100 health, but I have no shield, which is, I hear, important to win this game.
Math Hoffa. Yeah, Charleston White Math Hoffa. It's a really crazy arc.
Damn. Alright, maybe we should just get in this wagon, Dingo, and then we can go.
Seems like a good idea. Let me hop in.
Yeah, Fish Tank is, I don't know, I keep seeing crazy stuff about politics going crazy with that show. Hopefully they're doing alright.
God damn, in these politics streams, man, I've been getting in trouble.
Not politics, but like internal politics.
Apparently I share a name with someone who's not the nicest guy.
I believe his name is Southern Dingo, and I believe he's not a sweetie pie.
They're calling me Northern Dingo. I don't know how I feel about associating my brand like that. Okay, it's kind of.
Are you a YouTuber, Dingo?
Yeah, I'm probably more famous than Tom. So.
What's your thing called?
D-I-N-G-O-K-Y, Dingo K on YouTube. That's me.
Dingo K-Y?
Dingo K-A-Y.
He's the Destiny historian.
True.
Well, I just subscribe to you.
They're good. The videos are good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You should watch the Destiny. You'll love Destiny way more if you watch his videos.
This fool is outperforming me in his last 2 videos.
Is he? How many views?
Bro, his last video has 38K. His one before that has 167K, and he's got 3,000 subscribers. That's like incredibly good.
Damn, it's over for you, dude. Quit. Quit while you're
Wait,
behind.
Tom, how did you even figure out who I was? I don't even remember. When's the
Me?
first time we even spoke? Yeah.
If there's a Destiny video essay, I'd probably see it.
Oh,
Tom loves that guy.
He's the goat.
There's a. I also heard this. Apparently, John Swan was actually a huge super fan of Destiny. I heard that the other day. Someone just told me.
Which is funny because didn't Destiny like shit on him super hard for that Cam Eye guy?
Yeah. His poor little heart got broken. Okay? I feel bad.
I don't like any of those small commentary guys. I just get a weird feeling about them. They're always, always freakish.
I think a lot of people that are on the come up in the creative and the entertainment industry like use people as stepping stones a lot. I think.
Yeah.
I'm honestly starting to subscribe to the belief that like if you're starting on YouTube, you legit should just not have any online friends. It's like just a really bad idea.
Probably. Yeah, I agree. Or should we get back?
It's
to
also
our
hard. Like
bar?
you want to like be a part of the community, but definitely a lot of shit can go wrong.
Yeah, I mean in the politics especially, like you make like one bad joke and like you find yourself like blacklisted from everything. So.
I thought I was immune to that kind of like friend fallout thing because I never had it happen, and then this year I had a big one that was a lot of fun. But I haven't talked about publicly. I probably never will unless they decide to. But it was just fucking. It was just AIDS. It was kind of a I mentally like parceled it away in my mind for the longest time, and now that I've like confronted it, and I've just been unpacking everything for the past year recently. It's been like that was completely. Holy shit.
That was really upsetting.
That was upsetting. That was the best.
That was like a nobody wins type situation.
Oh, grapple blade. What is this? I'm new to this game. What is grapple blade?
That was nobody won. Truly nobody won, but it is what it is.
Let's see if this.
The grapple blade is like a crazy weapon thing.
What is this? Is this Flowberry? What is this?
Diesel heater or Mr. Heat 4 emergency winter heat? Why are you asking me these questions about gear, dude? I'm like, if you ever got the impression that I know anything about anything, immediately disregard that. Why did I just go flying in the air?
Is someone like griefing you or like hacking you or what's going on?
I don't know. I just went flying in the air randomly for no reason. Oh, there's someone dropping bombs.
Miss Breezy.
Wait, they're like
Miss Breezy? What about Miss Breezy?
They're reacting to you right now on stream.
Oh really? Oh, the train. We should probably get out of the way of the train.
Oh. It says, "Can we
There's
end
no
this?
way.
Can we end this drama?" And it's got a picture of you.
Oh, how
That's
many?
funny.
And it says Psycho under your name, but it has an arrow pointing to her, which I'm confused about.
That's true.
Are
you not on the train?
No, dude. I just got knocked down.
Oh, what you
I
did?
got out of the
Okay,
car,
right. Why can I not get the gun on the? Is this game glitching or something? Why can't I get the guns from the thing?
Damn, bro.
Okay, Dingo, I'll come get you.
Chat's going crazy, Tom.
I gotta check out her stream in a sec after this game that we will win righteously.
She's going off on you, dog.
She said
She's
she wants it
saying
to end, but
Bro,
she made a video
she said
responding.
She said you don't have any Hitler Riz and that your skibbity can't even get.
No Hitler Riz? Okay, we gotta react right now.
She said it, dude. She said that.
Dingo, are you dead yet, or?
No, 10, 8, just in time.
Holy sh.
Dingo, you have good thumbnails and everything.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Do you work for Tom?
No, I don't work for Tom. I'm his new best friend.
Don't you worry, I've considered it heavily. We're gonna rope everyone in. Every up-and-coming video SES is about to be dragged into the Turkey Tom machine.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I was about to say, do you do freelance stuff and give you a job or two?
Hey, that's my prospect.
No. I'm just trying to find people that can do like one job every month or two.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Because
that probably another thing. I warn you, not all of my thumbnails are mine. Sometimes I ask them to do stuff, but like I'm pretty adept at it myself, so I can. Yeah.
I'm trying to get my second channel possible.
Is it our second channel Empire?
Well, yeah, it's like you have a lot of people that want to see a lot of shit from you. I only post like once every week or 2 weeks, and then leave a lot of money on the table, you know.
I'd argue that there's probably more appeal for you to have a second channel than me. I think people would probably watch it more.
I was gonna do the second channel stuff and do stream, but I honestly think it's not even worth it until like you build yourself up as like a personality first. So
I'd probably agree. But also, I mean, I never like had that for my main channel. Like my second channel took like months to get to 20k subs, you know.
Oh yeah.
I think it took a while.
I mean, the content was really good. I was watching some of the Tomboy stuff while I was editing the other day. It's actually really good stuff.
See, this is what I'm saying. Everybody who's not a member right now is a loser, dork, or brokey. So everybody needs to get on that. Indubitably. Perspicaciously.
Indubitably, my friend.
Brandon, what would you be doing on your second channel? Would you be doing commentary videos or like current event stuff? Like.
Well, I really want to do commentary videos because I think it'd be fun and easy.
You could do like a good idea could be I haven't seen anyone do this before, but you could like dox people live on stream. Could be like
Yeah. There you go. But no, I mostly want to just do like good content that, you know, maybe it's just a little less produced than my second channel, or my main channel, you know. Like I dropped the drinking with tourists in Hawaii, which is like a main channel video, but I just put it on my second channel and I got 110k views and like 8.5 thousand likes, which is pretty cool. Dropped the fish tank video on there, got almost like my last two videos on my second channel almost have 100k, or do have 100k.
Yeah. I mean, why not just keep hitting that, right?
Yeah, like music and I dropped the Baby 50 song that got 30k, which to me like 30k is cool.
On music,
I was thinking,
30k is really good.
Next year, you oh, thank you, Tom. Next year, Brandon, you and Ronald Riz could do like a Christmas album together. Could be good. I think you guys could get some bond.
You could get a lot out of that, Brandon. Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Ronald Riz is on the come up, dude.
He's gonna out and perform me, dude. I'm gonna look like a chump next to the Riz King.
Dude, we all look like smallers compared to like Lime's toy reviews. Right? We're all like losers compared to that.
We actually are though. How do we get that kind
Yeah,
of
Tom.
shit?
I want to talk about like Sharp being a total bitch to
Yeah,
Trap
go.
Lord Ross, or talk about Rosanna Pansino's, like all those type of things that I've just talked about privately. Like, why not just make a video about them?
Yeah, no, you should. I mean, you have opinions behind the scenes that are pretty interesting, and like, you know, you get a little fired up about it. I feel like it would be good to see that on video.
I've been talking to you about this for over a year though, and I just haven't done it.
But maybe some nights tonight. Just get off stream right now, go record a video and post it. Baby steps. Baby steps. About that.
Yeah, I kind of want to record it. We're gonna record a video about like the effect or what taking Trank really feels like, and talk about like Trank, and then clip that part of my video where the guy. Bro, Trank is insane. You know what it is, Dingo?
Frank?
Trank.
No, is this like some like Stephen Hawking thing or?
Yes.
No, it's fucking. Essentially, Trank is a horse tranquilizer like ketamine, but it's not safe for humans, and it causes flesh eating and infections in humans. And people have been lacing their heroin and their fentanyl with Trank to give you like a more not out, like dopey feeling.
Oh, so there's like with people really hard. That's kind of not a nice thing to do.
What's the deal with RP? You tell me, Luminous. What is RP?
Super stuff, dude. Role playing?
Maybe. I don't know. You tell me. What's the deal with RP, bro? What's the deal with RP?
Yeah, this guy in your chat says, saw that video. Poor Pat. Hope he's okay, dude. The guy in my video, Pat, is like is so fucking dark, dude.
Let me make sure I'm on no build. Hold on. 0 build.
I think
okay, there we go.
I think I had Skibbity or something.
Skibbity.
Are you in the lobby? Come back to the lobby.
Oh, okay. There's someone in chat who's named Chara who's been talking about doing heroin like for days.
Really?
Yes. How do we save this person from whatever the she's
Brown's
doing?
like, can I bring a crew? Can I bring a crew and just like film me while you do it? Could make for a really good video.
I know nothing and have no experience with it. If you are already doing heroin, there's nothing that someone can do to make you stop. Shara says they're fine.
Oh, so it's fine. If they say they're fine, they're fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, fine.
Convert Shara to chutting.
True.
I forget. Brandon, all right, what kind of content do you do? I know your name very well. I just haven't been watching much of your stuff. I should start watching it though.
Yeah, I think that shows how good I package my videos. When people always say like, "Oh, I know of you, but I don't watch your." No, I'm just kidding.
Titles already have me interested.
It's boring. I do. I would say man on the street interview type videos.
I would say it's like it goes to journalism. I mean, likes probably.
Yeah, man on the street journalism, but then I'll also just do mushrooms in Amsterdam, or I'm going to just get drunk in Miami. Drink boxed wine in DC with Turkey Tom and Dumpy.
That was fire.
Oh wait, Brandon, if you're gonna be at VidCon in June, I'm gonna be there.
Is it back in Baltimore, dude?
No, it's in
that's
Anaheim.
in
Well, it's in
October.
Anaheim and
We're going to Anaheim.
Hold on. Is Baltimore?
Baltimore was at a different time. That's in October. I don't know if that's happening. I don't know if that's happening again, but I know the one for Anaheim is happening.
That's true.
In July.
Tom, you should like go to their website and fill in a thing and try to get a panel. You should do that.
If I did a panel, it would be like giving bullshit advice, like hire Indians on Fiverr.
I just don't know what I would do if I went to VidCon Anaheim.
I want to do an interview video there. I want to like go around and interview small YouTubers about their swag and Bryce Gum fans.
Wait, I'm actually super excited for the Jalen interview you're gonna be doing tomorrow. Really exciting. Pretty exciting.
god. Jalen probably will be there. I met Jalen once.
I do not. I purposefully, anytime someone's like, "Did you hear about the new Jalen drama?" I'm like, I didn't, and I don't want to hear about it actually. So it just goes around.
Do you know who Jalen is? Have we talked about Jalen ever?
Yeah, I mean that's just the kind of person that I just would never want to talk about or engage with in any fashion under any circumstance. Like nothing good about that person.
How would you feel if Jalen started putting more views than you? Would you do it?
Well, if you really look at all the people that are earning the most views, I don't really respect what they do or enjoy their stuff. So it's like, I mean, Mr. Beast is an exception, but you know, for the most part, PewDiePie's also an exception. But like Hobby Lane, Charlie D'Amelio, Ryan's tour reviews. Like, so I don't really care if someone gets more views than me. And if he started doing really cool stuff,
Jalen was getting crazy views at one point. I was totally forget.
I remember Jalen when their name was whatever it was before. Jayden.
Sorry, kill.
I don't know. I'm sure that person's fine. They just seem like they witch hunt people and are like really crazy, aren't they?
They're just a complete nut job, yeah. I mean, they're just a mentally ill person. The most recent news I heard from Nick was that they got back with the person they accused of SA. I don't know if that's real at all, but yeah. Oh, I wish. Have you heard about this Mike? Probably. Have you heard about this Mike Campbell stuff at all, Brandon? He's
Mike
like this,
Campbell?
The guy from OTK or whatever that got accused of sexual assault.
Oh, Rich Campbell.
Oh,
Nope.
Rich. Sorry, yeah, Rich. Have you heard about this?
Nope.
He got accused of. He was like the founder of, I want to say OTK, and he got accused of SA like a year ago, and everyone just kind of immediately believed it. And then he ended up filing a lawsuit against his accuser for $3.6 million.
Because he was falsely accused?
Well, he's claiming he was falsely accused. We don't know yet.
Well,
we're waiting on
are any of those that was like a apparently the Henry Resilient guy is like a private investigator or something, and that's where all that stuff comes from. But I haven't actually looked at any of that guy's content, but like it's defamation, right? He has to like American defamation suits are like seriously.
You have to prove malice. You can't just be reckless. You have to prove malice.
Yeah, you have to prove intentionality and that they were what they said, where they said it explicitly, that it was directed towards you, and that they knew it was a bad thing to say, and they had intention of malice behind it.
Yeah.
I've been suing Sneeko for what 16 months now. We're about to take his deposition. He's about to do he's about to have to get on a Zoom call and answer like 40
It's gonna be like the
questions
social
at my-
network, the deposition.
Yeah, literally. My lawyer is about to be
Brandon,
questioning him.
how much were your shares diluted down to?
How much was my what?
Your shares,
shares.
at Sneeko Enterprises.
0, dude.
That sucks, bro.
Is your your products at the cleaners?
I'm coming back for everything.
Honestly, it would be funny if like the settlement was like Sneaker's channel on his play button.
It's gonna be
Sneaker's
really
play
crazy.
button.
It's gonna be really crazy if he's found guilty, but then they say that they can't prove damages, which is
Thank
very
you,
possible.
I will. Yeah, it would be tough to prove damages, I feel like, in that case, no? I
And
guess
then I'll
emotional
be-
distress is the angle, right?
I will
Wait, I should
literally-
do a video on this.
I'll be losing like $40,000.
No matter
I
what.
should do a video on this Sneaker lawsuit.
I don't think there's that much information about it right now. Whatever's publicly available, you might be able to see some stuff. But he's pretty much admitted. He's pretty much admitted to falsely accusing me of, but saying that I think his newest. He's tried to use so many different loopholes to get out of it. But I think the newest one is that my reputation is so bad that accusing me of doesn't harm my reputation. I think it's called like the dirty hands law thing. I think
That's not even true because your reputation is not bad.
Clean hands.
Well, Sneaker's like, Your Honor, look at these tweets.
Your Honor, he was already annoying.
Yeah, but before that, he was trying to say that he didn't accuse me of raping because he said R word, and R word could mean anything. And my lawyer was like, cited some law.
Well, obviously I'm on your side with that one, buddy. If you want.
Yeah. I'll say all in all, it probably has not been worth it. It's just been so expensive.
I mean, like, how would you even, and this is what I'm curious about though, a lot of these, like, if you'd figure if everyone's internet was public, they'd all be, like, kind of suing each other. Like, how do you sue someone whose name is even public? You have to, like, hire someone to find it?
What, Sneako's name isn't public, you're saying?
No, but just anyone in general.
You could typically just like find it. Like my lawyer, for instance, has like a whole group of people that find people's names and addresses and information.
Dream had to do that with his case. He had to basically hire people to dox the defendants in his cases. He did do it. I think he served the main girl, Amanda.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's so much weird, like, honestly, like getting. I mean, I assume it's probably gonna be like better for you because I'm imagining like the amount of creators who get like slandered, and it's like some guys over in like Germany or something.
Yeah, that would make it tough, obviously.
Obviously, unless you want to learn German. Yeah, a lot of that stuff, a lot of the Sneeko stuff is super interesting. Actually, I just don't like. It's weird because you think like Sneeko kind of, if he had just like stayed as like the really interesting YouTuber person, he probably could have been like way more successful than he is now. But the weird.
Oh yeah, he wanted that short-term red pill success grift rather than long-term like legacy building.
I don't 100% blame him for taking that shift because I know when I knew him, because we were like acquaintances and I hung out with him like 3 times or 2 times. He like was in debt. He was in like school debt and he wasn't making that much money staying in an expensive place in New York. So I can see the temptation to be like, oh, I'm gonna do what Andrew Tate's doing and make a bunch of money, which is what he did. But
I don't understand how he was in debt. I thought he was making decent money from YouTube.
No, I don't think he was. He had school debt, and I don't think he was making all that much money. I mean, he was making like 8K on Patreon. He's probably making decent money.
He's probably. I feel like he was doing at least 15 a month on YouTube, which is like pretty.
Yeah.
He was in debt 'cause he went to a rich, person art school or whatever.
He definitely. I wouldn't like now that everything's happened. I wouldn't have done what he did. I think it was like a really big misstep.
Yeah, silly.
That's true. I mean, I felt like though, if he wanted to be like the kind of, and I felt like at the beginning he was kind of packaging in like the Red Pill stuff with kind of like the, this one behind you, Tom, of like the I show speed, like rage yelling stuff. I feel like he could have just done the I show speed kind of yelling stuff and kind of got exactly what he wanted, but like the Red Pill stuff was
being misogynistic.
Or honestly, just without like burnt. Like I imagine he had a lot of connections before he started off on this path.
Oh yeah, no, I mean with like realistic YouTubers actually.
Yeah. You see that, Tom? That was so juicy, bro.
That was sick. On my way to make $5 an hour. Wish me luck. Good luck, Demi Good. Take care, bro. Take it easy. Stay safe.
Listen, Demi Good. Stick it to the man.
Is that? Can you pay people legally $5 an hour?
No.
Should that? I thought minimum wage was like at least 9, or is it $7.50 in some states?
The lowest minimum wage is $7.25 in
That is
states like
criminal.
Alabama or something.
That's criminal low.
What is the Bucky's like $13 a month?
That is even. I mean, anything under 20 seems ludicrous to even exist.
Yeah, I mean, like
the brothers out there, it sucks.
It's probably better in Europe because most of the places around here are like super walkable. So you might be doing a 9 to 5 for not much money, right? And then also you may just like live right next to your job.
But then you live in Europe where you can't own anything, and they have.
Tom, you will eat the bug burger, okay? And you will be happy.
I will not eat the fucking bug burger.
You're gonna eat the bug burger, okay?
I'm getting an urge recently to buy guns. I don't know where this is coming from, but I'm getting a major urge to buy like 17 guns.
Well, we shot guns. It was awesome.
It's pretty dope. It's cool that you can just own a weapon of destruction.
Over here, we have to have like a fucking safe, and then like the guardie will come over and like measure the distance between your bedside.
But
and
you
your
can't
fucking...
get any gun you want, right? You can only get like certain guns.
They're not gonna let you buy a rocket launcher.
Well, I mean, here you can get like machine guns and shit. It's pretty swag.
Perfect. What is this thing? Forecast tower access card? Is this a thing?
Holy shit.
Matter?
One of my friends, I guess, was watching your stream, Tom, and said that Emily Eustace lore goes really deep.
What
an hour ago.
I want to know it. I want to like know it. Is it Yukis or I feel like it's probably Yukis, but whatever the fuck it is, I want to know it. Because I've heard that name around a little bit here and there, and I did like the videos I just saw, but I don't really know. I just don't know. For a second, I thought she was whoever is married to Ego Raptor, but I realized it's a different person.
Yeah.
Actually, here's a good question for you. This is something I actually want to figure out. What is the way that you would come up with like video ideas when you were kind of like first starting out? Like, how would you?
It'd be like I would try to go for like an intersection of. I mean, it's what I do now. Intersection of like what I was interested in, plus what is like popular that people will be searching for or looking for. Because I knew that kind of off the rip, people didn't have a reason to watch me at all. So I knew I had to give them a reason to. So I knew I had to talk about, I had to be vulture-ish a bit and talk about topics people cared about already. And then I knew that from there I could get people to care about what I had to say or my way of doing it. So it's kind of like. I mean, also it's good to do stuff about things you're interested in because then at least you're gonna be like doing a good job of it. I mean,
That's
you
true.
can only
There's
get
still
so
a guy over there.
far with making videos about like you don't care about. I think it will shine through pretty clearly.
That's
that
true.
It's just like a totally, I don't know, how non-altruistic way, capitalistic way. I think you do have to care about it at least 30, 50 to 50% to do it. But yeah, I mean, definitely, stuff people care about. Another thing is like not stuff everybody's covered. Like most of the videos have done really well for me personally. Have been videos that not everyone has already done. You know.
That's true. I mean, like, I had the Destiny videos. I might actually have to take like a short break from that until maybe June, because it just feels like because we're kind of in that weird mid zone between election and build up. There's not really much going on.
I mean, you don't want to get pigeonholed, because if you do like 100 Destiny videos in a row and then you try to do anything else, it's probably not going to do well.
Exactly.
YouTube sends your shit out to your core audience first. So if you have a core audience that's like specifically wants that, it's just every video is gonna flop unless you get lucky.
Yeah, you're not gonna get recognized.
I was basing my future off the Hassan video. The reason why Hassan video didn't do as well as I hope it was is because I got fucking like demonetized from the stupid reason possible.
What was it?
What?
It's like they watched the video, and in the beginning, in like the preamble, I just basically recap October 7th. It's just like a regurgitation of like
January 6th.
Sensitive
No.
subjects.
Yeah, and then
the juice stuff.
And YouTube said I was like exploitative about it or something, and like I totally wasn't. It was just really annoying.
Whatever the Pakistanis are that they hired to reward videos are generally dog shit at doing it.
I mean, they said this new one I don't make me tomorrow. It was okay, so I appreciated that.
That's good. Yeah, it is really frustrating though when they hit you with that exploitative thing and you're literally just explaining what fucking happened. But also, one thing I noticed that they get really anal about is like footage of it. So if you're showing too much footage of the event for some reason, that's seen as exploitative and shocking and graphic.
Yeah. In my video, I literally, they wouldn't even let me blur the entire screen. I had to like black out the entire screen in multiple parts.
For October or whatever?
For the Kensington shit.
Oh yeah, annoying.
I'm probably pretty lucky in that the Destiny fan base is generally pretty open and receptive to like most streamer drama or LSF stuff. There's always a good kind of base to poke at.
That's part of my goal with calling into his streams, to get him more into the YouTube side.
All right. I think it's gonna do it.
Up to him. So like when I explained like Super Mega was the big one.
All right, guys, rip. We tried a couple of different games tonight. We played a little Sekiro. Got pretty far in Diablo 3. We'll try some Cult of the Lamb tomorrow, but we're gonna do a lot of Diablo 3 before that happens. Much love. Everybody have a good night.